Special. I'm your host, Tyler Yaremchuk, and I'm going to be with you for the next 5 hours of commercial-free trade deadline coverage. We have an absolute banger of a show lined up for you, a handful of former NHLers, all of our great analysts from Daily Faceoff. You'll get introduced to them in just a couple minutes, and we'll bring in the star of the show, our Daily Faceoff insider, Frank Seravalli. But first, let me walk you through a little bit of what we got going on today and what you are going to be seeing on your screen from now until the trade deadline and an hour afterwards. On the right-hand side, you are going to see a timer that will tell you exactly how much longer we have until it's pencils down time for NHL GMs and trade, and the trade market is closed. You're also going to see a rolling ticker of all of Frank Seravalli's latest trade targets, the top 40 trade options on the market as we inch closer and closer to the NHL's deadline. We have a handful of features, a handful of great guests joining us on the show today, but I do need to tell you it's all brought to you by Bet365. Download the app today, use the promo code NATION, whatever the moment. It's never ordinary at Bet365. And what a perfect segue into our Daily Faceoff NHL insider, Frank Seravalli. And Frank, it's shaping up to be anything but an ordinary deadline.
Yeah, no kidding. So much on the move, including, where do you want to start? With Mikko Rantanen. It seems like the best one to go with. Number one on our trade targets board. Everyone wants to know what's happening with Mikko Rantanen, the Carolina Hurricanes, and the Dallas Stars. So here's the latest. The Stars presented an offer last night to the Rantanen camp after receiving permission from the Carolina Hurricanes. These two sides have a trade agreement in place to send Rantanen to Dallas, but if and only if they can come to terms on an extension. They put an offer on the table. It wasn't good enough, and I'm told the Dallas Stars to this point in time have not budged. So for the meantime, the Carolina Hurricanes are scurrying. They've essentially traded Mikko Rantanen to this point. How do you put the cat back in the bag? How could you possibly bring him back to your team for a playoff run now, knowing that you almost moved him? So they're considering all their options. Keep an eye on the Florida Panthers. Are there other teams that are willing to pay a rental price for Mikko Rantanen, including, well, the Vegas Golden Knights, the Los Angeles Kings, still possibly the Toronto Maple Leafs, but unlikely, and you have to keep an eye on the aggressive Detroit Red Wings. So there's a lot happening. Rantanen is a big domino to fall. And then there's certainly some others, including Brad Marchand, and it's going to be fascinating.
It is going to be quite something, Frank. You just kind of mentioned a handful of teams to keep an eye on today. And I mean, you, the insider game, you were burning the midnight oil last night because that Brock Nelson deal to the Colorado Avalanche, that came down right at midnight and the price was jaw-dropping. Maybe before I send you off, I'll go there. Is it safe to say this is absolutely a seller's market?
Look, this is where it's going to be interesting because now the market has changed. Consider yourself a team like the Toronto Maple Leafs. You were interested in Nelson. He had the no trade clause, and I'm told he wasn't willing to go to Canada. But beyond that, it never even got to that point because, well, Lou Lamoriello had this sitting on his desk, getting Cal Ritchie back and a first-round pick in exchange for rental Brock Nelson. So it is a massive price to pay for the Colorado Avalanche. Cal Ritchie was a team. I'm still getting messages, even just on my way to do the show this morning, people saying NHL GMs can't believe Cal Ritchie got moved. I've been calling about that guy for months. Multiple teams around the league are wondering what they could have done to get in on Cal Ritchie, a can't-miss prospect moving from the Colorado Avalanche to the New York Islanders. And so big price to pay, but then now, as I mentioned, consider the rest of the center market. If you're the Leafs, you want to go out and get a center. That leaves you with Braden Shen at an extremely high price and an uncomfortable contract and cap hit moving forward, plus the no trade clause, and then a check down option, Scott Laughton or Luke Cunnin from the San Jose Sharks. It's not as good looking as it once was when Nelson, Yanni Gourde, and others were in the mix. So teams are left now with less than 4 hours to go until the deadline, having to consider what exactly they can do to improve their team.
Last season, we had 23 deals on deadline day. We will see what today has in store. One of the really unique parts about our show is that you never take your eyes off Frank Seravalli. Frank, we're going to send you over to the insider cam to get to work, but you're going to watch Frank right there on the side of your screen. He'll be working his phone. He'll be making calls, sending texts, and you're going to watch it all happen. In the second he has breaking news, all he's got to do is, boom, tap his little unmute button, and he's giving it to you. So we give you the news faster than anybody. It's commercial free as well, and I will put our lineup of analysts right up against anyone, which brings me to our player panel and a couple of former NHLers in Matt Barnaby and Carter Hutton. You know Carter Hutton from the Starting Goalie Show on dailyfaceoff.com. Matt Barnaby, new to the Daily Faceoff family. And Hutz, I guess I'll start with you here. What do you make of this Mikko Rantanen thing? We're getting to another team that's talking contract with him and can't get it done. He's the big fish today.
Yeah, he is the big fish, right? There's been a lot to say about this. And I guess the fact of the matter now, teams holding out on him, seeing what he's done so far since this trade, right? He's a guy that gets moved out of Colorado, obviously McKinnon and Makar carrying the mail there. And now it comes down to where he wants to play. I feel like, I guess for him, selfishly, he's earned the right to do what he wants. But to me, the sex appeal of getting to play in Dallas and sign that big deal, a tax-friendly state, makes a lot of sense for a team that's going to be good for a lot of years. But I guess when you hold the keys to the castle, it's your choice. So it's really going to be interesting to see how this one plays out today, Ty.
Matt Barnaby, this is our first time doing a show together, so I'm comfortable with Hutz. I don't have the nickname sorted out for you. I might just spitball a whole bunch and send them your way throughout our 5 hours together. But what do you make of the Rantanen thing? I'll give you a word on that.
First of all, I have a few, some that we can't use on the air. So Rantanen, listen, like Hutz said, he holds the keys to the car, right? He decides where he's going to go, when he's going to go. This Carolina thing, what a debacle that is. But if he can go to Dallas, I played in Dallas, a phenomenal spot. They have a good team. This is a guy that could push them over the top. Frank talked about Florida with the LTIR you have with a Tkachuk that could be out. That could be a possibility. But whether this show today, I get to look at Frank Seravalli for 5 straight hours on the side. That's like a bonus to this whole Rantanen thing. But anyone that gets Rantanen, if he does move, it's a win for that team. It's a win probably for Rantanen because he's going to demand the contract that he wants. And it's just a cluster, you-know-what, for the Carolina Hurricanes.
Well, it is. And, if you don't get this, or if this contract doesn't get done with Dallas, and, if you're Mikko Rantanen, I don't think you're facing any sort of pressure to go agree to something with Dallas that you don't want to. I get that they can offer you the 8th year, and if you don't get moved at this deadline, Carolina's the only team that can offer you that. But, if you're Rantanen, you feel no pressure to sign this contract, do you, Carter?
No, I don't think so. The only thing that I would be a little bit worried about is the fact in Carolina it hasn't gone well, right? He's still going to get his money, but if, say, this next stretch goes well as the season tightens up and he's not able to produce, I think he can only hurt himself in that sense, right? We're getting the guaranteed deal right now. We've seen this many times where guys change landscapes and it doesn't work, right? And he's leaving McKinnon and Makar, which I think can be a little bit of a hangover in the fact of where it's been. But I also err on the side of the Four Nations Cup was kind of immediately, right? He hasn't really had a chance to hunker down in Carolina and get used to it. And Barnaby, we've changed cities. We've bounced around. There is a little bit of familiarity that you need to settle into as, getting to the rink. Where are you staying? What's going on? So I think that comes into effect. But for him, either way, he's going to be a rich, rich man, whether it's today or it comes July 1st.
If it's me, I'm taking the 8th year. I'm going to find a place. I think that he does get moved. You said it. It's hard to go back in a room when you know that you've already been traded. Now you have to accept it. So wherever he lands, I think he does get traded today. I think he does sign an extension or in principle be very close to it. Why give up that 8th year? That's a lot of money to be giving up, at where he is and what he's done. And yes, moving cities, I've had easy transitions when I got traded to Colorado. I had 9 points in my first 13 games with Colorado. I've also been to Tampa and had 0 points in my first 13 games. So it's finding the right place, finding the right mix, finding everything that goes along with being traded.
There's a bunch of names that could trade spots throughout the course of the next few hours here that I think would be surprising, but none would be harder to adjust to than the guy who's rocketed up to number 5 on Frank's trade targets board, and that is Brad Marchand of the Boston Bruins. Listen, Boston is stumbling further and further out of the playoff mix. He is a pending UFA, and there's always that thinking that, hey, if you don't think you're going to get him extended, why risk losing him for nothing? But Matt, I'll start with you on this one. Brad Marchand, 36 years old. I mean, he's got 47 points. There's gas in the tank here for this guy. But just the image of seeing him in a jersey that's not a Boston Bruins jersey would be crazy.
Yeah, and I can't see it being in the Eastern Conference. Can you imagine trading him to, a rival like Toronto and seeing him in a Toronto Maple Leaf jersey? No, it's going to be a Western Conference team, but this is the landscape we're in, and Boston's in a place. You could throw Pittsburgh into that, where they have 3 aging superstars that probably won't be moved. It's probably the best for the team. Listen, I'm a football fan. Green Bay moved on from Brett Favre, came to my New York Jets, okay? Aaron Rodgers, end of his career, came to my New York Jets. Where do they end up? They end up with a Jordan Love. That's their quarterback for the next 15 years. It's the right thing to do for franchises. Just sometimes it's really hard to pull that trigger. So Brad Marchand's an intriguing guy to be on that board. And I wouldn't be surprised if they can't come to an extension that he does get moved.
It'd be crazy, Huts.
For me, I think it's one of those things that I agree with you, Barnes. It just seems wild, right? That, seeing him in a different jersey, but you look back to it, I think yesterday was the anniversary of the Ray Bourque trade. So talk about something that can happen and possibly will happen. And the other guys that I take away from this with Brad Marchand being a UFA and Brock Nelson, similar, they could go back and sign with these teams too. This could just be like, hey, we're not going to make it. We'd rather give you a chance. You're getting old. Go have a chance. You're going to help our organization out, which obviously means a lot to these teams. And then, hey, come back and take a team-friendly deal. You can ride off in the sunset and play the rest of your days out here if that's what you want. Where I think guys take that into account, right? You're leaving this team in a good place. And I think Brad Marchand showed at the Four Nations Cup, he still has gas in the tank, right? That was best on best, and he played well. And I think his numbers are a bit skewed this year. He came off of how many surgeries did he have this year? A bunch of stuff. At the start of the year, everyone thought he had lost a step. He was far behind. He's proved he can still play. And one thing I think we've learned now in the NHL is you still need some guys with some bite come playoff time, right? I know we have skating and we have skill. It's promoted. Now we look at the Chuck brothers and what else can you bring, right? And Brad Marchand still has that edge. So I think there's a ton of value in what Brad Marchand brings here for any of these teams looking to make a push.
The only thing is, I'm sure that team-friendly deal has already been offered and he's turned it down. So I'm sure he is looking to get paid. But yeah, I agree with you. It's a landscape right now that, Boston Bruins have to do what's best for their franchise, and they can sign him in the offseason. If I'm Brad Marchand, I'd want to go compete for another Stanley Cup. I know the allure of being like Mario Lemieux and playing for the same franchise your whole career. I get that. No one's going to remember if he goes on a playoff run and he loses and signs back with the Boston Bruins. I think that's overstated. Now, I was a journeyman. I played for many different teams. I'm not a superstar like a Brad Marchand, but if I'm him, I want a chance to compete for a Stanley Cup. And if I want to go back to Boston in the offseason, then I do it.
Yeah, and again, that is something I'd be intrigued to see, even with a guy like Brock Nelson, who went yesterday for an absolute haul. It's like, man, they get a haul for him, and what if he just on July 1 calls up Lou Lamoriello and was like, by the way, I'm back. I want to be back. Then you're sitting there and you're going, wow, you got a first in Cal Ritchie, and you lost out on 20 games of Brock Nelson for it. So, again, that is something. We don't see it a ton, but that door's always open. Matt, Carter, we are going to be discussing a whole bunch of things throughout the rest of the show. 3:44 until the deadline. The timer continues moving. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a breather and get everybody introduced to our analyst panel for the day. That is Jonny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey with Colby Cohn. He is one half of that show. And Nate Thompson, the former NHLer as well. Nate, welcome to the media side of Trade Deadline Day. I mean, 11:15 a.m. Eastern time on Deadline Day as a player, I'd imagine was pretty nerve-wracking. As a media member, we're chilling.
Yeah, this is a lot easier than being on the other side, I'll tell you that for sure. For free, I'll tell you that, definitely.
Jonny, what do you make of everything we saw last night? I mean, the Rantanen Dallas thing that was like, whoa, it's happening, it's not happening, and then even the Brock Nelson deal and him going for as much as he did.
Yeah, listen, I've been talking about Colorado all year long, saying that they're my cup pick. They're so fun to watch. I'm an East Coast guy. They're the team that I stay up till 1 a.m. watching. I love watching Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and those guys fly around. And when you add Brock Nelson to that mix, and with the way Mackenzie Blackwood has played in goal since they acquired him, I think the Avalanche are as dangerous as anyone else in the NHL. And to see Makar and McKinnon put up 6 points last night, 5 points for McKinnon, I mean, this team is loaded, and the Western Conference is shaping up to be a dogfight, I think, come first round of playoffs.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I want to get to some story time and all of that good stuff as we work our way through the day, but let me really make you put on the analyst cap here, Nate. I want to pull up from our friends at Bet365 the Stanley Cup odds for this year and where they sit right now. We have a three-way tie at the top of the board between Edmonton, Florida, and Dallas. Other teams who are kind of buzzing around the top 9 or 10 include Carolina, Washington, Winnipeg, Vegas, Colorado, and Toronto. Tampa Bay comes in at 10th at 13-1. Nate, let me ask you, who's one of the contenders you're looking at and being like, hey, they're facing a lot of pressure to do something here in the next 3 hours?
I mean, for me, I think it's Winnipeg. I think that the year they've had, how many, different runs they've gone on, and they just can't get over the hump. And I believe that this is the year that they kind of need to make a little bit of noise at the trade deadline. I thought, and I agreed with Frank when he talked about getting Brock Nelson for a second line center there, and obviously they couldn't do that. And I just think Winnipeg, they're in a phase in a transition time that they have to win now.
Boys, we got our first trade of the day. Frank's giving me the signal. Let's get to it here. Mr. Seravalli, what do we got?
So we've got a deal developing between the Buffalo Sabres and Ottawa Senators. I can confirm that Dylan Cousins is being traded from Buffalo to Ottawa. Cousins was number 27 on our trade targets board this morning. Kevin Weeks has reported that the package coming back includes Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker. So interesting swap. Two guys both signed long-term. You've got Cousins at $7.1 million for 5 more seasons. You've got Josh Norris at a few more seasons at $7.9 million. And it's interesting because, you look at what Dylan Cousins did at the beginning of his career as a 21-year-old, 31 goals and 68 points. Josh Norris has that same high-end potential, but he's had significant shoulder injuries. So certainly some risk on the Buffalo Sabres end. They're looking for top-end players, and they get one who has that potential in Norris, but also might be selling at the lowest value of Dylan Cousins, just 11 goals and 20 assists for 31 points this year. Obviously on track for about half of what he did as a 21-year-old. So lot to sift through. I still think there might be another piece part of this deal, but that's an interesting one to chew on for a while to start off the day.
Yeah, that is not a bad one. Last year, our first deadline deal was Evgeny Kuznetsov to the Canes. I think this one has that beat. Dylan Cousins to the Ottawa Senators, Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker going the other way. Frank, we'll let you continue to work out the details of that one and send you back to the insider cam. Let's go back to Laz and Nate quickly since I kind of cut them off. I'll make it up to you boys and give you the first word on this one. Nate, what do you make of Dylan Cousins going north to Ottawa, the workhorse from Whitehorse?
I love this. I'm a huge fan of Dylan Cousins. I think it adds even more bite to the Ottawa Senators. I mean, Dylan Cousins is a guy I see as a possible guy that could be kind of a Selke type player, in the way he plays a 200-foot game. He has offensive flair, obviously. I think this is a great move for Ottawa.
Last.
I actually don't like it for Ottawa. I got to be honest. Just being friendly with Shane Pinto, I know how much Josh Norris is loved in their locker room. And obviously this is the first time in the past few years where Ottawa has actually been in that playoff picture. And, from what I've seen and what I've heard, when you take away chemistry like that at this point of the year, like who knows what those guys' relationships will be like with Dylan Cousins. And, obviously Norris has had his injuries, like you both mentioned, like Frank mentioned about the shoulders and stuff. And I think there's only been like 200 or so games where they've had like Norris and Pinto actually in the lineup at the same time. And then you add Bernard Docker in too, who was a great defenseman in college, who hasn't necessarily stepped into the NHL and made a big name for himself yet, but has that high ceiling. I think it is a riskier move for Ottawa than it is for Buffalo. But for the Senators, I think to mess with the chemistry right now with them actually being in the playoff picture, I don't know. It's iffy, but obviously to Nate's point, they're getting a really strong player in Dylan Cousins in return. Just Nate, you could speak more to it about, messing with the feng shui of a locker room at this time of the year.
Before Nate does that, actually, Frank's got some more details on this one. So let me go right back to our guy, Frank Seravalli. Frank, what do you have? Oh, you're muted, Frank.
Yeah, we actually have another deal. It's The Washington Capitals are acquiring Anthony Beauvillier from the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for their own second-round pick this year. The Caps had 2 of them. They send the worst of those 2 picks, well, theoretically at least, based on the standings at this point in time. So they take on Beauvillier, who's had quite a bit of an adventure when you consider his last couple years. He's gone from Vancouver to Chicago to Nashville. Those were all 3 teams in one season: Van, Chicago, Nashville. Pitt this year, and then Washington. So that's 5 teams in 2 seasons time, and a guy that actually had a pretty good rebound this year. And I watched his first round series last year against the
Hurricane?
I'm trying to sort this out. Did he? Yeah, so he played for Nashville against Van.
Okay.
If I could get this, because he played for both in the same season. He played for Nashville against Van, and he was actually pretty good in that first round series last year. So interesting ad for the Caps. We knew they weren't going to be doing too much, but that's a guy that they believe that can add some depth to their team. And one thing to keep an eye on for the Washington Capitals, their big trade deadline addition is going to be Ryan Leonard out of Boston College whenever his season is over. So that's the big boy.
Yeah, that's fair. Beauvillier, 13 goals in 63 games going to the Washington Capitals. Thank you, Frank. Let's just quickly wrap up with Nate and Laz here, and then we'll get back to our main panel. But Nate, I'll let you finish your thought there on just this Cousins deal. And I mean, hey, Buffalo even getting a guy like this is an interesting swap. Norris, 20 goals on the year. He's a guy who's proven he can get to that 35 goal range before can't stay healthy. So while he battles health, Cousins battles inconsistencies. There's a ton of risk on either side here.
Yeah, I think there is whenever you're making a deal like this, but I see it as, like I said, Dylan Cousins is a guy that younger guy, also, like I said, plays a 200-foot game. And I think for me, like Ottawa is in a position where they need to make the playoffs this year. Like if they miss the playoffs, it's a huge fail. So I don't mind the trade, and I like the fact that they are probably going to have Dylan Cousins for a while now too, So I think you have to look at that for long-term as well.
Yeah, tons and tons of term on that deal for a guy like Dylan Cousins for both players, really. Nate, Jonny, I'll let you guys go chew on that one as we circle back to our main panel of Carter Hutton and Matthew Barnaby. And boys, we got our first big stunner of the day. And Matt, you're both former Sabres. Matt, I'll let you go first. What do you make of this swap, Dylan Cousins out in Buffalo?
Yeah, I played for the Sabres for a lot of years. I've been tied to that organization in city for 25 years. It's been a tough run, a tough go for Buffalo Sabres fans. Dylan Cousins always leaves you wanting more, but there's a lot more that you can get. Josh Norris has been offered up to everyone, guys. That shoulder is hanging on by a thread. And I watched him at Michigan. He is a heck of a player, a heck of a skater, but he's been offered up to everyone. There was no way he was going to make it through this trade deadline. It's just what could they get in return? I think Ottawa does very well here in getting Dylan Cousins, even if he is inconsistent. Further to the point in talking about locker rooms, chemistry is such a huge part, and I know that Ottawa locker room is very, very close, having lived in Ottawa the last 10 years and seeing the transition from Kachucks and Giroux and the Sandersons. But he fits into that mold, and he is a 200-foot player. He's a big kid with a lot of upside. So I like it. I really like it for the Ottawa Senators. They have to make the playoffs. They have to take that next step. And Josh Norris, if he can stay healthy, it's going to be a good deal for the Buffalo Sabres. I'm just not trading for a guy that's had 3 shoulder surgeries before he's 25 years old.
Yeah, that's a lot to go off of, Barnes. I'm with you there too. I guess maybe that buyer beware with Norris, right, and his body and where it's at. And I think for them, just adding a little bit of grit down their lineup. I was able to play with Cousins in Buffalo. My last year there was his first year. A good kid. He's a good kid off the rink. I guess maybe my only concern about this is, he gets that big contract early, right? They give him 7 years, $49 million early. And I know we're betting on guys, right? We've seen it with Samuelson now in Buffalo as well. Like they give him those long-term deals. Something that I saw a lot of when I was in Nashville too, right? They would bet on guys. I remember at one point, Yossi, we used to bug because he was so underpaid. We always make sure he was okay to buy groceries, right? Because he had signed so many years. And I don't never knock a player for getting paid, but I think for Cousins, it just leaves you wanting more. And I think that's a great way to put this, right? Because he has a guy that has a chip on his shoulder. He can play well. He can do it all, but he just wanted a little bit more in Buffalo, right? And this is a team you want to see win for this market. So I hope this move goes on. And I hope this is going to be a shot in the arm for him to be like, you're on the cusp of being in the playoffs. You're going to go to Ottawa. You can be a difference maker. And I didn't know if last night was kind of the last straw. You know what I mean? I watched Rasmus Dahlin getting fed from Cirelli and Hagel in the net, and Cousins is on the perimeter, not really protecting his captain. And I know Ray Ferraro had a rough night last night, giving it to the Sabres. It's tough for me to swallow, but I feel like they're at a point where they need to do something, right? They need to, at least, if you're not going to win games, you need to send a message to your fan base and to your team that you're for real. And hopefully this will be great for Dylan Cousins, because he is a good kid. He has the contract. Now go out there and prove that you can get it done in Ottawa.
There was an analyst out there I was watching yesterday saying that Buffalo's looking to bolster their lineup for a playoff run. I'm like, what? A playoff run? We're like 20 points out of a playoff spot. We're not bolstering our lineup. But I do agree, the fan base. I was there last month for Rob Ray's induction to the Sabres Hall of Fame, and I saw what happened the next game after his induction, where no one came in to protect Tage Thompson, arguably your best player. And then we're talking about trading maybe Alex Tuck, who fits into exactly what you want your team to be like. So things have to happen. This isn't going to be a playoff team. It probably won't be a playoff team next year. It's just where they are. If I'm there, I look to move a guy like Bowen Byram, because you have Dahlin, you have Owen Power, you have a lot of the same player. Now they need some grit in that lineup, because that's a soft team. So hopefully, like you said, a shot of adrenaline, a shot in the arm to this organization, because something has to change.
Yeah,
I'm
they
with you
really
there,
do
Mark.
shake things up. You do feel as well for a guy like Josh Norris, who after grinding away years and years in Ottawa, you're 20 games away and being like, hey, I might finally get to the dance with these guys. And you're shipped out, you're going to Buffalo. That is the other side of this, of the deadline, Huts.
Yeah, I agree. But this is the life we choose as professional hockey players. I remember one time sitting in a meeting with Doug Armstrong, and we were at a pregame skate in Calgary, and we had a bunch of guys in and out of the lineup. I was there just as the backup goalie. And I remember him having this conversation with a bunch of younger players, being like, this is your time to grab it and run with it. You have an opportunity here. But just so you know, like, you chose this life. You chose to be a professional hockey player, and this is what comes with it. It's the inconvenient truth at times. And, I think sitting on the other side of this now in media, you forget, right? But we are humans. We deal with it, but this is what we chose to do. And I think for Dylan Cousins, he's got paid. He's expected his game to be held to a certain standard, and he hasn't done it. And I think as we look at the Atlantic here, they just keep beefing up, right? There's teams that they need depth. They need guys. And I think you look at even the fact of the matter is, like, when you're going to face Florida, Sam Bennett, you talk about Toronto, even Matthew Nyes, that style of player, where I think Dylan Cousins can be that player, but he just needs to consistently do it. And I guess maybe I get worried, the old school in me, the sense of you give a guy 7 years, $49 million, and then all of a sudden his game drops off. It's like, well, you did give him the keys to the castle, right? And I feel like this is something that Buffalo dealt with when I went there. I remember coming from St. Louis, where we had a more mature team. We had a bunch of veterans. I walk into that room and you have Eichel, you have all these guys that were anointed the next ones right away. And I feel like it still needs to be earned, or there needs to be a culture developed. And I think for Dylan Cousins, this is going to be a great change of scenery and hopefully help the Buffalo Sabres.
I totally agree with you. Great analogy. Claude Giroux is going to be so important at holding him accountable, because he holds everyone in that room accountable. He's the hardest worker on the ice, hardest worker off the ice, and he will demand that Dylan Cousins is at his best.
Yeah, and I also think, listen, I don't have the mindset of a professional. I guess that's why you guys are here. But, like, for Dylan Cousins, is there maybe a little bit of, like, you're going to walk into a room that, yes, it has the Claude Giroux, but also a room that is tight-knit and is right on the precipice of making the playoffs and snapping out of this slump. Like, to me, if that doesn't bring out the best in you as an athlete, what are we even doing here?
Yeah, and I think just the mindset of the Ottawa Senators, right? Knowing that they're in this, right, to win it, right? Because I've been on the other side of it. I remember playing in St. Louis one time, and we were borderline, kind of like Ottawa, in the hunt, and we traded Paul Stastny away. And it's like an instant shot, and like you just feel like you're like, oh, they don't believe in us, right? They don't think we have a chance. Where now if you're Ottawa, you're like, hey, we're doing this. We're beefing up, and we have a former Vezina Trophy winner in Linus Ullmark who's healthy now. He's playing well. He's going to get to his game. It's like we have a legit shot at this. And that being said, the East is up for grabs here. Like, there's like, I know Tampa Bay and Florida's loaded up, but like, I feel like you get a chip and a chair in this Eastern Conference. You got a chance to win, Barnes. That's kind of my feeling right now about the East as well.
Yeah, I think Florida is going to do some things here in the next 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 53 seconds. I think they're a team to really look at. Listen, if you're Dylan Cousins, you went from a miserable I mean, miserable situation. You're going through a bad divorce with your wife, and you just went and got a 21-year-old rocket that wants to be your girlfriend. I mean, you're going to a team that has a chance to make the playoffs. I remember going from the New York Rangers. We were miserable. 3 years without the playoffs with all the names. And I get a call from Pierre Lacroix, God rest his soul. And he's like, Matthew, you've just been traded to the Colorado Avalanche. I mean, you couldn't wipe a smile off my face. Maybe a little different than Ottawa with the guys that I went there with. But certainly this is exciting times to be leaving Buffalo and going to Ottawa, a chance to play in the playoffs. Because that's what we play for, right? Like everyone always asks me, do you miss the NHL and playing? I go, I don't miss the 82-game grind. I don't miss the workouts. I don't miss the fighting. You know when I miss it? Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. All right, boys. We are going to continue along with the show. Going to give you guys a quick little breather here. The Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline special brought to you by our friends at Bet365. And another part of the show, the one guy we haven't introduced you to yet is Matt Larkin. He handles our trade grades, and they are brought to you by J.P. Wiser's, proud to be the official whiskey of the NHL, offering Canadian hockey fans a premium drink choice to enhance every game night experience. J.P. Wiser's, the official whiskey of game night. Matt Larkin, we got a couple to chew on here. We'll get your take on Cousins for Norris in just a second, but last night at midnight, Brock Nelson and that big price tag. I'm very curious how you grade this one.
Yeah, that was an interesting one for me, Tyler. I'm so proud of the New York Islanders. I'm so proud of Lou Lamoriello for finally ending this game of denial, seeing this team stuck in neutral forever. I've been very hard on him. And maybe this trade kind of saved him from himself. We know that they were trying to re-sign Brock Nelson. Apparently, they're still trying to re-sign Kyle Palmieri. But I love what the Islanders did here. They finally realized this is an extreme seller's market. You don't just get a first-round pick. You get what is now your top prospect immediately in Cal Ritchie. Really intelligent player, dominant in the OHL right now. And I think he's going to be slotting in at least to your top 9 next season. I could see him competing for a spot on the top 2 lines next season. So finally, you're turning over a new leaf and you're acknowledging we don't have the horses. We haven't had them for years. So this is a coup for the Islanders. They get an A. The Colorado Avalanche, Tyler, for me, I like it because this is a win now team. You understand with Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, you're in your window. You've been chasing that number 2 center ever since Nazem Kadri left and then JT Compher. Casey Middlestat, they thought it was him. He showed it last year. It didn't really stick. He hasn't been that guy. So Brock Nelson, he slots right in. He helps you win now. He can play in all situations. So I do love it in the immediate for the Colorado Avalanche. The only thing is, if there's no extension baked in, surrendering Ritchie is part of this deal. That is a really steep price. I know it is a seller's market, but that's a lot to give up. And I think if there was an extension as part of it, then I'd see the trade differently. Still like it overall, so it's a B for the Colorado Avalanche.
Let's move along to the one we just got here. An absolute banger in the first 30 minutes of the show. It's Dylan Cousins going to the Ottawa Senators. Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker going to Buffalo. Again, that's the framework sort of the deal. We'll see if there's some other little pieces involved. But just in that shell of Cousins for JBD and Norris, how do you grade it on either side?
Yeah, based on what we know so far, I really just feel this desperation from Kevin Adams emanating from Buffalo right now. And it traces back to the sort of pleas he made earlier this season, talking about the lack of palm trees and it's hard to get people to stay. He shells out $8.5 million for Jordan Greenway and Jason Zucker in the last couple of days as well. And I think this is a bit of a reactionary trade, feeling the need to do something. You're bringing in Josh Norris, who's 2 years older than Dylan Cousins. As the guys have already said, there's an extreme injury history there. Especially, it's not like it's a bunch of freak things happening. It's the same body part, the same shoulder. So to me, that's extremely concerning. We know that Norris has ability, 35-goal scorer, but just the injury risk alone makes it problematic for me. And then Jacob Bernard-Docker, okay, good. Buffalo needs right-handed defensemen. But he's 24 years old. To me, you file him under, we would know if he was going to become a thing by now. I think he's going to top out as a third-pairing defenseman in the NHL. So I think this is a pretty underwhelming return, considering that I believe that Kevin Adams could have been the belle of the ball here, fielding offers for Dylan Cousins. It's a C- for me. For the Ottawa Senators, it's a B+. I think that Cousins has a higher ceiling. He's obviously a lot more durable. He can do a lot of different things, play in all situations. I think when he reaches his peak and he's at his sort of top of his game, I think there's going to be a little bit less pressure. The Senators are deep up the middle, of course, with Tim Stützle. They've got Shane Pinto as well. So you can slot Cousins in anywhere you want. And what intrigues me, Tyler, you look at Team USA in the Four Nations when they experimented with Brady Tkachuk on a big man line and how effective it was. Now you have the option to play around and try Dylan Cousins with Brady Tkachuk and see if they can bully everybody in sight. So overall, I like the trade. I can't give Ottawa an A because Dylan Cousins has struggled over the last couple of years, but it's a B+ based on the upside and getting out from under Josh Norris.
Yeah, again, there's risk on either side here, but I would always kind of go with Matt. The best ability is availability, right? Like if Dylan Cousins, if the risk there is that maybe he's an expensive third-line center for you, then it's like, at least you have an expensive third-line center. For the Sabres, if you don't have Josh Norris and he's in and out of the lineup and he's hurt every year, like, then you don't have anything to show for this, right?
It's true. And I do feel for the Sabres because it's sort of the, lots of pressure. Do something, Kevin Adams. And then he finally does something. And it's like, no, not that. Do something better. And it's tough. You're trying to move the needle and you're bringing in a player who could make an impact. But I just feel like this was the wrong deal. I think maybe Buffalo would have been wiser to go a little bit backward to go forward, maybe get a package that involves a first-round pick, a younger prospect. But you're bringing in someone who made your team older and you upped your risk. So I'm a little concerned. As for Ottawa too, I like the fact that they're doing something bold. I know there's talk of their room chemistry, but this team lost 6 of its last 10 games. They need to get going. And I like the idea of injecting some new life into that room.
Yeah, Matt, appreciate it. We'll chat with you in a few minutes here when I'm sure we'll have another trade soon. Trade Grades brought to you by our friends at JP Weisers. We are 40 minutes into today's show, 40 minutes or 3 hours and 20 minutes away from the deadline. I'm not even done my first Timmy's yet, and we already got a big deal to talk about. And speaking of Tim Hortons, Roll Up to Win is back, and it's your chance to get in on millions of prizes just by swiping your thumb. Imagine turning your routine Tim's run into an unforgettable vacation with Sell-Off Vacations. $1,000 racketing cash prize or an all-new, all-electric 2025 Volkswagen ID Buzz. Even the simple joys of winning a free coffee, which is quite literally all I want to do with this. I just want one win. You can get all of that by playing Roll Up to Win. Rules apply. Canada only. No purchase necessary. Download the Tim's app for more details. We got some deadline stories from our friends around the hockey world. Every player's got a unique deadline story to tell. Let's take a listen to our first one with Anthony Stewart.
Anthony Stewart here with my trade deadline story or stories. And I haven't had the luxury or misfortune of being traded at the deadline, but a couple teammates and or family members have gone through some crazy stories. And one that comes to mind is my early days in Florida Panthers. Ruslan Saleh, rest in peace, found out that he got traded while he was on the bike watching Trade Center. So a tough time to figure out that you're getting traded live on air. And another story that comes to mind was my brother Christopher got traded to the Buffalo Sabres, and TSN Trade Center actually gave him a call, and he found out on the phone. So I think it was James Dutty. How does it feel to be a Sabre? And he said, I guess great. So those are pretty funny stories, and I'm sure this upcoming trade deadline is going to be another doozy.
How's it feel to be a Sabre? Well, I'm just finding out I'm a Buffalo Sabre. Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Special brought to you by Bet365. Let's go back to our boys Carter Hutton and Matt Barnaby. Matt, what was the weirdest way you ever found out you were getting dealt?
Yeah, it was. I don't think it was weird the way I got dealt. It was just weird when I didn't get dealt, because when I was in Buffalo, 98, 99, we just came off a year where we won the Northeast Division. We had a really good run in the playoffs. Ted Nolan won the Coach of the Year and then wasn't re-signed. So I kind of took that and asked to get traded. Lindy Ruff came in. I was a little immature, not knowing the business side of it, and I love Ted Nolan. He gave me a chance to play in the National Hockey League and be the player or become the player that I became for the next few years. So I had asked to get traded only because of my loyalty to Ted Nolan. And it lasted a year and a half. I went through a deadline, and at that deadline, we were in Calgary. I got on the team plane. I had probably 6 suitcases, hockey bags filled with clothes, knowing I'm getting traded at the deadline. There's no chance after a year that they aren't trading me. So we're skating around, and Darcy Regier was our general manager, and I'm just waiting for him to come. I keep looking at the bench, waiting for me to call me over. I'm going to Tampa. I'm going to Pittsburgh. I'm going to New York, hearing all the rumors. They called Jason Daw over, who loved Buffalo, did not want to get traded. And they're like, Dawsey, we just traded you. I can't remember if it was the Islanders or the Montreal Canadiens. And I just remember him looking at me in superlatives, screaming across the rink. He goes, you want to get traded and they won't trade you. They trade me and I want to stay here. It was another year before I got traded to Pittsburgh, but I was never surprised because when I got traded all the times at the deadlines, I had asked to get traded only because of where I was contractually going forward or where our team sat with the New York Rangers. We weren't making the playoffs, went to Colorado, but the one in Buffalo I asked for about a year and a half. So it was never a surprise, on pins and needles a few years, but at the same time, that story just always gets me because Dawsey, we're 51 years old and he still reminds me of it.
That's funny. That's great stuff, Barnaby. Yeah. And obviously you moved around a little more. Me, I guess I was that 1 year in St. Louis where I really thought I potentially would get traded. My agent had talked with them because we were on the outside looking in and I had a good year and I would be like kind of a backup plan to go to a team that was a contender. But when I did get traded my last year of my career, it was actually a funny one because I was on the IR. I signed in Arizona and I had played 3 games. Don't look those stats up, everyone, because that was a rough 3 games for me at the end of my career. I came back from ankle surgery and I was never really the same. And so Bill Armstrong kind of had me around. He's a great guy. He knew I was a veteran, and I still went to work every day. I worked hard. I did my thing. I tried to be a leader around the guys. So he was taking me on road trips. I remember one point I was gone for a week. We did rookie party. I wasn't even close to playing. So my wife would always be like, why are you going on all these road trips? So I was just like, hey, they want me around the guys. I'm going to do what I need to do. And it was a great time. And then I remember one day I had a workout and I was at the rink and my phone rings and it's Bill Armstrong. He's like, hey, do you have some time to, grab a coffee? So I go meet him and he kind of had a deal in place where it was like he was going to move me and I would help the team out. And that other team just kind of wanted to take my contract on. You know how there's always the game of chess that goes on behind the scenes. And I didn't know what the team was going to be. And it ended up being the Toronto Maple Leafs. And at that point, it worked out pretty well for me because they were like, we don't even need you to come. I was on the IR. They're like, we just want your contract. It worked out. And then Joseph Wall got hurt. And then Peter Mrazek got hurt. And then I got the call from my agent being like, hey, that's off the table. Now we got to go there. So it was that quick plan of like Arizona and moving. And I kind of told this conversation the other day where I flew up to Toronto to get ready and start training and get ready to go. And my wife and kids were in Arizona. So now we got a dog, we got a house, we got to unpack. So we did it all. And we ended up having to get a car service for our dog to drive our dog all the way up to Buffalo. And I had contacts in Buffalo at that point. So our whole family's in Toronto. Our dog's got to travel across the country. And then from there, we got a car service from Buffalo. Like he had the black car right to our doorstep in Toronto. So we always joke around that. He got the black tie service all the way to our door in Toronto. So that was kind of my only big trade deadline story, but it's funny reflecting on it now.
Yeah, that is good. Guys, just going to pause you for a quick second here. Frank's got something he wants to jump in with. Mr. Seravalli, what do we got? Is it a breaking trade?
Yeah, so great animation, but it's not a trade. Just a quick update on 2 things. You can scratch number 9 on our trade targets board, Kyle Palmieri, off the list. Sources indicate that the Islanders and Palmieri have made progress on a contract extension. It's not done yet, but it's trending in that direction. And I believe that with where the Islanders are in the standings and the return that they got in exchange for Brock Nelson has given them a little bit of flexibility to keep some goal scoring in their lineup. So Islanders and Palmieri have made progress on an extension. I believe the Chicago Blackhawks and Ryan Donato have made progress on their contract extension. Also not done. Don't scratch Donato off the board yet. He's 10. Palmieri was 9, but Palmieri is staying put on the island.
All right. Thank you very much, Frank. So the Islanders, as Frank alluded to there, get a big haul for Brock Nelson and decide to do a little bit of selling and a little bit of keeping as well. One thing we kind of throw around a lot as we bring back in Matt and Carter here is, and again, maybe this is just me being an oblivious fan and outsider of the game, but I always look at a situation like Palmieri and I'm like, why wouldn't you just trade him for 20 games? Go play playoff hockey somewhere, and if he wants to stay, sign him back in July. Matt, is that maybe me just maybe not putting enough stock into what it's like to uproot your life for a few months?
Yeah, listen, I always want to chase a Stanley Cup. I never won one, and everyone always says, is your biggest regret not winning a Stanley Cup? I'm like, no, I wanted to win it every single year. It's just you have to align. So as I got older, I really wanted that opportunity to chase a cup and, had the chance and went to Colorado. It didn't work out with injuries and not the right time at the right place. But yeah, I think we all look at it and we say it over and over. We'll just trade him for 20 games and then re-sign him if you want. How many times does it actually happen when you get to the open market and the money becomes a little bit more for another team? You're like, okay, well, I'm going to take, it's probably my last contract, so I'm going to take it somewhere else. So, theory and reality, right? That in theory, it seems great. It seems like that's what you should do. Trade them, get some picks back, and then sign back in the offseason. In reality, it just happens very, very few times.
Yeah, and the other thing that I always take into account is it's based on the individual too, right? You don't know what his family life is like. And there's that rapport that gets built between a GM and a veteran player, right? Like if you're not really going to get a big haul for him, is it easier to stay? Do you want to move? And then I also value just having your team and younger players still play in meaningful games down the stretch, right? Like if the Islanders get a little run going, maybe they are a few points out and maybe these games mean a little bit more than just 20 games that just get put on the shelf, right? And we've seen that all the time where like Buffalo's a great example, right? They ripped it down to the studs and it still hasn't come back, right? So this is a thing, like it doesn't mean you're going to win just because you start moving guys out and getting people. I think there's a lot of value in playing in important hockey games, right? And whether that is not making the playoffs or it's just playing 20 meaningful games at the end of the season, I think there is a development and experience that comes with that. So for you, Ty, like I know on the outside looking in, you always say like, well, I'm not a professional athlete. I think there is value in that, right? There's value in having younger players be around good pros too, right? And we always talk about this, like you see guys always on the trade market, right? Like for me, Savard in Montreal is kind of that defenseman where he's always on the trade market, but now you have a young team, like it's nice to have him around the whole year. So now it's these guys can't have 20 games to check out. They got 20 games to figure out how to play 82 games. And I think there's value there for me.
What's up, Frank?
Hutz, I just wanted to add one thing quickly, if I could, to the conversation. The point about Savard is really well made, which is why I would call the Montreal Canadiens today a deadline neutral team. They're not going to do anything to massively boost their odds to make the playoffs, but they're also not wanting to cut the legs off of it. And when it comes to someone like David Savard, the other thing to consider is if you trade him away, then you need to take a younger player who might not be ready for that role and thrust him into the position. And that's something that a team like the Montreal Canadiens is definitely wary of right now. Some of these guys aren't ready for that yet when you're playing meaningful games in March. And the last thing you want is a guy that's playing above his head. So Savard, Armia, the Canadiens are going to need a quality offer in order to part with these guys for that exact reason. And the message that it sends, in parentheses, you don't want to become the Buffalo Sabres, where the message to your players is, hey, this season doesn't matter. We may make the playoffs, we may miss, but you want to continue that push because that message, trust me, it may not be said, but guys like Slavkovsky, Caulfield, Lane Hudson, they're all listening to that in the Montreal Canadiens locker room, waiting to see today what's our GM and president going to do.
Yeah,
Frank, what? Frank, sorry, guys. Frank, why is Buffalo even entertaining? Listen, if you get a haul for Alex Tuch, but you're not trading him for prospects and picks. Like he fits right into their demographic where they want to be if they're going to be a playoff team next year or the year after. Like, why is his name? I know teams are calling about him, but why don't you shut that down right away unless you're trying to get the haul? But realistically, he's a guy you want. You can't get rid of him for an equal value piece, essentially.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I get it. But I also think that part of what Buffalo has to wrestle with is that some of these guys are reaching the end of their rope, that they want desperately a change of scenery. And if it's not a formal trade request, they've hit a wall, and the last thing you want is for their play to further deteriorate. So I think there's a number of guys that Buffalo is trying to manage. I'd say 18 out of the 23 plus guys there are unhappy, and understandably so, because you don't have a chance to compete. And beyond that, you are in a position where you don't see light at the end of the tunnel right now after a 14-year playoff drought and year 5 under Kevin Adams, that, you know, you want answers. And I get what some of these players are feeling, which is why they're having these conversations right now about JJ Peterka, and teams are calling. This is a 23-year-old first-line winger who then last night set a new career high in points with 50, and teams are calling left and right. And Buffalo is saying, hey, we have no interest in trading this guy. But on the flip side of that, he's a restricted free agent. You've got this summer coming up, which I've called the summer of offer sheets. And you say, well, how can we possibly be in this spot where we lose JJ Peterka? Should we cut this off at the head, which is sort of what Kevin Adams is weighing right now.
Yeah, the Peterka.
That town is going to go nuts.
Yeah. Frank, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to your insider box. We'll just skirt you back off to the side there. But I do think with the conversation we were kind of having about Palmieri and the Islanders, where they're at, okay, it does make more sense. And I know Frank said not to fully scratch him off the board yet, but like Donato in Chicago, if you're the Hawks, I'm looking at their draft picks right now. They have 2 second-rounders this year, 3 next year, 2 the year after that. And it's like, okay, if someone's going to blow your socks off with an offer, yes, do it. But if you're just going to get another second-round pick, like, send the message to Connor Bedard that, no, we have a good player here, and we're committed to keeping good players in the mix. Like, what are you going to do with a second-round pick? You can't sign all these prospects. You could trade the second-round pick in the summer, and what? Maybe it's like the mystery box. Oh, you could get a second for Ryan Donato and hope that one day you turn that second-round pick into someone like Ryan Donato. Like, I do think there's a lot of value for a team like Chicago, Barnes, to keep good players in the mix here and show Connor Bedard, like, we are not going to have another 5-year rebuild here.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to try to get that pick and try to find a player that can play in the National Hockey League. He might be better than Ryan Donato. Probably not. In the end of the day, as second rounder is probably not going to turn out to be a Ryan Donato. So I'm with you. The numbers always have to make sense, and Frank knows that more than anyone behind the scene with numbers and caps. Something that I don't look into it as much. I'm more of a player guy, and if it makes sense for your team. But yeah, you don't want to be showing your young superstar, we're going to get rid of good players and acquire picks that's going to further delay how we compete for a playoff position. So I'm with you.
Yeah, I think like you look at Tampa Bay and what Brisebois did, like saying that I would rather have a good player now than the fact of like what these picks can be, right? There's always that potential of flops. How many guys have we seen in the first round that end up having a short little stint, right? When you can get a player that's going to help you now, especially a team like that. Obviously, that's the other end of the spectrum with Tampa Bay still having a bunch of stars. But again, I like reflecting on my personal career, right? Obviously, as a goalie, it's a bit different than players, but like my first full year in Nashville, Pekka Rinne was hurt, right? So I got to play 40 games and we didn't make the playoffs, but like we were in the hunt down the stretch. And then as my career progressed and I improved, I would literally draw back upon experience of playing in meaningful hockey games at that moment where it's like, oh, I've been in this situation before. I know what to do. Instead of just always being on the outside looking in where you're just going into games where you know you're going to lose. It's like, oh, we hung around for a little bit. But now you actually have some better experience of being in a big game, right? The Saturday night game against a heavy opponent where you're in the hunt and it's an important game. I feel like that holds so much water for me for these players, these younger guys, where that's where we talk about maybe it's better to just stay put than hurt ourselves and hurt our prospects in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to look just purely based off vibes. I'm a big vibes guy. San Jose is dead last in the NHL, and everything you see out of there is like the boys are having sleepovers, they're laughing. Then you go to Chicago, and I just keep going back to that video of Bedard in the penalty box just staring off into the distance, and I'm like, they could not be any further apart, even though Chicago's racked up a few more wins, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's value there too, right? It looks like the Sharks are having fun. Like even the other night in Toronto, like relentless. Yes, Toronto's on a back-to-back, but it just feels like everyone in that lineup is playing with jump, and you have guys that want to be there. Where in Chicago, it does give you that feel of some guys being checked out. And that's where it's, again, like, I don't want to compare this situation because I don't think it's all the same, but like Jack Eichel in Buffalo, like the guy was like, when I was with him, this guy, like I love Jack Eichel. He's a good friend of mine. But I always would joke that like he was not a good guy when he tied his skates up because he would get to the rink and it was almost like it was just too much losing, too much of this, where you look at some of the guys they've had where you don't want to go through that same program with Connor Bedard. You want him to have some light at the end of the tunnel where it seems that way, where right now I think they need to find, a happy medium, Barnes. I don't know how you feel on that Chicago fit right now.
Yeah, you know what? I played in Chicago in 05 after the lockout, where we brought in a lot of veteran players, myself, Curtis Brown, Jason Cullermar, Marty Lapointe, Nikolai Habibulin. And we had a bunch of young guys. These guys weren't successful. They didn't know how to be pros at the time. Really good guys, and Mark Bell and Tyler Arneson, Kyle Calder. But there was something about you going out but coming to work the next day. And the kids didn't understand that at that time. We were out of the playoffs by November. And like you said, I always prided myself on being a great teammate and being there for my guys. But the last 25, 30 games, I was like, this is miserable. Like, this is not fun to be at the rink. And I've also played on a Buffalo team that didn't make the playoffs my first year in the National Hockey League. That is like San Jose. We weren't good enough to make the playoffs, but man, we loved being at the rink. We loved hanging out with each other away from the rink. And we lost games, but we knew what was going to happen, or at least we had a good feeling about our group. We just needed to get experience and play meaningful games, but we love being around each other. So I think if you look at the tale of two different teams, I can equate it, because I've been in both, where it's miserable and you don't want to go to the rink, and on a team that didn't make the playoffs, where I was like, okay, this team isn't far off from being where we need to get to.
All right, boys, we are getting close to the 1 hour mark of the show. We have exactly two trades so far today, Beauvillier and Norris. I'll give everyone who's watching a quick little recap here in a second. But first, I mentioned it off the jump that we had one trade before our show started at last year's deadline. And in the first 4 hours of the show, we had a total of 15 deals. So right now we're sitting at 2 so far on deadline day. We ended up with 23 last year because 8 came in after the buzzer, which is another reason why this show is going to continue past the deadline mark. We're going to go for another hour because deals are always trickling in. But boys, I'll give you a bit of a breather here at the top of the hour. And for everybody watching, let's do a little reset of everything we've seen over the last, call it 16 to 18 hours in the NHL, some of the trade activity around the league last night, and it just got finalized after midnight Eastern, I believe. The Edmonton Oilers acquiring Jake Wallman from the San Jose Sharks, a defenseman with a bit of term, 1 more year at $3.4 million on that one. We also had Justin Brazeau going to the Minnesota Wild, Jacob Lauko, Murat Kuznetsov, and a 6th-round pick going back to the Boston Bruins last night. The big one that you've heard us talking about a lot tonight is Brock Nelson going to the Colorado Avalanche, the New York Islanders, getting an absolute haul. That includes a 1st-round pick, a conditional 3rd-round pick, prospect Cal Ritchie, Oliver Shillington. The Islanders are also keeping 50% of Brock Nelson's deal. And then the Islanders, by the way, flipping Oliver Shillington to the Anaheim Ducks for future considerations. And then you have Anthony Beauvillier going to the Washington Capitals in exchange for a 2nd-round pick in 2025. So Kyle Dubas scoops up an asset. Washington adds a little bit more depth to their forward group. And the deal that we're waiting to become finalized is definitely the big one today, as Dylan Cousins is going to the Ottawa Senators, Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker going back the other way. Other assets potentially involved, but again, we're waiting for the final details on that one. We got our guy Frank Seravalli working hard over in his insider box. But for now, as we hit the 1 hour mark of the daily Faceoff Trade Deadline special, a reminder, it's presented by Bet365. You can download the app today. Use the promo code NATION. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. And while we have a couple of minutes, wanted to give everyone another chance to take in another deadline story brought to you by our friends at Tim Hortons and Roll Up to Win. This one comes courtesy of former Vancouver Canuck Brendan Morrison.
Hey guys, Brendan Morrison here. And this time of year in the hockey world brings back some memories for me. It's trade deadline week coming up here in a few days, and I was traded early in my career from the New Jersey Devils to the Vancouver Canucks. And I'd actually gone in and spoken to Mr. Lou Lamoriello, earlier in the year about asking for a trade. I had a contract dispute that summer, and we didn't see eye to eye on a couple things. But anyways, fast forward, I played throughout the season, and we're getting close to the trade deadline, and there's a bunch of rumors floating around whether, I was going to get traded or not. And the funny thing is, I was actually over in New York City having lunch with my fiance at the time, and my sister-in-law, and my brother-in-law, who is Daryl Razor Ray, the color commentator for the Dallas Stars. And Razor was on the phone with a radio station out of Toronto, and they were asking him about certain deals that had happened that day. They wanted to get his comments, etc. And right about when he was about to hang up the phone, they said, "Hold on, we have another deal coming across the wire right now." So, he waits a few minutes, or a few seconds, I should say, and all of a sudden they tell him, well, the Canucks just traded Alexander McGillney to the Devils for Brendan Morrison and Dennis Peterson. So Razor is on the phone with these guys. He's like, "Oh, great." He's like, "I'm having lunch with him right now. I'll let him know." So he hangs up the phone and says, "Hey, listen, I think you just got dealt to Vancouver." I'm like, "What?" I mean, back then it was flip phones. There was, no instant news like there is today, or social media. So I didn't hear anything for 10, 15 minutes. And then I got a couple phone calls from buddies who said, "Hey, we see on the ticker here that you've been dealt." I'm like, "I haven't heard anything yet." So, the trade deadline ends at 3:00 Eastern time, and it's now close to 4:00. I'm pulling back into my driveway in New Jersey, and I get a phone call from the Lou's secretary, Marie Carnival is her name. So Marie's on the phone. She's like, "Brendan, Mr. Lamorello would like to talk to you." So I had a pretty good indication that I'd been traded, and that was just confirmation of the deal. So it's always interesting to find out before you actually find out. So that's kind of my trade deadline story.
Big thank you to Brendan Morrison for sharing his trade deadline story, brought to you by Roll Up to Win at Tim Hortons. Let's get right to our guy, Frank Seravalli. Mr. Seravalli, what do we have going on?
Yeah, so a few things. One, let's recap. It's 12 noon. We're less than 3 hours away until the NHL trade deadline. And the number one player on our trade targets board, Mikko Rantanen. Contract extension talks are ongoing between the Dallas Stars and the Rantanen camp. The deal is not dead. So it's obviously been a bit slow going, a little bit more of a grind than many would have anticipated. And there is still the trade agreement in place. Think of the Carolina Hurricanes and the Dallas Stars virtually shaking hands last night just after midnight on what they agreed to be the parameters of this deal, contingent on an extension. No extension, no deal. Rantanen's camp and the Stars are still talking. Actually, I have a trade to announce as well. The Philadelphia Flyers are sending Andrei Kuzmenko toward the bottom of our trade targets board to the Los Angeles Kings in exchange for a 2027 third round pick. So Kuzmenko to the LA Kings
For a third round pick.
for a 2027 third round pick. Okay. So then if we're looking at the rest of the board, and certainly number 6, Brock Besser, it sounds like trade talks are picking up on that front with the Vancouver Canucks. No progress on an extension. They weren't willing to move on term. And judging by the chatter, it's more likely than not that Brock Besser will be on the move before 3 p.m.
All right. So Andrei Kuzmenko on the move for a second time. Rantanen deal not dead. Brock Besser talk definitely picking up. We'll send Frank back to the insider cam, and let's go back to our analyst panel with Jonny, Lazarus, and Nate Thompson. Gentlemen, let me start. We'll go in reverse order here. Nate, what do you make of the Brock Besser talk? Like, Vancouver's a team that is right there with the Calgary Flames for that final playoff spot. They're a team that came into this year with, I don't think it would be unfair to say, Stanley Cup aspirations after the step forward they took last year. Things have just gone totally haywire there, though.
Yeah, I think the first word you think of with the Vancouver Canucks is chaos this year, and what's expired, and what's transpired all season. But I mean, for me, I think that if you can get assets for Brock Besser and get a good maybe player or return back from him, I think you need to do it. I don't know if keeping Brock Besser is going to be good for the Vancouver Canucks in a long-term situation. I know he's a guy that can score at least 20, 25 goals every season, but I just see it as this team, they're at a crossroads a little bit. I know they're banking on the door for a playoff spot, but what direction are you going to go if you're the Vancouver Canucks?
Yeah, Jonny, maybe I'll give you a chance to hop in on this one. The Besser stuff. Do you see a fit out there for him, and what do you make of Vancouver maybe moving more towards dealing over extending?
Well, listen, I think Brock Besser is a guy that any team on the playoff bubble right now would love to have. I mean, he can score goals. He plays a little bit physical. He gets around the front of the net. But like Nate was saying with Vancouver, we talked about this earlier in the year on Morning Cup of Hockey, and I think there's so many comparisons just because, obviously you can look at the Hughes brothers and make that comparison, but you think back to the Devils 2 years ago, that magical run they had in 2022-23, and all the hype just goes up into the following season. Everything went right for them that year. Jack Hughes was a standout player. They win a first-round playoff series in a 7-game fashion. They go and take on a tough Carolina Hurricanes team last year. All the magic is there in Vancouver, right? They win a first-round series. They get to a Game 7 in the second round. And now we're all talking like they're a Stanley Cup contender. And then this year, anything that could have went wrong goes wrong, right? So it's crazy how things change from year to year. And, they were a team that had an identity with JT Miller there when they're winning hockey games. And, obviously JT is looking like the wrong player that left, right? We're talking about Elias Pettersson post-trade, and he hasn't done anything to step up and take control of that team. And, I think right now the Canucks are going to go through a bit of an identity crisis. And if you're keeping Brock Besser there, you may as well try and just get assets for him or, try to just change the identity a little bit by moving on from him.
Yeah, I mean, Nate, you played 844 games in the NHL and a handful more, a whole bunch more, I should say, in the playoffs, and you were a part of rooms for multiple seasons as well. Did you ever experience anything like that where you just come into a year with really high expectations, or you come into a year coming off playoff success and, like, can you even give any insight? Like, what allows a room to just slip away like this?
It's funny you bring that up. I signed as a free agent with the Ottawa Senators after being in Anaheim for a few years. And when I was in Anaheim, we were basically contending for the cup every season. And I signed with Ottawa, thinking that we were going to have the same success because Ottawa, obviously the previous year, they lost to Pittsburgh Penguins in the Game 7 of the conference finals. So I signed with Ottawa and going into it thinking that, we're going to have this great season. Well, it turned out to be an absolute disaster. We had injuries, we had locker room issues. And at that time, I, like Barnes, I was, coming towards the end of my career and I wanted to chase cup and I wanted to win. And so I did ask for a trade from Ottawa and we can get in a trade story now, but yeah, I basically asked for a trade. Pierre Dorian, I remember we were at an event and he came and pulled me aside in this back kitchen and said to me, "Hey, there's a team that's interested in you. They're close to your old team on the 405 freeway." And I was kind of like giddy at that moment. I was like, "Oh my God, he's talking about the LA Kings. I'm in Ottawa. I'm going to get to go to LA." And fast forward a couple of days, this trade deadline coming up, and I'm injured out with a growing injury in my house in Ottawa watching the game. They're playing against the Carolina Hurricanes and they take Dion Phaneuf out. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? I get a call right away at home that I got traded to LA Kings. Well, my growing injury all felt pretty good. I'm jumping around my house knowing that I'm getting to go play for the LA Kings. So, there is instances where that does happen, where you think that you're going into a season knowing that, okay, we're going to have a good year. And sometimes it just goes awry and that happens. And unfortunately, that's part of the deal. And this is part of the business.
Yeah. Were you ever, and I'm always curious how much noise the trade deadline creates in a locker room. Like, were you ever a part of rooms where it's like, oh shit, the deadline's today, boys? Did anyone even notice? And were there years where it's like a month out and everyone's like walking on pins and needles being like, okay, who's getting moved? What's the plan here?
Yeah, the biggest one that jumps out to me was when I was playing in Tampa, and that year it was very awkward. Steve Yzerman was the Hockey Canada GM. He was picking for the Olympics, and we had Marty St. Louis, our captain that year. And as you guys remember, Marty St. Louis was having a career season. And initially, Stevie Y did not pick Marty for Team Canada. And that caused a lot of awkwardness in the room. And it was like one big giant elephant was in our locker room, knowing that Marty knew that he wasn't on Team Canada and his own GM didn't pick him. So, before that, obviously Marty ended up getting traded for Ryan Callahan going to New York Rangers. But that was an example where it was tough. It was tough for us. It was tough for Marty, obviously. And it was just a very awkward situation during that time.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Great day for me.
Great day if you're John Lazarus for Rangers fan, for sure.
Jonny, let me ask you a little bit, because I mean, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to almost sit there and go, the Rangers are Vancouver East, like the expectations coming into the year, the way things just kind of fell apart, and the fact that they've been adding and subtracting as the year's gone on. What do you make of what's happening in New York right now?
Well, you say that, Tyler, but they've actually done something about it. And I think that's the hardest thing you can do as maybe upper management in the NHL is look at the roster you have and decide it's not good enough and tear it apart, but tear it apart in a productive way. You know, the Rangers recognized last year, even at their best, they weren't good enough. And it's good to be great, but great isn't going to get you the Stanley Cup. And they've done that now, twice in the last 3 years where they've played against Tampa and they came up short. They played against Florida last year, came up short. And you look at the core of this team and decide it's not good enough and you need to structure and change things around. And that's why you bring in a guy like JT Miller, despite the reputation he was getting early on this year. They trusted a leader like Vinny Trocheck, who knows him very well. They've had Mika Zibanejad and Chris Kreider that played with him when he came into the league, and they know that this guy can step into the locker room and he can bring people into the fight. That's what NHL players love saying, right, Nate? Like, you want a guy that's going to drag him into the fight, and that's exactly what JT Miller does. And, honestly, I wanted to come back on here and talk about the Islanders and extending Kyle Palmieri because I don't know what they're thinking. They just got rid of Brock Nelson. Anthony Duclair was healthy scratch the other night because he's got a nagging groin injury and he can barely skate. Like, what is the point? Matt Barzal is out too. Noah Dobson's had injury issues this season. What is the point of hanging on to a 30-year-old forward right now? And I know Kyle Palmieri scored 30 goals last year and has 20 this year, but I don't know what they're thinking they're going to accomplish this year by hanging on to him. Like, go get a return that you got, like for Brock Nelson. And obviously Palmieri won't get that similar return, but he can get you something. I just don't know what the thought process is over there on Long Island. And I feel frustrated for Islander fans because, Nate, you play for them, like Islander fans are as passionate as any other fan base in the league. And, granted they are in New York, but they're considered a smaller market.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I played with Kyle Palmieri in Anaheim, and I agree. I think the Islanders need to move on from him. And, you guys talked about it. Is there a possibility they could re-sign him? Maybe. But I just believe that the Islanders they need to sell and they need to change things up. And I think that trading Kyle Palmieri, they're going to get so many assets and whatever they need. And I look at a team like the Los Angeles Kings. I know they just acquired, Kuzmenko, but I think that to add a guy like Kyle Palmieri, a guy that has experience, he scored 30 goals. He does play with a little bit of an edge. I think he's a guy that, would help so many teams. So yeah, I agree with you, Johnny. I don't understand the thought process of keeping Kyle Palmieri at this point.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit puzzling, but I guess to continue this conversation about the Eastern Conference a little bit, that chip in the chair kind of mindset here. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, Tampa's loading up and Florida's loading up. Okay, they might play each other in round one. Like, one of those two teams might be going home pretty quickly in these playoffs, and you sit there and look like, how complete of a team is Carolina? What's the state of the New Jersey Devils? Washington's having this unbelievable year, but again, are they a team that can continue that into the playoffs? Like, the idea that you're the Rangers, Johnny, or the Senators, or go through any one of those teams that's right there, if you get in and a goalie gets hot for 3 weeks, and Igor Shesterkin's fully capable of that, like, if they get in, I wouldn't be sitting there going, the Daryl Sutter waste of 8 days line, they're done in a couple of weeks. Like, any team, I think, has a shot in this Eastern Conference, especially the way those teams in the Atlantic are going to beat the shit out of each other.
I couldn't agree more. And that's why, I personally look at the teams like Columbus, Ottawa, Detroit, and even Montreal. I know Frank alluded to Montreal earlier, but you got to think the Canadians want to reward their fans a little bit too this year with how Cole Caulfield's playing. Finally, the 30-goal scorer that we all knew he could be. Patrick Laine coming back from injury and revamping that team a little bit. Lane Hudson, who is probably going to win the Rookie of the Year. Like, there's a lot of good things going on in Montreal. And if you get into a playoff series or a first-round series in Montreal, like, that's not an easy place for a team to go in and play too. Nate, that's another team that Nate played for. Nate basically played for every fucking team in the Eastern Conference. Sorry for the F-bomb there, but I love giving Nate a little crap here and there. But you know what I mean? Like, these teams right now that haven't seen that success over the past few years should want to reward their fan base. And I know, Ottawa just made arguably what is the first trade of the day, or the first maybe big trade of the day, but I still don't think that's what sets them apart, right? Like, if you're Brady Tkachuk right now and you just saw Josh Norris, who's one of your really good friends, leave, like, they still need to do something to make their captain happy over there. I think, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that, you 2 years removed, the Florida Panthers, right? They go into the playoffs. They go against the Boston Bruins, who had a regular season, and they beat him in the first round.
And they got
we
it on
talk about
Chicago beats Pittsburgh and they get in.
and we talk about the parity in this Eastern Conference, and you just never know. I mean, you could see, Boston. I don't think they're going to get in, but you look at Ottawa, right? Like that is a team that's possibly could be a team that might go for a long run. We just don't know.
All right, boys, we got a breaking trade from Frank. Let's hit it. Frank?
All right, so official confirmation and full details on the trade. Dylan Cousins, and I just want to make sure I get this right because there's a lot of moving parts. Dylan Cousins, Dennis Gilbert, and a 2026 second-round pick going to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker. So a little surprised that the Sabres are adding a second-round pick in a deal that, when you consider all the risk and things that we've talked about, including with Josh Norris and the shoulder, that ends up being the deal. But the fascinating part of this trade from the money perspective, or at least from the Sens perspective, is also that this team entered today with $800 and some $1,000 in cap space. If they were going to make a trade work, it would have to be basically dollar in, dollar out. And so Norris and Cousins, for a lot of the reasons we talked about with their cap hits, very similar in term and dollars. And so a near perfect trade for the Sens from that standpoint, and obviously something that they'd been talking about. And I can tell you, just in seeing my inbox here in the last number of minutes, the number of general managers that are frustrated that they couldn't get a Dylan Cousins deal done, there was certainly a lot of interest around the league, I'll tell you that.
Wow. All right. So the Senators end up freeing up just a little bit of money with this deal, but the full deal is done. Thank you very much, Frank. Everybody in the YouTube, tremendous stuff as always. If you're new to the Daily Faceoff YouTube, do me a solid, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Let's get the algorithm going a little bit too, as we welcome back in our main panel of Carter Hutton and Matthew Barnaby. Now that we got the terms on this deal, Ottawa's getting a second-round pick as well. They free up about $800,000 in cap space in the trade. So according to Puckpedia, they do now have $1.68 million in wiggle room here ahead of the deadline. Does that change your opinion of this trade at all, Matt?
It makes it better for the Ottawa Senators. I thought they won the trade, and now it gets even better. And I've known Dennis Gilbert since he's been about 13 years old, depth defenseman for that team, plays very physical, probably the most physical defenseman on the Buffalo Sabres. So great guy, great teammate, clearing cap space. I think they do something else again along here the way. So this is a win-win. I think Frank had it at B+. I'll probably even bump that up a little bit. So I like the deal for Ottawa.
Yeah, I do too. I feel like that second round pick now, again, when I look at this Buffalo deal, especially hearing what Frank said, talking about GMs being interested in Cousins, you'd think there would have been a little more of a haul. Like you think there would have been something from Buffalo. But maybe I'm a bit biased, being the ex-Sabre, thinking that maybe if another piece was thrown in from the Sabres, they could have landed someone who could have had a bigger impact, right? And again, I think this is a deal where right now Ottawa needs to win. Where Buffalo, there's a future with Josh Norris. Now it's going to be hesitant to see how his health is, right? I think that's like the black cloud over this deal is, can he stay healthy? How is that shoulder, right? We've seen this a lot with, I guess, the smaller players, right? We're seeing Jack Hughes go through it right now. How is he going to be when it's done? So I guess maybe that's that impact of these smaller skilled guys, Barnes. Like this is a different NHL, right? We talk about everyone can skate, everyone has skill, but you need that little bit of bite. And again, if he's not going to stay healthy, that's the way this deal is going to play out. So I think time will tell. I think when we get the final grade on this one, depending on Norris's health.
I talked to a bunch of teams. Norris's name was thrown out everywhere. He was offered for a plethora of players around the league, and the concern was the shoulder. When he's playing and he's healthy, I mean, he's a great player, great skater. I always thought he was going to be a number 3 center. I think on a really good team, he's a number 3 guy. Like if he's your number 3 guy, I always go back to slotting. Detroit, when we played, was so good at slotting instead of taking a guy that scored 30 goals one year and bumping him up to the first line, or 20 goals and bumping him up to the second line. Like slotting is so important, playing against guys that you can thrive against. And Josh Norris, as a 2, can he be a really good 2? Yeah, he can, but he has to stay healthy. And the more we hear from this trade, it just makes more sense for the Ottawa Senators. And Frank said it earlier, like, it really seems like Kevyn Adams is just grasping. And we know that there aren't a lot of players that are happy playing in Buffalo. And he's probably inundated from agents and players saying, hey, if you get a chance to move me, I want to be moved. And that's why we hear guys like Alex Tuch moving. But to lose a guy like Dylan Cousins with the upside that he has and going to the Ottawa Senators, I think it's a home run for them.
Yeah, I also think you talked about slotting there. I think sometimes, too, we get a little bit too obsessed with, like, oh, are they a second, a third, like the role you play as well. Like, I think Josh Norris, if you have him, like, it might be jarring for someone to be like, third line center. He scored 35 goals. But if you can give him the offensive matchup where he's not going up against the other team's best players, that's going to allow him to score 30-plus goals in a season. And in Buffalo, like, I'm looking, it's him, it's Yuri Kulich, and it's Ryan McLeod. Like, Josh Norris is their best center now. He's not going to have a chance to play relaxed minutes or anything like that. And again, that can wear on your body.
It can, right? And I think that's where it's so important, right? Like the slotting. I'm with you there. And we see this all the time, right? It's easy to play fantasy sports, right? And what a great example we got this year more than ever was the Nashville Predators, right? And we saw them. They went to free agency. Everybody was like, they won free agency. They got all these guys. It didn't work out. Now getting the right guys to play together. And we just seen it again in the Four Nations Cup, which is a bit different because you have best on best. But again, picking players that can play in the right role, Barnes, for me is so important. And having guys where they're comfortable, where they can succeed, setting them up for success. We see it all the time. One guy gets hurt or one guy gets added. All of a sudden, the guy's playing better minutes, better matchups, and all of a sudden they flourish in it. So I think that's something we're definitely going to watch here, Barnes.
Ville Leno, I think he scored 27 with Philadelphia, signs for like $30 million with the Buffalo Sabres. He was a third liner that played against third pairings. Okay, big difference than going to the Buffalo Sabres and playing on the first line and going up against Nick Lidstrom and Scott Niedermayer and first line defenders. That's huge. It's a big difference playing against third pairing or first pairing D. Like it's massive. Bobby Holik said it best when we were in New York. We gave him $45 million, one of my favorite teammates to ever play. And he said, Barney, did they not watch me play for 10 years? Like, did they seriously not watch me play? If I'm our third line center and I'm on the second power play, first line PK, we probably can contend for a Stanley Cup. I'm our first line center, first power play. Book your vacation, baby, because we are not making the playoffs.
Yeah, and players need to know that, right? I think guys that understand their game and they know where they're slotted well, and it's something that, speaking of Ville Leno, I know I always get tweeted and added into those ones where me and him were one of the worst signings by the Buffalo Sabres. So I don't want to kick Ville Leno while we're down here. But again, I knew what I went into, right? I was in a role where my job, Jason Botterill, was very clear with me. I was going to go in, play 50 games my first year, and then other than that, I was going to help Linus Ullmark. I was trying to, obviously I need to play my game. I think at the end of the day, what's really important to understand for fans and people outside the game is like talent is number one, right? You have to play, you have to be able to contribute and help out. But then there's so many other aspects of the game that go on, right? Like helping teammates and being a leader on and off the rink, right? And at times for me, I was who I was, right? I was a 31-year-old guy who I was kind of at my peak. I went to a team that wasn't great defensively, but in the same sense, we had guys, and like you just touched on with Holik, that weren't slotted right. You had guys, they're butting off more than they can chew. And maybe Dylan Cousins isn't there yet, or Josh Norris. They're still young guys. And I think in this culture and in this league now, we demand guys to be good instantly, right? We see it all the time. We see an 18-year-old come in. Look at Macklin Celebrini this year. All these young guys where sometimes it's going to take them till they're 24. Like they're not done yet, right? It takes time. And I think there's experience and maturity that we just in general in our culture, right? We have Amazon right now. Amazon, everything we do is fast, right? Yeah. We get our information. We want kids to be good, but there takes time and experience and some nurturing. And for me, time in the American League and time taking my bumps and bruises, like really helped me. I had things to draw upon. And I think that's where these players where, yes, Dylan Cousins, it hasn't gone great, but a change of scenery out of the team that drafted you is so important, right? Because you get drafted, you play well, you get the big deal. Now it's like, okay, he's the guy. He's going to bring us to the promised land. Get away from the noise, go somewhere new. I think it could be really helpful for him.
I honestly couldn't agree more. And the expectation in Buffalo, like for a young kid to deal with that every single year, I mean, it's got to be monotonous to walk in every year that you've been in the National Hockey League and you're out of the playoffs by November, and never fault a guy for getting money. The problem is fans and people alike, they judge production on the money that you're given, right? It's just, it correlates with each other. Never fault a guy for getting his money, but with that comes expectations. And when you're a young kid and all you've done is lose, and now you go to a place and a change of scenery and a different leadership and a different expectation and a different vibe. We talk about vibes. Well, now he's going to go to Canada. Buffalo's a great hockey market, unbelievable hockey fans, awesome place to play. But when you're losing and you're playing in front of 7,000 fans, now you're going to go to Ottawa in a Canadian market where you read about it every single day, and expectations is to win, not just show up, but to win. And I think that's huge for a guy like Dylan Cousins at this stage in his career.
Yeah, massive. All right, that is the one big trade we've gotten so far today. A couple of smaller ones just to remind everyone. Anthony Beauvillier going to the Washington Capitals. Pittsburgh picking up a second-round pick in 2025 there. And Andrei Kuzmenko, for the second time this year, is on the go. He is going to the LA Kings for a third-round pick. So Philly adds a little bit of draft capital as well. Turning our attention to Frank Seravalli's trade targets board now, boys. It's up now, dailyfaceoff.com. You see it on the side of your screen flipping through as well. Mikko Rantanen sits at number 1. We heard Frank's update there. The deal between the Canes and Stars definitely not dead yet. But I wanted to talk about some other names that are on his board, and maybe we'll play a little deadline matchmaker here between the three of us. Scott Laughton not on the ice at Philly practice, according to Charlie O'Connor. Huts, where's a spot you could see Scott Laughton? Number 2 on the trade targets board. Where's a good landing spot for him?
I think of Scott Laughton. I think about Toronto. I think about Winnipeg, someone that can play down in your lineup. He can kind of play every role. He has a little bit of grit to his game, right? He's going to be a playoff guy. And it's going to be interesting to see, right? I feel like obviously after the Last Supper photo that they tweeted out was got a lot of press. But I think for Scott Laughton, he is a guy that can go into any room and play his role and be a bit of your Swiss Army knife, which I think is going to be important for a lot of these teams. As we look at other teams loading up, I think he's not going to haul, you're not going to have to give up the farm to get him. I think he is a good piece that can come in and play well for you. So those are the teams right now, I guess, as I look at the board and as I look at teams making moves, is Winnipeg and Toronto. Because it just feels like right now, is Connor Hellebuck ever going to be any better than he is right now, right? Like I assume it seems like he can play where it seems like this is their chance. Disregarding, how his playoffs has gone in the past, he still is the best goalie in the NHL, right? I think pound for pound, he is the guy. And Winnipeg is in that market where they need to win, right? I think Scheifele is in his prime. Kyle Connor's playing great. There's so many good points to Winnipeg. And with that being said, looking what Tampa and Florida did, the Atlantic felt like it just turned on its ear here the last week, where it was like Toronto felt like they were going to win the division, possibly get a better wild card matchup. Now I feel like that 1, 2, 3 spot is going to be a dogfight to try to play a wild card team, right? I know you need to play, no matter who it is, you got to win to get through, right? But for Toronto, in my mind, I guess there's like a psychological effect of being able to win the first round, right? And I think if they can draw a matchup against Columbus or Ottawa or someone a lesser standard than having to go down to Florida where they've just been beat so many times, to try to get a first round win would be super important for their just psyche in general, in my opinion, because I would still consider them in that win now, right? With Marner's contract being up, Tavares being up, who knows the next time that they're going to be good. You still have Matthews, Nylander in their prime, and I don't think there's been a year where I can say that their goaltending is as good as it's been. Like, I think Stolarz and Joseph Woll of his late hasn't played as well in the last few games, but these are two guys that have a high ceiling, and I feel like they could be difference makers come playoff time for the Leafs, Barnes.
You might have said exactly what I was going to say a little bit more eloquently, but the goaltending's been good. And I literally over the last 10 years haven't seen a better Leaf team because of the goaltending. They were much better at defending earlier on in the year. You look at every team. What's their needs going into the playoffs? Centerman, right-hander shot defenseman, right? That's every single team along the way. Laughton makes sense because of his salary. Braden Shen probably would be their number one guy if they could make it work financially, but Laughton makes a lot of sense. Obviously, I'd like to see them, if I'm a Toronto fan, at a defenseman. You need a depth defense, and they have to defend a little better as the year has transitioned, went through. This team can score with anyone. Their stars have to be great in the playoffs. They have to be better than they have been at producing in the playoffs. But this is the best goaltending tandem that they've had going into a playoff series. And like you said, this Atlantic right now, they're all like 8-1-1, 8-2 in their last 10. You desperately want to finish first. You get to play Ottawa or Detroit instead of playing Tampa Bay that's loading up now that they bring in Yanni Gourde back to the mix. And you look at Florida, they acquire Seth Jones, probably add another piece today. So it can't be understated how much it is important for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah.
Not the other two, but the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Matt, just quickly to jump in, Frank Seravalli's got a little bit of an update here for us. So let's bring in Frank. What's up?
Yeah, just a quick reset here. As mentioned, talks ongoing with the Dallas Stars and Mikko Rantanen. That's number one on our board. Scott Laughton has been in our top 5 seemingly forever. He was held out of Flyers practice today. Trade talks ongoing. Sources indicate nothing concrete, but again, very likely that Scott Laughton is on the move. And one other quick note, a guy who's off our board already, but Brock Nelson obviously arrives with the Colorado Avalanche, and everyone's wondering what's going to happen next. Will Brock Nelson sign an extension? Not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't think that's on anyone's front burner at this exact moment in time. Brock Nelson, after spending his entire career with the New York Islanders, wants to get there and see what it's like before then making any decisions. So Rantanen, Laughton, and then Brock Nelson as well. There's so much happening, so much to wrap your brain around, and we could certainly have more news soon. That's it for now.
All right. We will keep you very, very close by, Frank. We're keeping our eyes on Mr. Seravalli. Every time he picks up his phone, I'm going like, oh, what's going on here? We're waiting on pins and needles. But back to Hutz and Barnaby there. Rantanen, Dallas, not dead yet. Number one guy on the board, so we're continuing to keep a close eye on that one. No sense really doing the matchmaker thing with Rantanen if we kind of know it's right now at least focused on Dallas. We'll see if Carolina maybe has to pivot, but let me keep going through the top 5 here with you guys. Brandon Tanev at 3, a team looking for that middle 6, bottom 6 sort of forward help would be interested there. Rickard Rakell, the Pittsburgh Penguins, a guy with a ton of term, but let's play a fun one here. Let's play a little matchmaker for Brad Marchand, Mr. Barnaby. We talked earlier, like probably out west, but is there someone you're looking at that Boston, if they're asking an astronomical price, blank team should be willing to pay it?
Oh, wow. I'd love to see him in Los Angeles, to be honest, to go out there. But listen, anyone, and Frank would know this more than any of us because he's in contact with everyone. There's not a team in the league that's competing for a Stanley Cup that wouldn't want Brad Marchand on your team. The epitome of playoff contender, a guy that adds offense, the guy that pisses you off into taking penalties, but he's also a double-edged sword. He's the guy on the power play after you took a penalty against him that's putting the puck in the net. I mean, you talk about dragging your team into a fight. Not that you need to drag it into a fight in the playoffs because everyone's ready for every single game, but you are getting the best out of Brad Marchand in a playoff series. So he is literally you can connect him to anyone because he's going to make you exponentially better once he steps into that room.
Yeah, I agree with you, Barnes. And I just think, obviously you hear about what teams need and what they want. And I think for the Boston Bruins, you just want to deal into the West, right? I think it has to be the West. It makes more sense to me. And I think the team to watch would be Dallas. If they can't close on this Rantanen deal, they still have a ton of cap space. They still have some things to do with the LTIR. So I think he would be a great fit in Dallas. Not to put LA out of the question, right? I do like LA. I would think LA would try to make some sort of a splash today, especially with, obviously the Oilers floundering a little bit as of late with their back end. What do the Oilers do? I think now it's 8 years for Rob Blake in LA without anything, right? Especially that Pierre-Luc Dubois deal. That is just ugly. Yeah. You look at where they're at some point, he's got 0 playoff series wins. And I'm stealing that from Frank because he said it the other day. And it's a bit of something that stands out to me, right? Where it's like, you're a GM on the hot seat. Like, why not? Right? Where it's different if you're a guy and you have security, where Jim Neal is like, hey, let's do it. He's okay with who he is. But Rob Blake, you kind of have to win a playoff series this year. I feel like, you know, you are to the fire. And I think for Brad Marchand, he is a good addition. And I don't think there's any ownership group or team in general. If you approach them like, hey, we're going to give up some guys, but this is what we're getting in return. Here's his resume. And look at what he just did at the Four Nations Cup. Talk about embracing his role. Like, this is a guy that is a top player. He was willing to do anything, and he just wanted to win. And I think he wears that on his sleeve. So I think that'll be an interesting one for me. And for the Bruins, getting him out of the Eastern Conference would probably be the only thing that possibly makes sense.
Yeah, I do think, again, just to circle back to LA, I asked Nate Thompson this question earlier, like, what GM is facing the most pressure? And for me, the flow chart I go through in my brain to answer that question isn't necessarily like, are they a Stanley Cup contender? Are they one of the 4 or 5 teams you can really see going on a deep run? To me, is anyone's job on the line? And if you're LA and you go up against the Edmonton Oilers again and lose again because you don't have the offensive firepower, you mentioned the stat of how long it's been with Rob Blake at the helm and goose egg in the playoff round win department. Like, there's jobs on the line in LA if they don't win. And to me, you can talk about Winnipeg. You know, if they flame out in round 1 again, are there going to be some serious question marks? Absolutely. But are we going to sit there and have Kevin Cheveldayoff fired and Scott? I don't think so. If Washington flames out, I don't think anyone's getting fired. I don't think Brisebois is getting fired in Tampa Bay. But Rob Blake, his ass is on the line, I think, here in the next 2 hours and 23 minutes. And I don't think that's a hyperbole.
No, I think it's
Winnipeg.
True, right?
Yeah.
Go, Barnes.
Winnipeg's the best. Winnipeg's the best team in the West right now. Hutz said it earlier. There's no better goaltender in the National Hockey League than Hellebuck. And he gives you a chance to win every single night. They need to take that next step, but there's no better team. And they are going to make a move today. I am sure of it because they can feel it. Florida, I look at them in the East. Now that you got Seth Jones was like forgotten about in Chicago. That's a hell of a defenseman, a hell of a right-handed shot defenseman that can skate. And now with room on the LTIR under the cap, if Tkachuk is out long, yes, you go to LA, Rob Blake, his ass is on the line. This is a good hockey team. They're expected to win. So the arms race, because that's what it is. It's an arms race right now. There's only going to be one team that's happy with their moves essentially at the end of the year. It's the team that wins the Stanley Cup, right? But everyone's at different levels. It's how far can you go? Not everyone has to win a Stanley Cup to deem it a success. And LA is one of those teams that really needs a deep run.
All right,
yeah,
boys.
and like Giver, sorry. I was just saying, like, there's teams that have, you know, they've earned the leash, right? We talk about the Florida teams that have won cups, and then there's teams that like Toronto, right? Edmonton. There's really no lifeline to be thrown here. What you have in your room is what you're going to get that are going to win. Where when I look at LA, they're a team that has a little bit of a rope here that they need some help. They need somebody coming in to make an impact in that room. Some of these other teams, what you have is what you get, and your stars are going to have to be your stars and push you over the top, Ty.
Frank's working on things right now. He just sent out a tweet. Still mechanics to work on with the Rantanen deal to get it across the finish line, but a positive trend in contract talks with the Dallas Stars. So I love that we can see Frank. He's on the phone right now, so I wanted to give his own update for him. But I do wonder, boys, if this Rantanen thing is a really big domino that we're waiting to fall. Like, is Dallas maybe holding up some other deals saying, oh, Boston, don't trade that guy, or whoever they're talking to, like, hold on, because if this Rantanen thing falls apart, we all of a sudden really need to strike. So we might, it's been relatively quiet so far when you look at the trade board here, Barnes, but man, when this Rantanen thing hits, I think it could go, I think everything else could just boom.
Yeah, the trickle down effect, right? You're waiting for that big fish to fall, and there's other people making the same phone calls to the Dallas Stars, trying to pry him away and see what it's going to take. I think he ends up in Dallas. I think it makes most sense. He's already been traded. He knows that. Now they're working on a contract. You have no state tax in Dallas. It's a beautiful place to play, and they have a really good hockey team. So you talk about an arms race. You get a guy like Rantanen, fits in well. He's going to be a great player anywhere he goes. I know it hasn't went or had the start that he's wanted in Carolina, but this is an elite player. And I don't know how it doesn't get done. If you agree on a deal, you have to know the range that you're going to be in. No state tax. How excited are the guys in that Dallas Stars locker room right now saying, we have a good team and we might get one of the, let's just say, top 10 players in the league. You can have them top 5, whatever it is, but you're getting a star. I remember getting traded to Colorado. We had Solani, Correa, Sakic, Forsberg, Rob Blake, and we brought in 8 guys at the trade deadline. And we were like, okay, here's our team. Like, no superstars were brought in, but we're like, this is our team. We have a chance to win a Stanley Cup. That's what those guys, they're staring, watching the board to see when this Rantanen thing drops.
All right, boys, we got to get to Frank Seravalli, who's got some breaking news for us. Breaking news from Frank. What do we got? Oh, you're muted.
Curious what the Winnipeg Jets were going to get up to, and they're still obviously working on the center position and very much in play with Scott Laughton, but the Jets have landed defenseman Luke Schenn. Most recently of the Pittsburgh Penguins, did not actually appear in a game. That'll probably be some trivia one day. But Luke Schenn going from the Pittsburgh Penguins to the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for a 2026 second and a 2027 fourth. So there you go. Winnipeg Jets bolster their blue line. And man, what a whirlwind week for Luke Schenn. When it comes to number 1 on our trade targets board, Mikko Rantanen, there has been progress made on extension talks with the Dallas Stars. It does seem like it's trending in the direction of 8 years times $12 million a year, which is $96 million. Also matches Rantanen's jersey number, of course. However, again, let's just preface this. This is not across the finish line, and sources indicate that there are mechanics of the deal, meaning signing bonus and no trade or no move clause protection, that's still being sorted out. To this point in time, the Dallas Stars have not indicated to the Carolina Hurricanes that they have reached an agreement on an extension to complete this trade. So it's trending in the right direction. It seems like Mikko Rantanen is going to become a Dallas Star, but as I reminded this morning, and if you're a gambler, you'll enjoy this, hold all tickets.
All right. Nothing done yet. Thank you, Frank. We'll let you get back to work on that. I want to get back to our analyst panel in just a moment here with Jonny, Lazarus, and Nate Thompson. But first, just to give everyone a little reminder of what we've got so far here on the Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Special. Once again, a presentation of Bet365. Download the app today. Use the promo code NATION. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Let's give everyone a look back on what we've seen today. If you're just tuning in, again, welcome into the show. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. If you're maybe someone who has to leave the show, a reminder, it is up in podcast form at the top of every hour. Search for Daily Faceoff Live wherever you get your podcasts from. But last night at midnight, the Colorado Avalanche acquiring Brock Nelson from the New York Islanders. Cal Ritchie and a first are the big pieces there. A third-round pick as well. Oliver Shillington going to the Islanders. Shillington then flipped to the Ducks for future considerations. The Washington Capitals get Anthony Beauvillier for a second-round pick in 2025. Andrei Kuzmenko is going to the LA Kings in exchange for a third-round pick. So Philly, once again, scooping up a little bit of draft capital here as they offload a contract. The big whopper today, Dylan Cousins to the Ottawa Senators, along with Dennis Gilbert and a second-round pick. Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker, the pieces going back to Buffalo there. And then, of course, we are all waiting with bated breath on news about Mikko Rantanen. As we bring in Nate Thompson and Jonny Lazarus, you just heard me, Hutz, and Barnaby kind of doing a little bit of deadline matchmaker there. And I know the Scott Laughton talk piqued your interest, Jonny.
Yeah, for me, if I'm playing matchmaker, I'm looking at a 1-for-1 swap with Casey Middlestat in Colorado. I think Middlestat makes a lot, a significant amount more money, like I think $5.75 million for a couple more years in Colorado. But right now, with Brock Nelson being acquired by the Avs, Middlestat gets bumped down to a third-line center, which is the perfect role for Scott Laughton on that team that's chasing a Stanley Cup. And then you put Middlestat in Philadelphia with a team that obviously doesn't have the Cup aspirations right now. You let him grow into that top-line center role. I think it's Noah Cates playing that position right now for the Flyers. So Middlestat can slot in right there as a second-line center. And to me, I think it's a win-win for both teams. Like, why not go for that?
Nate, you played with Scott Laughton a couple of years in Philadelphia. Where do you think he could end up?
I disagree with Jonny. I think it needs to be Winnipeg. I just think that the fit there, he can play up and down your lineup. He can play center. He can play wing. And also Scott Laughton as a person, like he is going to fit into that to any locker room he goes to. He is one of the funniest guys I've ever played with. jokester. Everybody loves him. I mean, he's a glue guy, and anyone that brings him in, he's going to have a huge impact, not only on the ice, but off the ice.
Nate, can I tee you up for the story of when you got traded to Philly? Can we tell that one? I want it so bad. You guys kept teasing me before the show with it.
Yeah, so I was playing in Montreal at the time. The trade deadline was probably 2 or 3 weeks away. And, Travis Konechny and I were playing in Philly. We kind of get into it during the game. And TK is great. I mean, he's a mouthpiece, as you all know. He likes to chirp. And right away, he's telling me, retire already. You're going to be in Salzburg next year, this and that. And I'm like, yeah, maybe in my head, it's a possibility. Fast forward a couple weeks, I get traded to Philly. And I walk into the change room, and it's Claude Giroux and a few other fellas, Jake Voracek, to name a few guys. And I talked to Claude for a little bit, and he says, hey, TK's in the main locker room, and he's like really nervous to see you. And I'm like, all right. So, I walk into the locker room, and I just put my hand out, and he's like, you could tell he's like nervous, and so we kind of bury the hatchet. I told him, I'm like, well, I'm not ready to retire yet. So, and obviously, you get on the same team with a guy, and, he's one of those guys, obviously, that you always like to have on your team rather than playing against him. So, things can happen on the ice, and next thing you know, you're on the same team as a guy. So, yeah, some things you just have to look past.
Yeah, that is really good. I mean, how much of an adjustment period kind of is there? I do think, and it kind of happens on a similar time frame every year, but I'm looking at teams, Nate, who have less than 20 games to go in the regular season here, like to make a big splash, and whether it's a Rantanen or a Marchand, guys who command like heavy minutes and have a heavy presence in the locker room, like, is there a little bit of like buyer beware in that sense of like, man, you might not get the best Mikko Rantanen until playoff time?
Yeah, and I think Barnes and Hutz alluded to it early. They talked about individually. It depends on the person, I think, too. And sometimes that's the risk, right? That's the risk you're taking on a trade. Is it going to be a fit? Is it not going to be a fit? Sometimes, you walk into something and it's a perfect fit, or sometimes it takes a little bit of time. And I think with guys like, Mikko Rantanen, obviously it hasn't really worked out in Carolina for him. So I hope something gets done soon, so all these chips can fall for us and we can see what's going to happen, because I do believe that this trade market is kind of waiting on Mikko Rantanen, and I think we'll probably get more deals after that. But a lot of the fit is just depends. It could be the coach, it could be the players. There's so many different things that go into when you're getting traded to a new team.
You feel for a veteran guy like Luke Schenn right now. I mean, had term on his deal, felt like he was settling in Nashville, and all of a sudden it's like, boom, you're a Penguin and you got to fly meet him here. Actually, psych, flipped, going to Winnipeg. Like, that's got to be tough for a guy.
Yeah, it is. And that's the human aspect of all this as well, right? You're looking at, guys have to deal with moving their whole families. And we got something.
Yeah, we got something here. So let's quickly, I'll get right back to you boys, but we got news from Frank Seravalli.
Yeah, so the Winnipeg Jets making moves. According to Darren Dreger, and I've confirmed, the Winnipeg Jets are getting winger Brandon Tanev. They're bringing him home, back to where it all started, from the Seattle Kraken in exchange for a second-round pick in 2027. So the Winnipeg Jets, fresh out of second-round picks. They are out of them in 2025, 6, and 7. Luke Schenn, of course, as we just reported, he is going for a second and a fourth. So the Jets, be real curious to see what they do. I think there was some talk at the beginning of this deadline. Do we actually need a second line center, or can Nemesnikov and Adam Lowry, can they go back and forth in terms of manning that role? Still to be determined. The Jets, of course, have all 3 of their first round picks this year, next year, and the year after. So very much still in play if they wanted to take a swing on something else. I think one thing we could probably cross off the list, though, sources indicate that Brayden Schenn will not be joining brother Luke in Winnipeg. So take that for what it's worth.
All right. Thank you, Frank. And yeah, a lot of talk that, hey, wherever Luke ended up or wherever Brayden ended up, vice versa, could the other one follow them? But Frank just saying that is not going to be the case. Let's go back to Nate and Jonny here, because we only got our friend Nate Thompson for another 10 minutes or so. Tanev and Schenn, a couple of good vets who can handle, third pair minutes, middle six forward. Is that enough, Nate, for the Winnipeg Jets?
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to say because you look at Colorado and you look at what they did and you're seeing what Dallas is going to do. So I'm going to say no. Do I love the trade of Brandon Tanev going back to Winnipeg? Absolutely. I think he is a bona fide third, fourth line guy that will give you great minutes and give you hard minutes, especially in the playoffs. Luke Schenn, he's a guy that's, he's used to being traded. He's used to being moving around. He plays a certain style. You know what you're going to get from him. I do believe that they're going to help their lineup, and they only got better because of those guys. But I do think they need to do a little bit more just to be able to compete with, a Dallas and Colorado in their own division.
It's going to be such a dogfight to get out of that Central, Jonny.
Yeah, and for me, listen, I think a team like Winnipeg, and I had spoke to Nikolai Ehlers earlier this year when they were at the Garden taking on the Rangers, and he said, in the offseason, we didn't think that we needed a change in personnel. We thought we needed a change in mentality. And to me, I look at Winnipeg just like I'm looking at Washington this year, and when everything's clicking the right way and there isn't really a hole in their roster, maybe it is beneficial to not do too much. Obviously I agree with Nate's points, like Dallas loading up from what it sounds like. And obviously Colorado, like we said before, but sometimes I think when you have a good thing, you don't want to break or you don't want to fix what's not broken. Right. So, Winnipeg has a lot to prove this year, and maybe if things don't go well in the playoffs this year, that's when they kind of tear it all up. Like I think about, those mid 2010 San Jose Sharks teams, right? Like Joe Thornton, Patrick Marleau, Joe Pavelski, Brent Burns, Martin Jones and net. Like that team was always knocking on the door and probably had a lot more success than Winnipeg has had because they actually got to the Cup final. But, I think toward that 2017, 2018 year, they probably decided, hey, it's not working anymore. And that's when they decided to do it. And Winnipeg has had a pretty strong run here over the past 4 or 5 years, getting to a conference final against Vegas, I believe,
Jonny,
not too long ago. And maybe,
sorry, Jonny, I'm sending you boys back to the bench, but you're coming right back. Don't worry. Frank, what's up?
Yeah, I'll keep it short. The Toronto Maple Leafs have their center. They are acquiring Scott Laughton from the Philadelphia Flyers, working on details of the return, but multiple sources confirm Scott Laughton going to the Toronto Maple Leafs. So top 5 guy who's been there for a while, works out pretty well for him. This is a place that he wanted to be, didn't have any no trade protection or control, but had indicated to the Flyers, if at all possible, if all things are equal, I'd like to go to Toronto, where he has a place. He's an Oakville, Ontario native. And let's see what that return is. I bet it's pretty juicy for the Flyers, the way this center market developed.
Yeah, it's been pretty bananas. The title of Oakville's finest belongs to Stephen Ellis, but Scott Laughton's not bad. He's going to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Jonny, Nate, I'll be honest, the Winnipeg thing, I felt like Laughton was maybe a little bit, not redundant there, but they have Adam Lowry. They have that pure shutdown guy. I felt like if they were going to spend big on a center, it had to be someone with a bit more offensive juice, a la Brock Nelson, who they obviously missed out on. I think Laughton's a perfect fit in Toronto. This we'll see what the price is, obviously, but I love this.
I agree. I think this is a really good fit as well. I feel like this has been brewing since I played for the Flyers back in the day when everyone was getting traded and Toronto was talking about trading for him then as well. And so this is a perfect fit for Scott Laughton. He's from there. He gets to go home. His wife's from there. It's a perfect fit. So, the Toronto Maple Leafs adding a guy like Scott Laughton, like I said before, I've already talked about it. He's a guy that's going to fit in the locker room right away, play center, play wing. He's probably going to play center, obviously. But I think that this is a great move for the Toronto Maple Leafs. A fantastic move. So good job, Brad Treliving, on this one.
It's funny, Nate. I actually remember, I know you're buddies with the Nasty Knuckles guys, and I don't know what year it was, but I remember watching their interview with Scotty Laughton, and I think they read out a tweet live while Scott was there, rumor Scott Laughton going to the Maple Leafs, and he was like, no way. He was freaking out.
Yeah.
So good to see him finally get there, and obviously his name has come up over the past 4 years at this time, and this time around, I think he even said it feels more real when he was talking to reporters today or yesterday, and I know they kept him off the ice this morning, like Tyler said before. So good to see him get a change of scenery and get to play for the hometown Leafs. And maybe, when the pressure does ramp up a little bit come playoff time, Scott Laughton's that guy that can loosen everybody up. So him better than me, but the times I've talked to Scotty Laughton, he's the man. So happy to see him go to Toronto.
And again, sometimes this is the kind of move, not that it's not significant or not going to cost a lot, but Nate, we see teams time after time go and make big splashes. The team that goes and adds 3-4 pieces at the deadline, it is rarely ever the team that goes on to win a Stanley Cup. But I do think this is going to send a really good message to this Leafs room. And maybe you can talk a little bit about rooms that you've been in where it's not the big, splashy, sexy ad where you're like, whoa, we just had to trade away 2 guys to get this guy. And now the room and the dynamic's totally different. Sometimes just the little sprinkle, the nice, good centerman who's going to eat tough minutes and help you out. That can be a really nice message to send to a room.
Oh, absolutely. And getting Scott Laughton into that room, I mean, he is a guy that comes to work every single day. He, like I said, he's a fun-loving guy, a guy that likes to joke around. So, I mean, and a guy that I think Craig Berube is really going to love. I mean, he's a guy that plays the game the right way. And I don't think you can have enough of those guys, especially come playoff time. He makes the Toronto Maple Leafs harder to play against now too. And having a guy like that, I mean, I know from experience when, maybe not a center, but playing in Tampa, we added a guy like, Eric Brewer. And at that time in his career, he was, it was towards the end of his career. Obviously, he's already accomplished a lot, but having a guy like that coming in the room and, it eases the locker room, it calms the locker room. Whether you're down in a series, 1-0, 2-0, who knows? Those type of guys can change your room and can change your season possibly. So having a guy like Scott Laughton, hopefully for the Maple Leafs, we're talking about him in May and June as a big impact player for them.
Yeah. Again, I just think he fills such a nice role there. And again, we don't know the return yet, but we'll wait and see. I don't think it'll be something that obviously disrupts the room all too much or anything like that. Jonny is sticking with us. Nate, you're going to be leaving us after just a couple of hours here, but we loved our time with you. Maybe just give me on your way out one more team that you're really watching today going, we talked about Winnipeg off the jump with you. They're kind of Cape forward D, check. Toronto's got the centerman, check. Is there another team that you're going, okay, they got to jump, they got to do something?
Yeah, I think because I live here, I got to say the LA Kings. I think that Kuzmenko's probably not enough. I think they need to go out and probably get somebody else. And you guys were talking about it. I know, Rob Blake and that whole management and everyone, they're up against it. They've, ironically enough, we know who they've matched up against in the first round the last few years, and there's a possibility that could happen again. So they have to make sure that they're able to compete with teams like obviously Vegas and Edmonton. So I think they have to do a little bit more to maybe get over the hump this year.
Well, Jonny, let me ask you. Let's assume, again, it's not confirmed yet, but let's say Dallas gets Rantanen, and you look at the players who are still available with the guys who are now off the board. Is there a deal you think for LA where it's like, yeah, okay, we can start to mention them in that conversation? Because unless it's Brad Marchand, I don't know if there's that guy.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tyler. I really don't know. I'm trying to think of younger players too, maybe, but no one seems to come to the top of my mind. Yeah, that's a tough one for me to get to. Dallas too. I mean, you think about what they were missing last year, and I don't want to take anything away from LA here, but Tyler, I know you were obviously very close to that Western Conference final, and the one thing to me that Dallas was missing was a power play goal. Had Dallas scored in the power play in that Western Conference final, maybe it's a different outcome. And they obviously had to go through Vegas, had to go through Colorado, like a much tougher path than Edmonton had to go through. And I know I kind of gave you crap last year in the playoffs about that, but all good fun, obviously. And listen, I think Mikko Rantanen has been one of the best power play guys in the NHL over the past 5 years. And if they can get a top line of Robertson, Hintz, and Rantanen, I mean, that's going to be one of the best. That could be the best line in hockey. Yeah, I don't know. But for LA, listen, they're going to have to run into a bunch of tough teams. And Nate, I see you have a thought there.
Alex Tuck, LA.
Yeah.
I mean, Buffalo's willing to do some dancing right now. That's
what I'm saying. That would be a guy that you could have. You could have long-term. He's part of your core group of guys with Quentin Byfield and Brant Clark and all these guys that are up and coming. I mean, you add a guy like Alex Tuck to LA Kings, and that's a heck of a pickup for them. I mean, he's a guy that moves the needle for me.
I know Frank's working on. Actually, Frank, quickly, let's get to you, and then I'll get your take because I think we have the Laughton return, boys. So sit still, Frank.
Yeah, this is a piece of it. It's a first-round pick and Nikita Grabenkin from Toronto to the Flyers in exchange for Laughton. So that's part of the deal. I think there's a couple more elements. So stay tuned, but obviously some excitement. And, I think the interesting thing for Toronto is what else can they get done here? They're looking for some other elements between now and 2 hours from now when the deadline hits. And I could be wrong. Don't think it's going to be just this.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Frank. Nate, Jonny, you're obviously sticking with us. Nate wanted to thank you for your time. I mean, the return for Laughton, somewhat predictable, I think, with the first round pick and the prices we've seen. But I hope you enjoyed being on the media side of deadline day, Nate.
I definitely do. I know I'm not going anywhere today, so that's good. And thanks for having me, guys. This was a lot of fun.
I wanted to trade for more of your time, but appreciate it, Nate. Thanks for joining us. Jonny, we're going to stick with you in a few minutes as well, but it's the top of the hour, so I wanted to once again reset everyone here and maybe welcome in some new viewers to the Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline special live on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. So if you're new there, hit that subscribe button for us. I see a whole bunch of you watching along, and again, 5 hours commercial-free deadline coverage. We got a whole bunch of stuff going on today on the network as well. We're going to have a post show with Jeff Merrick too. So, I mean, really, it's going to stretch north of 6 hours of trade deadline coverage right here on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. So you're going to want to hit that subscribe button. Let's just maybe talk a little bit about the deals we've seen so far. My producer, Aaron Bordato, doing a bang-up job on the show here. Brock Nelson was the deal at midnight. He goes to the Colorado Avalanche for Cal Ritchie, a first, a third, and Oliver Shillington. Shillington then flipped over to the Anaheim Ducks late last night. And then this morning, it was Anthony Beauvillier going to the Washington Capitals, a second-round pick to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Kuzmenko to the Kings, a third-round pick to the Flyers. Dylan Cousins, the workhorse from Whitehorse, is going to Ottawa along with teammate Dennis Gilbert. It's a second-round pick going to Ottawa as well to complete that deal. Josh Norris, the one-time 35-goal scorer, and Jacob Bernard Docker. And again, we're just picking up that Scott Laughton is going to be a member of the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. And I believe that we do have the return on that one. So does that mean we got a trade grade with our boy Matt Larkin? I think it might. Be trade grade time with Matt Larkin, brought to you by J.P. Wiser's, the official whiskey of Game Night. Proud to offer Canadian NHL fans a premium drink choice for every game night experience. JP Wiser's, the official whiskey of Game Night. Larkin, let's start with, let's not do Toronto yet. Let's do Winnipeg. They make a couple of moves. I want you to grade Winnipeg as a whole for me.
Okay, that's cool. That's what I was thinking too. So let's do a B overall for the Jets as a whole. I think we can agree they've really improved their dressing room. They've really improved their compete with Brandon Tanev and Luke Schenn. They're already pretty deep on the right side of that decor. You have Dylan DeMello, Neil Pionk, Colin Miller. They're fine on the wings. So to me, it's like, okay, there's nothing bad about bringing in these parts. I think the value is fair. But we know Winnipeg really needs a center. And it's tough because if you look what's in the market now, Laughton's gone, Cousins is gone, Nelson's gone as well. And if you look at what the Jets have, I know you were saying it already, Tyler, it's a sort of a redundancy if you're trying to bring in someone who's left, like a Luke Cunnin, someone like that. You already have Adam Lowry as your third line center. I just don't know if there's a second line center out there for the Jets. You can't really factor that into the grade, but it's a B with a caveat that I hope the Jets are not done, because I still think they have an important hole they have to fill.
Scott Laughton to Toronto, a first-round pick, and Grebekin going to the Philadelphia Flyers. Might be some other small pieces, but we kind of got the general framework here. So how do you view it?
For the Leafs, it's a B. I think it's exactly what they were looking for. We know they need that third line center. They have to get harder to play against. They get a little bit of extra term, of course. Laughton's still under contract next year. He kind of checks the exact box that they wanted to fill. I think he's going to add some just oomph during a tough playoff series. One of those little moments maybe that can finally help the Leafs get past an opponent that gets under their skin. That said, using a first-round pick, which I know is conditional, the Leafs, they don't have a strong farm system. They only have so many bullets. So is it worth using that bullet on someone who is going to be in your bottom six? It's debatable. That's why it's a B for me. For the Flyers, it's an A. Scott Laughton, I think, has been a solid player for them. But again, he's a bottom six forward. And if you can yield a first-round pick for a bottom sixer, I think that's a great return. And Nikita Grebenkin, I think he's a fairly low ceiling prospect, but seeing him up close for a few games when he was up this year in Toronto, he likes to mix it up, and he could be kind of a poor man's Laughton. Like, he gets under players' skin, and you never know. The ceiling could be something similar, even though he's more likely to be a winger long-term in the NHL. But overall, I think Danny Briere has done well. That's an A for me.
5 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts for Danny Briere, 5 second-round picks in the next 2 drafts for Danny Briere. And let's take a look at the cap projections. $27 million in projected cap space. That's obviously before the Laughton deal. So, Matt, like, if Philly wanted to be a team this summer, and, like, they're maybe similar to a Utah in the West as well, where it's like you have all of these picks. You can't possibly use and sign all of these prospects. This could be a team who goes big game hunting for something at some point. Maybe not today in the next hour 54, but maybe in the summer.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because the Flyers, I think it's one of the more robust American markets in the league. I think a lot of players like being there. And, you know, we see guys like Travis Konechny, even on a team that's struggling, he re-upped. It took a long time for Scott Laughton to finally go as well. So you could be a prospective free agent thinking, okay, the cap's going up and there's a chance maybe to play with Matvei Michkov for years to come. I do get the sense that the Flyers could be inching toward starting to build something. I think they still, of course, they have to get better up the middle long term, but they're moving in the right direction. I can say that.
All right, Matt, thank you very much for the trade grades. We'll be speaking with you a few more times, I'm sure, throughout the day. Shout out once again to our friends at JP Weisers. Whether it's a thrilling overtime win or just a quiet night with friends, JP Weisers is the perfect companion for every moment of the game. Maybe after you host a trade deadline show, you dig into some JP Weisers. Those bottles are tempting me. They're tempting me. We're going to get back to our main panel in just a moment, but first, for our friends at Tim Hortons, we're at the top of the hour. Want to remind everyone that the show is available in podcast form as well. So top of every hour, find Daily Faceoff Live wherever you get your podcast from. If you're watching along on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button as well. We got some more deadline stories from friends around the NHL brought to you by Tim Hortons and Roll Up to Win. Let's go to Devin Dubnyk.
Hey guys, Devin Dubnyk here. With the trade deadline coming up, figured I'd share a story, a unique story of mine from the deadline. There was a few, obviously, you hear about guys getting traded and finding out on TV or through a text message before they actually hear about it. Mine was my first year, actually. We had a game, we were on the road. We had to go down for a nap a couple hours before the trade deadline happened. And we had a veteran team. We were struggling in Edmonton, and when we woke up, we traded a few guys away, and we'd already had quite a few call-ups at the time. We were in Chicago, and so going into that game, we had to call more guys up because those guys that we had traded away, I know Steve Stales was one of them. I can't remember who else there was, but the guys we had traded away were gone, and the new guys weren't coming in yet for the game. And it was shortly after the Olympics. Chicago was a horse, so I remember lining up for that game, and I was playing that game and looking across, and they were honoring the Olympians that played and also the medalists. And before the game started, I think they had 7 or 8 guys that either medaled or played in the Olympics. It was Keith Seabrook, Taves Kane, Hossa. I'm sure I'm missing guys. But we had the same number of American League call-ups on our team as they had Olympic medalists and participants. So it was a little intimidating to start the game. And needless to say, I think the shots were like 53-12 that game for Chicago. So that was my earliest memory of trade deadline. See you guys soon.
My trade deadline story is I was playing for the Montreal Canadiens, and obviously we're on the West Coast, so we're still on the ice while the trade deadline is wrapping up. And I still remember, I don't think I was playing that night, so I was on a little bit late, and I kept looking at the clock. Finally, it hit, I think, 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 o'clock Pacific, and I said, wow, okay, I made it through another deadline. I'm going to be here for the rest of the year at least. All right, now I can relax and the stress is off. So I remember I took 10, 15 more minutes on the ice, just doing whatever. I come off the ice, we're in San Jose. I come down to the tunnel. I turn the corner and there's 15 media members standing there. And my heart just sank because there's no way, they would just want to talk to me on a regular Tuesday night for a game. So at that point I knew. I went into the room, still nothing. I thought, okay, well, maybe somebody else got traded. And then they came and told me. So that was a tough day. It started with relief that I finally made it, only to get shattered minutes later.
Oh man, I love that. They're not sitting at my locker to talk to me for any other reason than I've been been traded. Shout out to Devontae Smith-Pelly and Devin Dubnyk for giving us their trade deadline stories. Brought to you by Tim Hortons. You can win millions of prizes with our friends at Tim Hortons and Roll Up to win, including a racketing cash prize, a dream vacation from Sell-Off Vacations, or an all-new, all-electric 2025 Volkswagen ID Buzz. Even the simple joy of winning a coffee can make anyone's day. Shout out to our friends at Tim Hortons. And I'm done my large regular. I got to do it, right? I got to do it, Tim Hortons. Yeah, you got to really get in there. That's a please play again. So that's heartbreaking. Tyler Yaremchuk not acquiring a winning cup of coffee from Tim Hortons, but I will get reacquainted with our main panel, Carter Hutton and Matthew Barnaby. Huts, let me go to you here. Scott Laughton, the one deal I haven't gotten your take on yet. What do you think? Laughton for a first.
I like it. I think it's a good deal. Again, I think Kerbank is a good player. I think he's got a lot of bite in his game, and he plays that way. But again, he's not going to help you in the immediate future, right? The Leafs have to win now. I feel like they are on the clock, and I think this is a good play. Again, first, they don't mean anything unless, they're going to come to. And I think this is a situation where the Leafs need to win. Again, they're going to be a lot. And again, I talked about this earlier. I don't think there's a savior coming for the Leafs. At the end of the day, they need their stars to be good in the playoffs, right? You go back and you look at teams that have won. Point, Kucherov, what they did for Tampa Bay in the playoffs, right? We look at Vegas, Eichel, Marchand. They were the stars last year. To Chuck, Barkov, Reinhart. They had Carter Verhaeghe step up, score 11 goals in that playoff run. That's what you have to do right now. I think this adds some grit down their lineup, gets Max Domi a little bit of space, moves him off to the side, which is super important. I just think this guy can play in all situations. He can get down in the mud again, and this is going to be a tough playoff run, especially through the East. Everyone's going to be there, but at the end of the day, the Leafs know that their GM is behind them. Now the stars, Matthews, Nylander, Marner, they got to be the stars. I think that's going to be the difference, Barnes, for me.
We all grew up with the show Friends, right? And we all waited. When's Ross and Rachel going to date? Because it just makes sense. Connect the dots. This made sense. Term on his contract, centerman, two-way player. That's what they need. They don't need any more scoring. They need some grit. They need some character, and that's what they got. I agree with Matt Larkin. A B, I'm fine, but you can't worry about your prospects right now. Yeah, the pool is very thin. Their system does not have a plethora of guys that can step into this lineup. But this franchise, this fan base, wants to win now. And this is the best team. We talked about it, best goaltending we've seen, consistent, gives them a chance. This is a very good move, I think, for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, I agree. The fit just makes so much sense. Sorry, did you have another thought on it, Huts?
No, I guess I just think he is a Craig Berube player too, right? That's the important thing of the new identity of this Leafs team we've seen this year, guys, is the fact that they're going to be in tighter games, right? They're going to be playing 2-1 hockey games. Yes, offensively, their numbers are down, but who cares? Because in the last few years, we've gotten away from those 6-5 wins and, their numbers off the rush have dropped, right? Scoring offensively. But at the end of the day, I don't think anyone in Toronto cares about the regular season. At this point, it's a formality, right? They're going to get in. What can you do now, right? And I don't want to act like there is a process to the regular season. There is, you're building a team and you're putting things in order. And I think that's what Craig Berube is doing here with this group. And again, I think this is another piece of a guy who has experience. He's going to come in there, a local boy. He's going to wear that Leaf logo with pride. And I think that's going to be important. Again, he's going to drag guys into the fight. And Barnes, I know you can touch on this too. How many times did your line or your style of player win hockey games or create offensive zone draws because you pin a team in, you're hammering defensemen, you draw a penalty, and you drag your big guys into the fight? And I think that is a guy what Scott Laughton can do. And with Craig Berube in this system, I think it's going to be super important for this Toronto team in the playoffs.
Before I get to that, I miss Rachel. I love her. I really, really love her. That's a story for a different day. Sorry, getting off track. I don't think it'd be understated. This is Craig Berube's team, and this is a Craig Berube type player. And I think the further you go on in series, it's guys like Scott Laughton, Max Domi. Yeah, you need your stars. You can't win unless your stars are better than their stars, because it's how the bottom six a lot of times plays out. And he is going to be a workhorse. He's going to kill penalties, and he's hard to play against. What have we said the last 10 years about the Toronto Maple Leafs? They're soft, easy to play against, great regular season team, because no one really, talent wins in the regular season. You need talent in the postseason, but it takes a lot more than just talent to win in the postseason. this is a step in the right direction. And I don't think they're done. I think they're going to add a piece to the back end to this group before that hour 45 is over with, guys. I really think they're making a statement here.
I want to share something with you guys that's coming out of Ottawa. Claire Hanna, Brady Tkachuk was speaking to the media for the first time since hearing about the trade, or since the trade went down, and him and Josh Norris obviously very tight. And this from Claire Hanna. She says, Brady Tkachuk was fighting back tears while being asked about Josh Norris being traded. And the quote is, he was my number one guy I'd talk to about everything, not just on the ice. It sucks. Does the fact that, Norris, again, being so tight with Brady, and listen, there's been little rumblings for a while now about Brady. If you were a Sens fan, does reading that maybe change your opinion of the deal, Huts?
No, not at all. Again, this is just something that a young captain is going to have to learn to deal with, a young player in the league. This is the nature of the business, right? Like, at the end of the day, Brady Tkachuk wants to win, and you need to put trust in your GM, and you need to put trust in the process of where they're trying to go. And I feel for him, right? Because I've been through it, right? Even at the end of the year, at times, it's like, when you guys disperse after team meetings and playoff runs or wherever you're at, like, at the end of the day, you're not going to see a lot of these guys again, right? And those bonds and the blood you shared and spilt and everything you've gone on with is part of the game and part of the tradition. And I think, Barnes, we touched on that earlier, is like, that's what you miss most, right? Is those people and going to war with them and like looking over and knowing a guy is down in the trenches with you. And I think for Brady, that is part of it. But also big picture wise, like, Dylan Cousins is going to be that guy that can help that out too. And I think it's part of the process. It sucks. It stings in this moment. But I think for Brady, it's part of being a national leaguer. And it's something that, he's going to have to learn to deal with.
It sucks losing friends, right? It sucks, especially being that close. I remember when we traded Brad May and seeing him leave. Like, it's a guy I'd spent, better part of 9 years together. And not to have him there every single day. So yeah, it sucks for Josh Norris going to a team that isn't going to be in the playoffs. And now you're taking on the responsibility of trying to rebuild that thing. You're Brady Tkachuk, that you're losing your best friend and he's moving away. And now you got to accept the other guy that's coming in and try, to incorporate him into your winning culture that you're trying to create every single day. So it stinks, but listen, the general manager's job is to try to make the team better. And this is what he believes is best for the team. And you have to, I'm sure they had to have talked to Brady at some point. There's not many big deals that go through that you aren't talking with your captain. Having said that, it's part of the business. It's part of the business. And now it's time to just get back to play. Now, are people on the outside, are they going to maybe try to connect those dots and say, okay, if we don't win or we don't go, maybe this is just another reason why? He's paid $8 million. He's a captain. Deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Again, if you're talking about Brady Tkachuk, being upset, I'd maybe say, hey, if you want to be on a cup contender, like, this is how cup contenders operate, right? There's no time for friends. You need to make the best team possible. And again, they won this deal.
Norris was getting traded, boys. He was offered everywhere. There were deals out there for a bunch of teams. It just happened to be Buffalo.
Yeah, and I think for Norris too, like, it's just hockey, right? Like, for even Dylan Cousins going there, of course, there's that little bit of, it's a new situation, but I'm sure there's guys that he knows, right? This is hockey, right? I don't think once I had been in the league long enough, there wasn't a team in the league where I didn't know a guy that I had already played with or I was friends of friends. So I think that transition is easier. I found in my career as I got older and I changed, teams, these guys are younger, right? Without families and wives. I don't know necessarily their situation. It's harder on that side of the game than you. Like, you go to a room and there's 25 guys right away. These are just hockey guys, right? You fit in, you know how to do this. You've been doing it your whole life, where for me, it was more my wife. Like, at times, like, you sign in a new city and you're like, we have kids, you have to get a new pediatrician, a dentist, and shit I didn't care about because I was going to work to play, right? And that's the other side of the fact when guys get traded, right? There's a lot more that goes into it. And like, but again, we talk about this all the time. I remember in the playoffs one year, David Coyle, it was a pre-playoff party. We went to some barn in Nashville. he grabbed all the wives and brought them over and said, it didn't sit well with my wife, but he said, like, this is playoff time. You do whatever you need to do to make sure like your guy is happy and he's doing his thing. Cause they also, I think, came off in the wrong tense, right? Like, my wife's a good Thunder Bay girl, so that didn't hit her very well. But in the same sense, the idea of the matter is what goes on at home can really have an impact on how you prepare on the ice, right? So I think that's the other thing that I don't think people totally understand is, like, we just like to play God here, right? And see guys moving every which way. We're armchair GMs, where there's a lot of other stuff that goes into it. And I think for general, the player, the guys, the room, that's the easy part. The other stuff is where it really starts to weigh on you.
23 automatic new friends as soon as you walk into a locker room. And when I was married, I had kids and I was traded. Pierre Lacroix did the exact same thing as David Poyle did. He took us all out for dinner on like the Wednesday, if we started on the Friday or Saturday, whatever it was, and he bought all the wives gifts. And we moved into a hotel. And he goes, say goodbye to your husbands for 2 months because we're going to win a Stanley Cup. And as hard as it's going to be, you guys are the rock. You're a part of our family, but these guys have a job to do, and it is what it is. It's 2 months, and you're trying to win the pinnacle of our sport. So yeah, we get automatic friends. It's the wives that get stuck with the crappy stuff sometimes.
Guys, I want to circle back to some trade talk. I mean, action's definitely picking up. I've been throwing the numbers at people all day. 23 deals on deadline day last year. If you include the 2 trades that happened at midnight with Nelson and Shillington, I mean, we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're at 8 deals right now as we continue to await, anything that could happen with Mikko Rantanen. That would put us at 9. So there is going to be more action as we cruise along. And there's one name I keep seeing pop up on our little ticker on the side, and Frank Seravalli's trade targets. He's all the way down at number 45, and it's Elias Pettersson. If you're Vancouver and you're going, okay, we're moving on from Brock Besser right now, and we're not going to get a deal done. Not that you're ever going to come out and wave the white flag and go, hey, look, we're punting on the season. We're not going to make the playoffs. But if you're moving Brock Besser and you've moved JT Miller and Pettersson's no trade clause kicks in this summer, maybe there is a little bit more pressure. I'm curious for you, Matt, I'll let you go first. Is there a team out there that you'd be looking at and going, man, if Vancouver moves on from Pettersson, they can maybe rehabilitate him? Because that's really the stage we're at with EP.
Yeah. I am not a Pettersson fan anymore. Like, I'm hands-off, talented, with $12 million a year. No, thank you. So I'm not, if I'm a GM out there, from things that I've heard inside that locker room, I don't think they got rid of the right guy, but I also don't know if the offers were out there for EP in what they needed for a return, or if people want to even soak up that $12 million over that term. So I'm not connecting him to any team because I would not be trading for him.
Oh,
I think he's a baby.
All right.
And that's it.
On that spicy note, Frank's got some news for us, so let's get over to our insider Cam and Frank Seravalli.
Yeah. We are closing in the final strokes of a long-awaited deal that is more than 12 hours in the making, but our number one guy is off the board. It's getting done. Mikko Rantanen to the Dallas Stars in exchange for Logan Stankoven, a 2026 first-round pick, and a 2027 first-round pick, plus a couple smaller pieces as well in the deal. Look, waiting official confirmation, but those are the details. An 8-year extension in place for Mikko Rantanen in order to make it happen. Man, so much to digest here. This has been a fascinating 5 weeks to think that the Carolina Hurricanes traded Marty Necas, Jack Drury, and a second-round pick and got back Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. We'll have to do the calculus on is Carolina better in the end, but I can tell you for sure that the Dallas Stars are much better in the end to have Mikko Rantanen in the fold with other Finns, pardon the pun, across the finish line, so to speak. And they are, I think, the Cup favorite in the West with this deal getting done. A team that has gotten to the Cup final, has gotten to multiple conference finals, now having this piece in play, an absolute horse for the Dallas Stars. So it took a while, but this is the framework of the deal that has been long awaited. So, man, cross off Mikko Rantanen, one of the best players, top 15 player in the world, traded twice in a span of 5 weeks. It has been something.
Wow. Yeah, Stankoven 2 first. Thank you very much, Frank. We finally got the confirmed details on that. It is Mikko Rantanen with an 8-year extension in place, and that is obviously a massive, massive part of this, as Dallas ain't just getting a guy for one run. They are adding an absolute difference maker to their forward group. So with that price in mind, let's get to our boys Carter Hutton and Matt Barnaby for some initial analysis on this one. Huts, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised by this. I really like Logan Stankoven. This is not me trying to diminish him as a player, but when you look at the fact they had to give up a Marty Natchez, a proven point-per-game guy, to get the first part of that deal and to bring Rantanen in, to get him out without, a proven point-per-game guy coming back, is it a loss for Carolina, or do you like the return?
I do like the return. I guess time will tell what those first turn out to be and who they become, right? Again, I just think it's another one where Carolina's a bit handcuffed in this season, right? I think now it's just prolonged winning for them come, playoff time, especially with no scoring punch. But I love this, like Frank said, I love this for Dallas, especially when you look at the West, right? Like, I still consider Winnipeg one of those teams that doesn't really have like the star power that we see when we talk about Dallas, we talk about Vegas, we talk about Edmonton, Colorado, like just some absolute stars. And I think this is something for me. I guess maybe I spent a lot of time in the Central Division, and I really love this play for Jamie Benn, a guy who's coming to this might be his last little shot at it, right? Sagan's going to be back for playoffs. This is going to be an exciting time. I think it adds them depth, gives them some scoring power. And again, I circle back to it. Yes, maybe I'm a bit biased because I am a goalie, but they have Jake Ottinger, right? He's arguably one of the best goalies in the world, and he's proven he can get it done on the playoff stage. He's been great. I think this is a great trade for Dallas. And again, it kind of comes back to that Breezewall mindset, right? Like, these picks are just picks, right? It doesn't mean anything if we can win now. So again, I think they're suited up, and this is going to be an exciting run here, Barnes. I'm not sure your take on it, but for me, I like this trade. I think Carolina, it's just a little bit of a black eye if these picks don't work out later on. And I don't think we'll really know until time plays out here.
It worked out for Colorado, right? And I thought everyone was saying, they got robbed when that deal was done. I'm like, Marty Natchez is a hell of a player. And now you're going to surround him there. Like, he's a heck of a player. We knew the things between his dad and everything that went on with the organization, that he probably would be moved at some point. Black eye for the Carolina Hurricanes. Yeah. For a team that wants to contend for a Stanley Cup and is a very good hockey team, they've got significantly worse. And I'm with you. This isn't about Stankoven coming over, a very good player. But they're a worse team now than they were a month ago. And Frank said, Dallas is the favorite now. Damn right they're the favorite. They got the big fish. They got the big guy, and they didn't get him as a rental. They have him locked up long term. I wish I could have got my jersey number 36 million, 96 million. I'm surprised they couldn't get 96 million done in Colorado. Now, I know no state tax helps. This is a home run win. Great goaltending, great skating defense, and so many great offensive players. I can't wait to see Bet365. Hopefully we can get those odds up to where they're going to move from where they were this morning as Stanley Cup favorites.
They have already jumped ahead of the rest of the pack. They were in that mush of teams at 7-1. Dallas Stars on Bet365. Great call, Barnaby. They are now the standalone favorites at plus 600 to win the Stanley Cup. Boys, we're going to get back. We're obviously going to be talking about this trade a ton for the next little bit, but let's grade this thing up with our friend Matt Larkin. It's brought to you by JP Weisers. And Matt Larkin, we now know the return. And I want to go at this in maybe a bit more of a unique way. First, let's just focus on Dallas alone. They get Rantanen for Stankoven and 2 firsts, the grade. You're muted, Matt.
There we go. I'm so excited I'm muted. Tyler, it's a resounding A+. And if you look at just a quick stat for you, the top 5 scorers in the NHL over the last 5 years, top 4 scorers actually, Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, Nathan MacKinnon, Mikko Rantanen. 4th in points in the last 5 years. He is a Hall of Fame talent. He has 102 points in 82 or per 82 games career in the playoffs. Dominant regular season player, dominant playoff player, in his prime, Hall of Fame talent, pretty much worth anyone in a trade, right? Other than the first 3 guys I listed who are ahead of him in scoring. So I think no matter what, Dallas could have given up almost anything, and this would be a good return once you factor in the extension, right? So absolute A+ for the Dallas Stars.
So now for the Canes, I want you to look at this in a bit of a different way, maybe. Frank put this out on Twitter. It's Necas, Drury, and a second-round pick out. Stankoven 2 firsts in. And while you can sit here and, go, oh, did they fumble this Rantanen thing, this, that, whatever, you can look at this, again, what I just laid out and go, you get this in return, and you can say you took a step.
I think gets worse. If you look at the overall return, yes, of course, value-wise, you got 2 firsts as well as Logan Stankoven, who's a great prospect. It's fair. So I guess you could say a B- for now, but that is a very fluid grade, and it's going to be very interesting to see what Eric Tulsky pulls off for the rest of today. This is a big day for him in his first full trade deadline as a GM. But I will say, Logan Stankoven coming up out of the Dallas Stars system, I remember the director of amateur scouting, Joe McDonnell, said he's a pit bull. And to me, that describes a quintessential Rod Brind'Amour type of player. So I do think Stankoven is going to blossom and be an amazing fit in Carolina. That said, with all due respect to Stankoven, at his current age and current ability, just getting his feet wet in the NHL, he doesn't make Carolina better than it was 24 hours ago or a couple months ago. So B-, fluid grade, see me after class.
I love that. Matt Larkin, our managing editor at Daily Faceoff. We'll send you back to your cave, Matt. Trade grades brought to you by JP Weisers, celebrating Canada's passion for both hockey and whiskey. JP Weisers has been a symbol of Canadian craftsmanship, and now it's the official whiskey of the NHL. There are less than 90 minutes to go until the trade deadline will hit, and we are going to continue to have you covered with instant breaking news and instant analysis to that breaking news for the next 90 minutes on the Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline special, brought to you by Bet365. I'm looking on the YouTube right now, more than 10,000 of you watching along live on YouTube. I'm looking at the Twitter. I don't even know how to compute that number. My computer says 135,000. If I start to accept the fact I'm talking to that many people, I will throw up. So with that in mind, we will go to Jonny, Lazarus, and Irfaan Gaffar, our analyst panel. Irfaan Gaffar from Rink Wide Vancouver and the host of Down to Earth, does a ton of great work in Vancouver with our boy Jeff Patterson. And of course, Jonny Lazarus sticking around from Morning Cup of Hockey with Colby Cohn. And Irf, let me get your take on Carolina getting Stankoven and 2 picks. And let me also ask you, can Carolina be done, or do you think this is a quick flip situation? Could they be looking to add?
I think they're looking to add. First of all, what's up, boys? This has been an awesome morning. Frank doing a great job as always. I think Carolina is going to add. I really do. And I think that Brock Boeser is a player that might be one of the players that they're willing to look at, like 2 first-round picks and Logan Stankoven. Boeser's a player that they've been looking at for a while. He's on the ice right now for morning skate here in Vancouver. So he hasn't been held out of that for any reason. But as we see now, we're this close to the deadline. It could be interesting, and I think things might start to heat up there on the Brock Boeser front.
Jonny, what do you make of the Canes here? Do you think, is there someone out there you look at and go, they could do a quick flip?
I literally just tweeted that like 5 minutes ago that Boeser is the guy that I think they'd go after. What does Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks get Carolina right now? It doesn't do them any good. And that's no discredit to Logan Stankoven. He's a fine player. But Carolina has been pushing toward the Eastern Conference final and trying to get to a cup final over the past 4 or 5 years. Haven't been able to get over the hump. I think right now, even if you know Brock Boeser won't sign long-term, you got to show something here if you're the Hurricanes, right? Like now I think the reputation might be taking a little bit of a hit. If you have Gensel walk away, if you have Rantanen walk away, you trade away Necas, you got to bring an NHL player that's ready for the playoffs back right now. Otherwise, I think this whole year is just a total waste, right? I don't think there's any other way to look at it.
Yeah. Irf, let me throw this your way since you're out in Van. Elias Pettersson, like that's a guy who's been kind of talked about in the Carolina circles a little bit. What do you think?
It's interesting. I think Elias Pettersson is a very polarizing figure to look at from an outsider's point of view. Those here in this market know exactly what they've seen. And I think that, Matthew Barnaby alluded to it earlier where he basically said, like, you wouldn't touch him. And I get the sense that that's the feeling right now around a lot of GMs with the National Hockey League, just kind of what he's shown, the ticket, the commitment that you're going to have for this player for the next 7 years. And quite frankly, right now, I just don't think the Canucks and other GMs think that there's a move big enough to acquire a player like Elias Pettersson right now. I think a lot of people are looking at it and saying that there's too much risk for this player.
And I think that's totally fair. Jonny, let me put your GM cap on, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah.
You're an Eastern Conference GM, and the Canucks come calling and they say, hey, give us a first, give us a young player, and he's yours. Well, I'll put air quotes on this one. The problem is yours. Do you take that? Because even Philly's a team who's sitting here now, and we just pointed out 5 firsts over the next 2 drafts. Like, if any team could dip into that.
Yeah, I think being on Long Island, and again, this is like nothing I've heard, obviously, from any credible source or anything, but you got to think about like Matt Barzal and Elias Pettersson, maybe just like a flop there. Barzal is from the Vancouver area. I mean, it's been talked about for years, right? I think him and Bedard used to skate together around the area. I know Barzal's family is still in Vancouver. So, maybe if there was a swap there, the Islanders are looking to possibly rebrand here over the next couple of years, that's something I'd be interested in. I don't know how realistic that would be. But in speaking about Carolina, I don't think Elias Pettersson necessarily fits the mold or fits what they're going for right now with the year he's had. I don't think he'd be the guy that Carolina wants to go get. But if we're doing like that, hypothetical matchmaking thing, I'd be interested in seeing Barzal and Pettersson make a swap. I don't think Islander fans would necessarily be thrilled about it, but both guys would maybe benefit from that change of scenery. And for Barzal, dealing with that Canadian media and being accustomed to it, obviously going through Hockey Canada, like maybe he can handle that a little bit more, than Pettersson can to this point of his career.
It's funny you say that, because then you would have Elias Pettersson and Bo Horvat, 2 former Vancouver Canucks centers. You just go and look at it. Matt Barzal would probably waive, and I think that, or he would have to waive if that was something that was put on the table in front of him, what you said. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure the Islanders would do that. I don't think that Elias Pettersson really might be a Lou Lamoriello type of player.
We're just doing the hypothetical game here,
Well, I know. But that's exactly what this is right now, because nothing's really going on. I think that when you look at it from what it is right now with Elias Pettersson, I think it's a summer project. And I think that you nailed the hit it on the head, Tyler, before when you said that, before his no trade clause kicks in. So I think as interesting as it is now, when you look at Elias Pettersson and the Vancouver Canucks, I think the draft is going to be where it really starts to ramp up if things don't change here the next hour.
Yeah. Let me ask you boys, before I let you go, a little multiple choice question here. What has been the most surprising part of deadline day for you? And your options are A, the return for Brock Nelson, being both Cal Ritchie and a first-round pick. B, Rantanen to Dallas. C, Dylan Cousins going to Ottawa. Or D, the fact we only have 9 deals and we're over 2 hours into our show. Irv, what do you say?
I think it's the lack of deals, because I think that just the quality of the deals that have happened have been so large. Like, we look at it in years past where these players of this caliber aren't being moved. Like, you're not getting a Rantanen, you're not getting a Brock Nelson, you're not getting a Dylan Cousins all moved within, a few hours of each other. So I'm going to say D on that. And, hopefully we get a lot more. And as I said before we did the show, bring on the chaos.
Jonny?
I would have said it was Rantanen to Dallas, but with the conversation around it over the past 40 hours, Rantanen being traded wasn't a big surprise. So I actually am going to go with Cousins to Ottawa. And obviously seeing the reactions out of Brady Tkachuk and out of the Ottawa Senators, it doesn't look like it was the best decision for a team like Ottawa that, is pushing for the playoffs, that wants to make their fans happy, that, is working toward a new building and working toward all these positive things, to go and make a move like that isn't necessarily like such an upgrade. If anything right now, it might be like a lateral move, and to affect the locker room like that, that's a pretty big surprise. Even though I will say I think it was Stefan Rosner that tweeted it, that Brady Tkachuk also made sure at the end of his press conference to note that he is excited for what Cousins is going to bring and is aware of how important he is to what Ottawa is trying to build, but how much it sucks to see his number one guy go. And obviously you have to think of the long-term impact this might have on a guy like Brady Tkachuk, who obviously everyone talks about now, after 4 Nations. Would love to see him come play in an American market.
Yeah, that might be something when the dust kind of settles on this, and again, probably more of an off-season conversation as well. Boys, you're not going to be sitting on the side for too long, but we do have to keep moving along here. We're getting close to the 1 hour mark of today's show. Shout out to Jonny, Lazarus, and Irfaan Gaffar for popping in real quick. We'll chat with them at some point in the final hour leading up to the trade deadline. But for now, I haven't heard Steven Ellis's voice yet, and I really want to hear Steven Ellis's voice. He has a couple of prospect features for us. Of course, Steven Ellis is our daily Faceoff prospect analyst. They are brought to you by Charm Diamond Centers, where you can get a custom ring built and delivered in less than 4 weeks with the Charm Masterpiece program. It all comes with their unbeatable pricing policy, and you can visit them online, charmdiamondcenters.com, and apply for a Charm Diamond Flexity card today. Get approved for no interest financing on your purchase in minutes. Here's Stephen Ellis's look at 3 notable prospects that have been moved at previous deadlines.
Hey everyone, this is Stephen Ellis, the prospect analyst and associate editor for Daily Faceoff, and these are my top 5 prospects for the 2025 NHL Draft, brought to you by Charm Diamond Centers. Let's start off with number 1, Matthew Schaefer. This is one of my favorite draft prospects I've seen in a while, and that's because he's just such a difficult defenseman to beat. He's so good on one-on-one situations, he skates well, and he's so smart. You see a bit of Cale Makar in him, and I've watched him for many years at this point, and he continues to find new ways to impress. Yes, he's missed a lot of time this year due to injuries and other health concerns, but I'm not too worried, and I know scouts aren't either. Going to number 2, it's James Haggins. I remember the very first time I watched him play with the U.S. National Development Team, and you could see that this was a guy that was special. Think kind of Jack Hughes and Jonathan Toews in the way he plays the puck. And there's a reason that he has set records at the U17 and U18 national team level. It's because he's so dominant. And he's also just a fun guy to talk to. He's just really smart, really observant of what's going on at the ice at all times. And he just seems to love talking about his teammates. Number 3 is Michael Misa. And I remember the very first time I watched him play at the OHL Cup, a tournament once dominated by Connor McDavid. Well, Michael Misa has the all-time scoring record now in that tournament because of just how good he was a few years ago. And I think that all we've seen from him over time is just getting more confident, tougher to play against. And if there's any player I'd want on the ice to go and win a game, that's the guy I would choose from this year's draft. Then there's Porter Martone at number 4. This guy might be one of the most entertaining prospects to watch in this draft, and that's because he's very much like a Matthew Tkachuk player. I remember watching him at the AAA level, and it felt like there was just a bit of learning he needed to do on the physical side. As soon as he got to the OHL, this is someone who is not afraid of anyone. We saw him fight at the OHL Top Prospects game, and when he's not scoring, which he does a lot, by the way, he's also very good away from the puck. So I really like him, and he's the type of player you want on every team. And then there's Anton Frundell. That's a guy that I've really yo-yoed with this year in my draft rankings. He's fallen all the way as low as number 11, but I have him at 5 right now. And that's because he's dominating the Allsvenskan, the second-tier Swedish league. That's very difficult for a player of his age to be able to do that because it is a league where the pro players really stand out. But he's got a great shot, great passer, and if you put that all together, there's a reason scouts are excited about him. So those are my top 5 prospects for the 2025 NHL Draft.
What's up, hockey fans? If you like that video, do not... There we go. Shout out to our boy Stephen Ellis for our friends at Charm Diamond Centers. Let's continue along and get back to, do we got our main panel ready to roll here with Matthew Barnaby and Carter Hutton, a couple of former NHLers. And boys, before we heard from Stephen Ellis, you heard me ask Jonny and Irfaan a little multiple choice question. The most surprise, I mean, we can even put this in our YouTube chat and hear from the people a little bit, but the most surprising part of deadline day, actually, before I can even ask you anything, Frank Seravalli's got a quick little update for us here. So Frank, what do you got?
So we were saying that there are some smaller pieces coming with that deal. It's actually not that small. 2026 and 2027 third-round picks also going to Carolina. So 2 firsts, 2 thirds, and Logan Stankoven in exchange for Mikko Rantanen on an 8-year extension. They're just putting the finishing strokes on this deal. Here's the other thing, and I just want to add this one layer to the conversation because I think it's an important nuance to mention. Is one thing to keep in mind when you're sizing up this whole Carolina experience and what's happened here with Mikko Rantanen. You get 13 games of him, and essentially you've gone from Necas to Rantanen to Stankoven. And I understand why if you're a Canes fan now, you're upset. One thing to keep in mind is that Necas was only going to be with the Canes for potentially 1 more year. So this started with Necas. He was due a new deal in next July. There's a guy that going back to last summer, the best offer that the Carolina Hurricanes got for Marty Necas was 2 second-round picks. So they took Necas and Jack Drury and a second for Rantanen, then Rantanen for this haul. So there's a lot to it. And again, as everyone has said correctly, judge the Carolina Hurricanes based on what they do over these next 90 minutes because they've got a ton of assets to flip now. But 2 firsts, 2/3, and Logan Stankoven is what's coming back.
And it was going to be my follow-up, and you answered it. But yeah, if you would have told the Canes 12 months ago, hey, you're getting Stankoven in 2 firsts for a package of Nature's Drury and a pick, they would have been like, yeah, we're all over that. And the 2/3 definitely add to it. So Frank, safe to say Carolina is not done.
That's correct. And we'll see what they get up to. Like, I can guarantee you that once this deal was agreed upon and they sat back and waited for the Dallas Stars to get a deal done with Rantanen, yeah, I'm sure they had some contingencies in place on what they would do if that didn't happen. But I can guarantee you that they were making calls on what would it be like if we did have 2 extra first-round picks and third-round picks? What would we do with them? So stay tuned.
The top 3 are off the board for Frank Seravalli as we send him back to the insider cam and bring in Matt Barnaby and Carter Hutton. So, boys, your multiple choice question, what's been the most surprising part of deadline day for you? A, Brock Nelson and the return he ended up getting for the Colorado Avalanche and the New York Islanders in that deal. B, Dylan Cousins goes to the Ottawa Senators. C, Rantanen to the Stars. Or D, the fact we only have 9 trades and we are almost 3 hours into our show. Barnaby, what do you say?
I'm going to go Rantanen into the Stars. These players just don't become available, and it's only 9 deals. That's going to pick up here in the next hour and 15 minutes. So the numbers are going to come through. We're going to see more and more. But listen, you just changed the powerhouse, and Dallas is it now. Dallas will be the team to catch. We talked about Winnipeg being that team going through, being the best team in the Western Conference. So many great teams in the East. If you look at the Atlantic and the way that they're playing with Toronto, both Florida teams, but Rantanen going to Dallas, man, that's the biggest news. It won't get any bigger than that in the next hour and 15 minutes. So for me, it's Rantanen going to the beautiful state of Texas.
Yeah, for me, obviously, I like the Rantanen deal, right? I think that's the biggest thing. But again, I got to go with, just to be different, Brock Nelson, right? I think that is an absolute haul for the New York Islanders, especially on a team on an expiring contract. I think that's a great move by them, trying to get a little refresh out there, right? I feel like when we talk about the Islanders, they're just the Islanders, right? They just never really give us anything. We never expect them to win. They just kind of hang around, and it would be nice for them to get back to their glory days, to be a difference maker, to get in the playoffs and make some noise, right? I know they had a run a few years ago, and I like the fact that they got to start loading up too. And I'm a big believer, and I think they need to brand themselves better, right? Lou Lamoriello's been around a long time. They have no branding on their players. They don't do social media. They don't do anything. I feel like this is a different day and age. People are fans of the game, and they want to see content. They want to see people, and that's how we get our game, right? Via social media, right? So I think for me, the Islanders is a step in the right direction, moving, trying to get this team, I guess headed in the right direction. Because for years, it's just been, that's just the Islanders. They've never really been a threat. And at some point, I'd love to see them back in the fold.
When you hold up the returns for Nelson and Rantanen next to each other, and yes, Carolina got more. But still, it's basically Cal Ritchie. That's 2 first-round picks for Brock Nelson, who is a rental and who I might add is not a top 10, top 15, whatever you want to call Mikko Rantanen. He's that quality of a player. And to get 2 firsts and that conditional third as well, and I don't have the conditions in front of me, so forgive me on that. And then to hold it up next to this, 2/3, 2 firsts, Stankoven, for 8.5 years, you can basically call it, of a premier player in the NHL. I don't know whether or not to sit there and applaud Dallas harder or to scold Colorado more. And listen, they had to add the market's the market, and in a way they also potentially could have prevented maybe Brock Nelson from going to a division rival. So you pay more and you do that, that's fine. But I don't know, Carter. I just look at the 2 deals side by side. I'm like, man, how did Colorado pay that much for a rental who's a worse player? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a great point. And again, back to what I was saying, I think for the Islanders here, they're in good shape, right? Because this is Brock Nelson. If he does love the Islander, maybe they do find a way to get him back postseason. But again, I think the table was set with the Tampa Bay mindset, right? And I think Colorado's going for that too. They still are in the, one of the favorites to win, right? I think the West is strong, and they consider those picks don't mean anything, right? The one for me that changes this whole deal is the fact of the matter, the picks that left Dallas to go to Carolina are just picks. When you're getting Cal Ritchie in return, you're getting this is a hit, right? He is a player that is going to have a lot of upside. I think he has more upside than Stankoven in that sense, right? He's just a younger player, and he's going to come into his own, and what he can do at the NHL level with his big body and his big size. So again, it's just the fact of the matter of that win now mentality in Colorado. When you have Makar, you have McKinnon, they obviously have their goalies at the standpoint. Blackwood's been great, and I think they can still consider themselves a cup contender at this point. It's a great haul for the Islanders, and for Colorado, I think all that being said, they're just trying to look right now in the immediate future what they can do.
Win now mentality. If Colorado wins the Stanley Cup, it is what it is. They will not care what they gave up. If they don't win, they're going to look back and be, if they get bounced in the first round, they'll be like, oh, wow, now he's going to come under fire, right? Now you're going to be looking at that deal because you gave up a ton. Side by side, it doesn't even look fair. This makes a little bit more sense when you look at Carolina in the return that they got. Just picks. Maybe none of them ever pan out. We don't know. But Frank he's not wrong very often. He's usually bang on. I would be very surprised if Carolina isn't contacting Vancouver right now and saying, hey, mate, you might want to get Brock Besser off the ice. We have a lot of capital here. We'd like to make a move for Brock Besser.
Well, and again, if you suddenly start to look like, let's walk through that hypothetical a little bit then, like Besser goes, and now you have a top 9 that sure at the beginning of the year had Drury and had Natchez. Now it has Besser, a guy with 40 goal upside. Now it has Stankoven, who, is having a bit of a sophomore slump here this year. I guess it's his first full season, only 9 goals in 59 games, but everyone knows the upside there. I saw firsthand how effective he was for a lot of those playoff games last year, which is not an easy thing to do when you're fresh and new to the NHL. And you'll still have, presumably, a couple of those picks left over, too. So I think, again, the Rantanen experiment in Carolina, I have a really hard time. I see some people in the chat really going at the Canes for it. I have a hard time calling that a failure. Like, they also have Taylor Hall as a part of this whole deal and everything that went down. So, like, yes, they took a shot at Rantanen. I actually applaud them for going and trying to do that. And I applaud them for having the balls to pull the pin on it. I think a lot of GMs around the league, Barnes, would have sat there and been like, well, I don't want to get roasted for trading Rantanen now, and what if I don't get as much? Like, I give them credit for everything they did here.
I agree with you. Listen, they took a swing, couldn't get him signed, and they cut their losses. Like it's like buying a stock, right? You just don't say steadfast, and the stock is like, oh, it's going to rebound. It's going to come back. I'm in at $80. It's down to 60. Hey, pull the plug and get as much as you can back. So they took a swing. It missed. They couldn't get him signed. They made the best deal possible. Now they have a lot of capital to make another move today, and they have picks for the future.
Yeah, I'm with you there in Carolina. but my only factor in Carolina is like, you're still trying to be a contender, right? And now when I look at their lineup, I look at Stankoven at 5'8", Blake at 5'9", Aho 5'10", Yost 5'10", and then Jarvis 5'9". There's not a lot of size. And when I start to look down in the East, I just feel like when it comes to playoff time, it's going to be a grind, right? So it'll be interesting to see, obviously you can put Besser on the map again, not an overly big guy, right? So I just don't know during a 7-game series, grinding it out when you look about Florida and Tampa, and when they get into those matchups, or even like a Washington, right? I feel like Tom Wilson's going to be licking his chops coming into that series, a big body. Pierre-Luc Dubois, these are guys that have size and can work the walls. And again, not that size is everything, but it's a bit concerning for me for a team that doesn't really generate a lot of like net front damage, right? Like this is where the lack of size will be interesting to see how they play out, as it goes. But I'm with you guys. I think it takes a lot of jam to be able to retrade Rantanen, right? I think this is a move that, I think Tulski's going to be judged on for the rest of his career, depending on how it goes and what those first round picks end up being. But again, it's only time will tell. And again, I think it's worrisome in the East with their size.
Yeah, and Eric Tulski has 300 patents or something crazy like that. He's one of the smartest guys in the league, and I think he's got a pretty big set on him as well. So I like what's going on in Carolina. Let's go to another one of the options I kind of gave you guys, and that was 9 trades. We are 5 minutes away from the final hour. And I'll remind everyone, and you'll probably hear me say this a couple of times, at last year's deadline, we had 8 total deals come in after that 3 p.m. Eastern buzzer. Again, you just got to get into the queue is, I think, the simplest way I can explain it for the people watching along on the YouTube. So we could get a decent amount of deals. Last year, 23 total. Again, 8 of them after the buzzer. But just kind of looking around the league right now, in the West, okay, Dallas has done their thing. Winnipeg's done their thing. Colorado got Brock Nelson, K-check. I'm going to leave LA out of this because we've spent a lot of time talking about LA already this year. But is there anyone else in the Western Conference who you're surprised, Carter, has not jumped and made a splash yet? Or do you think everyone's kind of checked their boxes?
You know, I think a lot of teams have checked their boxes where they're at. The team for me that I just think has an unbelievable amount of picks is Utah. Like, I just think that maybe you go there and you Bill Armstrong goes and finds a guy. They won last night in Detroit, is a big win. I think you go and you can find a player to try to help these guys, right? There's so many good things going in Utah. You have an aggressive ownership group. They've been banking picks for God knows since when in Arizona, right? They have a stockpile of them. So that would be the team for me. I think not necessarily, going to make a difference. And, you're not thinking about winning the cup, especially how loaded the West is. But again, just having guys play meaningful hockey. You have guys like Clayton Carroll, Lawson Krause, Nick Schmaltz, guys that have been there a long time. Having them in the hunt late in this season is going to be important. And I think that would be the team for me that, maybe they go out and get a Brock Besser. They go out and get somebody that can, make a little bit of an impact on this team. And I think from the outside looking in, that'd be the case for me. I think maybe I'm a bit biased because I know a lot of these players, but I think it'd be nice for them to play some more meaningful hockey down the stretch.
I still think we're going to see some Ristolainen. I think Bowen Byram is a name to watch for as we go through. I think Besser's a no-brainer that he'll be moved. I think we're going to still see some pretty big names in this last hour moved. It's a game of chicken. Who's gonna budge first, right? And now we get down to the final minutes, and you're like, okay, we still need something. And I think it's going to be now they're going to transition into the D side. I think Toronto's going to make a move still for a D in here somewhere. Brock Besser's a guy that Vancouver would be trying to trade for right now if he didn't want a 7 or 8 year deal. He'd be a guy that they'd try to acquire to get into the playoffs because there's different tiers. There's the teams trying to win a Stanley Cup. Not that they aren't all trying to win a Stanley Cup. Some are trying to get 2 rounds into the playoffs, maybe more. Some teams are just trying to eke for their fan base and money-wise to get into the playoffs. So it's all different levels. There's going to be a lot more trades here in the last hour, but look for those names I was talking about just on the back end.
Yeah, I think that's fair, especially on the blue line. You mentioned Bowen Byram. He is the number 1 defenseman still remaining on Frank's board. Lower than him, there's guys like Jamie Alexiak out in Seattle. He's got term on his deal. Byram's a pending RFA too, but Alexiak has term on his deal. So if Seattle wanted to, we're seeing the prices for some of the rental D-men this year. If Seattle holds them for another year, it's not like they're going to be sitting there empty-handed. Brandon Carlo's got a ton of term out in Boston, 2 more years at $4.1 million on the rental side. Maybe someone like a Matt Grzelcyk in Pittsburgh. And then, you mentioned Rasmus Ristolainen. He comes in at number 25 on Frank's trade targets board. Hutz, let me ask you the eastern side of that question now. I'm looking, to me, I'm staring at Steve Yzerman and the buzzword Yzer plan thrown around for so many years now in Detroit and sitting, waiting right now. You're 1 point out of the playoffs. The drought is what the drought's been. If you don't give this team serious reinforcements, I think it's a massive failure on Steve Yzerman.
I think so too, especially at this point, right? Where what we've done and now seeing Jake Wallman move for what he moved for, a guy who got moved out pretty easily out of Detroit. It's not really a great look, I think, for Stevie Y and the Wings. And again, I think what Todd McLennan's come in and done with this team has been great. And you have goalies in Cam Talbot and Alex Lyon who have been in this situation, right? We're not far removed from watching Alex Lyon get so hot to carry the Florida Panthers into the playoffs where Bobrovsky got hot. But I think for Steve Yzerman now, it's got to the point where you come in and you have a leash because of what he's done in Tampa, because of his history in Detroit and all the cups he's won and the player he was. But at some point, there needs to be something on paper where we're moving forward and we're in the hunt. And again, I think as this season started, we looked at the big 3 for me that was, needed to take a step forward was Ottawa, Detroit, and Buffalo. And you can take Buffalo out of the mix. Ottawa's there, but you're not that far removed from the playoffs, and I think they would benefit from a little bit of shot in the arm and just the psychology of the players, right? We talked about this earlier. I think just adding a piece to be like, hey, we believe you guys can get in. Now go do it. Here you go. And I think Barnes, I see you nod. You get it, right? This is a team that's borderline, but they can get a lot of value from getting in the playoffs.
You look at your GM when they've turned the season around and Todd's come in and got them this close, you're looking for reinforcements. You're looking for like, hey, you deserve this. You deserve the opportunity for me to go out and help you. Even if I have to give up a little capital, draft capital, whatever it may be, even if it wasn't his plan at the start, he's that close, and they deserve that reinforcements. They deserve that adrenaline. They deserve to have an opportunity to take that next step by adding, whether it's a veteran player or a player that can help them in the short term. Even if it's a rental, go and do it. It doesn't have to fit into your long term, but these guys deserve that in that locker room, and I think they crave it. They want it.
All right. We are in the final hour of the trade deadline window. So giddy on up. We could see some crazy stuff here in the next little bit. Just a quick refresher, the top 5 on Frank's board. We got 3 of them gone already. Mikko Rantanen is now a member of the Dallas Stars. Brandon Tanev is a Winnipeg Jet. Scott Laughton is a Leaf. And I think we're about to take another name off the board, potentially. Frank, breaking news, and it's a trade.
And he wasn't on our board. It's Charlie Coyle, according to Fluto Shinzawa of The Athletic in Boston. He's saying Charlie Coyle is going to the Colorado Avalanche. Now, I don't have confirmation or details, but Fluto, I know his work real well, and he's a trustworthy reporter, so I believe it when he says it. And man, it really makes you think, what's the next domino? Because another player on our board is Casey Middlestat. And so if you have Nathan McKinnon, Brock Nelson, and Charlie Coyle in the fold down the middle, you don't need Casey Middlestat at $5+ million for the next couple years on your cap. So look for a rebound move from the Abs. Must mean they have something else in place. And yeah, really interesting. You know, we thought the Bruins might be waving the white flag, but Charlie Coyle, a Boston kid as well. He wasn't on the board because I thought if they were going to pick apart the roster, a team that desperately needs center depth and needs centers could probably use to keep him. So we'll see what's coming back. Stay tuned.
All right. We'll send Frank back as he works on the return there. But Fluto Shinzawa reporting Charlie Coyle is going to the Colorado Avalanche. Coyle, 1 more year on his deal at $5.25 million. Let's go to our analyst panel. I miss those boys. I miss Irf and Jonny. So let's bring in those two here to get some raw and instant reaction. Charlie Coyle going to the Avs. Frank just said the center depth. I mean, oh boy, McKinnon, Nelson, Coyle is pretty good. We're assuming Middlestat's going out the door. Obviously, don't know if it's in this deal or whatever the plan is there. But Irf, your first reaction to Charlie Coyle and the Bruins selling off? Oh, you're muted, Irf. Oh, is he
that
back?
Center depth for the
There
Colorado Avalanche is absolutely lethal. Sorry, hit mute there. I was eating a cookie. Yeah, it's wild. Like you look at what the Dallas Stars did, and if you're the Colorado Avalanche and you really believe that, you know, this is going to be your year and you've got to compete, and the West is as wild as it is, and it's going to be absolutely brutal to get through, you have to have depth. Now, everyone knows that they're going to lean on Nathan McKinnon.
Frank, you got to mute yourself, Frankie. Okay, sorry. We're good. Irf, keep going. That's my bad.
and Jack Drury on the 4th line, but acquiring a guy, you know, like Charlie Coyle can definitely put a team over the top. Jonny, like, I don't know if you agree with me, but that is a absolutely lethal center core for the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, and you're getting him in the bottom 6. Like, Charlie Coyle was playing top 6 minutes in Boston, and maybe that's not the role that he's going to benefit the most from. And this is also a guy who's played a lot of playoff hockey over the past few years, where Casey Middlestat doesn't have that playoff experience, you know, close to what Coyle's been. He's 33 years old. You know, he's been to Cup finals. He's done it. And obviously, I think Colorado's been looking for the guy to replace Nazem Kadri with their Cup team, right? In 2022, like, he was a guy that helped push them over the top. You know, not saying Charlie Coyle's that guy, but Brock Nelson could certainly be that guy that they've been missing, you know, since his departure. And just looking at Charlie Coyle's playoff numbers, you know, maybe not the most goals, but he does put up some points, you know, in a little, you know, again, a top 6 role that he's probably not the most fit for. But getting him, I think, as a 3rd line center will be good, not only for the offense, but shutting guys down as well.
It is absolutely bonkers to think that we could be looking at a first-round matchup that is Dallas versus Colorado.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, Colorado's tied with Mini for that third spot. Dallas is 6 points back of Winnipeg for the top spot. So, again, you can kind of say, like, Colorado starts to win a little bit more. Mini doesn't do as much as the deadline. Like, could be Dallas, Colorado. When you put those two forward groups right next to each other, Lehkonen, McKinnon, Natchez, Nelson, Nichushkin, Drouin, and now Charlie Coyle is the third-line center. You put it up next to Dallas, who's also very good. Irf, which one do you take?
I'm just looking at potential
Irf.
Dallas Stars.
I got to cut you off immediately. I just saw Frank texting me. Frank, what do we got?
Nope. We did talk about it. We hinted at it, but Casey Mittelstadt is part of this swap. He is going from Colorado to Boston. So Mittelstadt and Coyle changing places, two different players, two different stylistic fits. And the Boston Bruins get a younger player who is under team control for the next 2 years at 5+.
All right, so Boston gets, like you said, a little bit younger here. Coyle goes to the Avs. Back to Irf and Jonny. Irf, which forward group do you take?
I'm just looking at the Dallas Stars' top 3 lines when healthy. Robertson, Hintz, Rantanen, Marchand, Duchesne, Seguin, Ben, Johnson, Dandanov. Like, that is pretty good. I can't go against a team that has Nathan McKinnon on it, but I'm definitely liking what the Dallas Stars are building there.
You missed Granlund in that mix as well, actually, because obviously Seguin would slot in, and then Granlund too. All right, Jonny, what's up? Which one would you pick?
I'm taking Colorado, and for me, it's the speed. Sneaky speed, too, and guys like Natchez, Lehkonen. Drouin can skate also. Ross Colton is a guy who had a hot start to this year. This is a speedy Colorado forward group, and maybe Dallas is a little bit heavier and bigger in size. But to me, the way the Colorado Avalanche play, especially on home ice, they always look like they're at 2x speed against their opponent, no matter who it is. I mean, you've seen them skate against the Edmonton Oilers. There aren't many teams that can keep up with Edmonton, but Colorado is always neck and neck with the Oilers. So I'm taking Colorado just when it comes to playing that 200-foot game up and down the ice.
Let me float you guys a question I floated the other panel as well. We are now well into the final hour here on deadline day. One team who you're looking at with a raised eyebrow and going, why are they still quiet? Irf?
The Vancouver Canucks. So much talk about this team and this franchise and what they're going to do. Are they going to be sellers? We talked about Elias Pettersson as soon as I came on to begin with. And, there has been a lot of speculation and a lot of talk. And, even more about Jim Rutherford and Patrick Alvin and how they're not going to wave the white towel and be sellers because they think they can still be a playoff team. The owner wants playoff revenue. Well, what have they done? They have done nothing. Right now, as far as we sit here right now, Brock Besser was on the ice, morning skates finished, so nothing's gone there. If the two sides have started talking again, the Canucks may or may not have upped their offer or at least term for Brock Besser to see if he wants to sign an extension. But it is going to be interesting to see what this team decides to do in the last 52 minutes here before the NHL trade line officially kicks in, because that's the team for me, at least. If they think that they're in and can be a playoff team, or if they're trying to build for the future here.
Jonny?
To me, I think it's kind of the obvious one. I know they made a move yesterday, but the Vegas Golden Knights, sneaky quiet today. And they're a team I feel like that always comes in right toward that final buzzer and makes a really surprising move. Last year, I think Hurdle came in right before 3 o'clock, right? Tyler, you probably remember more than I do.
Yep.
But the Vegas Golden Knights always seem to make a big splash. And right now you look at their top 6 and they got Brandon Saad, who they recently acquired a month or so ago, playing as a second line left winger, and Tanner Pearson as their first line left winger. Like, they can use an upgrade in those spots. Riley Smith, they bring in yesterday, was probably going to play in their third line. But the Vegas Golden Knights, to me, I'm sure there's something up Kelly McCribben's sleeve that he's going to pull out within the next hour or so. And I don't know if Ryan O'Reilly is the right guy to go there, but he's a name too that I see on Frank's trade target board that I'm still curious about to see if he'd be moved. Ryan O'Reilly is a guy, obviously, that any playoff team would love to add, doesn't have a lot of term left on his deal, and is at a $4.5 million cap hit. I'm not putting those pieces together, but I'd be interested in Ryan O'Reilly individually and the Vegas Golden Knights separately from that as well.
Yeah, and I am curious, just looking through Frank's board and watching it flash through on the right side. There are so many of these names, and it feels like way more than in past years. They all have term or some element of team control. And Irf, I wonder, as we get closer to the buzzer here and some of these teams are holding tight onto these assets with term, if we don't get the other side of the negotiation, the GM's going, you know what, I was hesitant to pay this price, but trigger finger gets itchy, the clock starts ticking down, and you go, you know what, I can pay it because I can get the guy for more than 1 year. It's not like if we flame out in round one, I'm going to have my feet to the fire in July going, why'd you give up 2 assets for this guy who's now signing somewhere else? It's like, no. Pieces that can help for multiple years. I wonder if some prices don't start getting met here in the next 49 minutes.
Yeah, you're going to have to think that something's got to give, right? Especially if you see yourself as a contender, a true legit contender right now in the National Hockey League, and you're watching what the Central Division's doing, or if you're in the Eastern Conference and you're watching what teams like Florida have done and teams like the Toronto Maple Leafs have done, and why are you not going out and trying to put yourself over the edge and at least show that you can be competitive, not only to yourself, but to players in the locker room? And I think that that's an important thing to realize here too. As much as, we want to look at it from the outside and say, oh, GMs went and did the job. The real winners are the players here. If they're adding assets and they're adding guys that can help them win now and help them go over the edge. You look at a guy like Brandon Tanev going back to the Winnipeg Jets, a place that he started his NHL career. Guys in that room are pumped. Like they are excited to have him, right? They really do believe that. And obviously the Colorado Avalanche and, the Dallas Stars with the Finnish connection, getting, Mikko Rantanen, like that's a team that puts you over the edge. And, Frank alluded to it, and we all can agree, like Dallas is going to be a cup favorite now. So it's the Eastern Conference. And that's where I'm looking at to see if what a team like Carolina does, if they can really think that they're a legit contender, what a team like the Toronto Maple Leafs is going to do after Scott Laughton, and if they're done for the day or if they're going to add something. And obviously, the Florida Panthers, if there's still some room there left as well.
All right, boys, final 48 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact until it is pencils down time here at the NHL Trade Deadline. Going to send you boys back off to the side. And for our friends at Tim Hortons and Roll Up to Win, which is back and only on until March 23rd, so you don't have a lot of time. There's a deadline looming for Roll Up to Win as well. You can get in on millions of great prizes just by rolling it up or swiping your thumb. Get in on millions of prizes. Play Roll Up to Win now on the Tim's app. Rules apply. Canada only. No purchase necessary. Visit the Tim's app for details. Our next deadline story comes courtesy of Eddie Lack.
My favorite trade deadline story is from when I played for the Canucks, and we were all sitting, I think we were in Phoenix, and we're just like waiting for the trade deadline to be over before we could practice. And Cass was, I wouldn't say that he was hoping to get traded, but like we all thought that he was gonna get traded and everything, right? And it was like 5 minutes before the deadline, and we're all just like sitting, scrolling our phones, and there's this thing that popped up on mine from Bob McKenzie, I thought, and it said Ryan Kesler traded to Pittsburgh. So I went in and I shook his hand and I'm like, brother, you just got traded to Pittsburgh. And he's like, what? I haven't heard anything. And so like he runs out, he like calls his agent and everything, and then it turns out to be a fake Bob McKenzie thing. So I told Cass that he was getting traded even though he wasn't.
Hey, man, the fake accounts will get you this time of year. I'm making sure it's an A, not an O, when I see a Frank Seravalli tweet. But again, you got to double check things. It happens to the players. That is really, really good. Let's continue along. We have the framework of a middle stat for Coyle deal. And I think that's enough to slap a grade on this bad boy. So let's go to our managing editor, Matt Larkin from Daily Faceoff. Trade grades brought to you by JP Wisers. Mr. Larkin, put a grade on. Oh, never mind. Don't put a grade on it yet because Frank's finger is in the air. Frank.
Yeah, here's one. The Chicago Blackhawks and Detroit Red Wings are closing in on a trade, sending Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith to Detroit in exchange for Joe Veleno. So a bit of an interesting move. I know the Hawks were looking for a place for Peter Mrazek to play, victim of circumstance with the Spencer Knight trade, as they were going with Knight and Arvid Soderblom as their tandem moving forward. They had actually informed Peter Mrazek that he wouldn't be playing any games the remainder of the year. So they find a landing spot for Mrazek and also veteran Craig Smith on the move. So Joe Veleno coming back to Chicago, a younger player who fits their build. So A little bit of a different swap rather than the usual trade deadline vets for picks, but nonetheless, there you go.
Yeah, a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. Thank you very much, Frank. Back to Matt Larkin here. I don't think we need to grade Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith, although Craig Smith, sneaky 9 goals already on the season. But let's grade up Middlestat for Coyle.
Yeah, I really like this trade for both sides. It's one of those classic hockey trades that's just so sensible. If you look at Colorado, you bring in Brock Nelson. So now Casey Middlestat's skill set, it doesn't work on the third line. He's an all finesse player. So you bring in Charlie Coyle, who's got size. He can kill penalties. He can play second power play unit. He can play the wing as well in a pinch. So versatile veteran piece. You move off 2 more years of Middlestat at 5.75. You take on 1 more year of Coyle. So I like it a lot for Colorado. It makes a ton of sense for them. It's an A. And for Boston, it's actually a B+ for me. It might surprise some people, but if you look at what the Bruins need, they are 28th in the NHL in scoring offense. They have the number 29 power play in the league. And they need just a true puck distributor. If you look at their centers, they've been cycling through post-Patrice Bergeron, whether it's Elias Lindholm, Pavel Zacha being tried in the role, Charlie Coyle. None of these guys are true natural playmakers, and that's what Casey Middlestat is. For all his warts, he is a pure finesse playmaker, and I think he actually fits nicely. He's going to augment the wingers on the Bruins. So it's not an A because, again, Middlestat has been very inconsistent in his career. And if he struggles as a Bruin, well, then you're saddled with an extra year of $5.75 million. But just from a team need standpoint, I actually really like it. And the Bruins get younger with the deal too. So it's a good move that's sort of more retool than rebuild, getting younger, bringing in a piece that can help you right now. So it's a B+ for Boston.
Perfect. Matt, before I let you go, what player remaining on Frank's board is the most intriguing to you?
I mean, Alex Tuch, to me, he just was at the top of the board there. I think he's a difference maker because he does so many things well. He can bring goal scoring, but he's just such a big body. And I think his game is tailor-made to a deep playoff run if he's in the right situation. And it's going to cost a lot to get him, but I just think he's someone who could really move the needle. Even a team like, for example, the LA Kings, they've been really quiet today. I think they could really use someone like him. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone gets the Sabres to bite on a Tuch trade.
Yeah, that is one of those guys. Another one, term. It's just such a theme here when you go through all of these names. No seller is at least facing a lot of pressure. Like, I got to move this guy in the next 42 minutes, and you wonder what that does with prices. Matt, thank you very much. There you go. Trade grades brought to you by JP Weisers. JP Weisers, proud to be the official whiskey of the NHL, proud to be the official whiskey of Game Night, offering Canadian hockey fans a premium drink choice to enhance every game night experience across Canada. Let's reset things a little bit here on the Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline special. It's all brought to you by our friends at Bet365. The trades are starting to pick up a little bit. Last night, midnight Eastern, we had the Brock Nelson deal with him going to the Colorado Avalanche, and the Avs not done. They just went and picked up Charlie Coyle in a deal that involves Casey Middlestat and other pieces reportedly going the other way. Some other trades to give you: Anthony Beauvillier in exchange for a second-round pick. He's going to the Washington Capitals from the Pittsburgh Penguins. The LA Kings, sneaky quiet so far. One of those teams in the Pacific that I think everyone's got their eye on. They did pick up Andrei Kuzmenko in exchange for a third-round pick, but again, hard to believe that's the only move Rob Blake would make here. A big one between the Senators and Sabres has Dylan Cousins, Dennis Gilbert, and a second-round pick going to Ottawa as they pushed for a playoff berth. Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker going back to the Buffalo Sabres. Luke Schenn and Brandon Tanev are both Winnipeg Jets. In the Schenn deal, it is Pittsburgh getting a second and a fourth. In the Tanev deal, it is a second-round pick going to the Seattle Kraken. The Toronto Maple Leafs got their guy. It feels like years of us going, man, Scott Laughton would make sense in Toronto. Well, now we get to find out if Scott Laughton makes sense in Toronto. It's Laughton with a couple of picks for a conditional first and Nikita Grabenkin. Mikko Rantanen, that was the big one, number 1 on Frank's board. He goes to the Dallas Stars along with a nice, clean 8-year extension. Logan Stankoven, 2 firsts, 2 thirds is what goes back to the Carolina Hurricanes. And again, the most recent one, I said it a couple seconds ago, Casey Middlestat in exchange for Charlie Coyle. We are live on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. If you're watching along, hit that subscribe button and get ready, because not only is there 40 minutes until the deadline, but we'll be sticking with you for some time after the deadline as well. We will be here until the trades stop trickling in. And on that note, let's go back to Matt Barnaby and Carter Hutton over on our main panel. And boys, as we sit here, 40 more minutes to go until the deadline. And we'll rip through a few more of the names on Frank Seravalli's board. The longer this goes on, I do wonder, with a guy like Brad Marchand, the longer it goes on, this is just gut feel for me. I feel like it's less likely a deal happens. Huts, are you thinking there could be a buzzer beater with Marchand?
I feel like, I guess maybe I was just waiting on that Rantanen deal. Like if that was the one holding everything up for Brad Marchand. But again, seeing Charlie Coyle moved out now, again, a guy that, hasn't had a great year in the sense, but he is a playoff guy, right? He's a big body, can eat up minutes. He's going to be hard to play against. And that's a big beef up for Colorado. I don't see why not for Brad Marchand, right? He's just one of those guys that I think any team would value. Again, I think it's just return. And again, this is where we've talked about it. I just think communication, the transparency between him and Don Sweeney, just like, where does he want to go and what does he want to do? Is this something that he's really interested in? Because of the matter, there is a respect there, right? There's a mutual respect of what he's done for this organization. He's been a Bruin for a long time, but I would love to see him go. I just think this just shows you, in my opinion, that in the West, I don't believe teams are intimidated by Winnipeg and what they've done so far in the regular season. I think Dallas, Vegas, Colorado, Edmonton, all these teams still think that there's a really good chance that they're going to win the Stanley Cup this year. You got something there, buddy?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, before we get to Matt's take on the Marchand thing and all that, Frank, you have something to add into the conversation on Brad Marchand.
Yeah, look, I do think that there's still a possibility here that Brad Marchand moves in the next 39 minutes plus. I'll give you 3 teams to keep an eye on, and you guys can chew it up after this. But the Vegas Golden Knights, they have, as you mentioned, been rather quiet by their standards, and we could all see how Brad Marchand would be the straw that stirs the drink in Vegas. And the Los Angeles Kings, another team that's been pretty quiet today. Great fit there with what he would provide. And I'm going to give you one more that's been talked about, that it's not lost on me that the dollars line up almost identically. Again, not saying any of this is likely, just 3 teams to keep an eye on: the Edmonton Oilers. What they have left with their cap space, if Brad Marchand is retained twice, it's like literally almost dollar for dollar what Brad Marchand is. So I do think the Oilers would like to do something else. I think they wanted to try and solve their top 6 winger issue that they've had all year. I'll be totally candid with you, 37 minutes to go. I don't know what the likelihood is of the Brad Marchand deal, but if I had to pick 3 teams in the Western Conference, those would be my 3.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Matt, you hear those 3 teams. Which one stands out to you?
Well, I said LA earlier, connecting them. Vegas makes a lot of sense. They always make a splash. In the end, they find a way to get it done. And listen, if I'm Brad Marchand, I want to chase a cup. I want to chase a cup. I want to try it again. It doesn't mean I can't come back to Boston, but I want to also help this team. If I have in the back of the mind that I might come back. Now he might go, if he does go to LA or he goes to Vegas, might absolutely fall in love with those 2 places. And how couldn't you? That's how things get thrown off, right? They might throw the money, and no state taxes in Las Vegas. Pretty good place to live in Henderson. LA is a beautiful spot. So I actually think he's going to move. And I have no insider information. I'm not Frank Seravalli. I just have a gut feeling that Boston is in a reboot. They're in a retool. They just made a hockey trade for Charlie Coyle for Casey Middlestat. They got younger. They got some talent. I think Charlie Coyle, by the way, might be the best third-line center in the National Hockey League. I think he's that good in the playoffs. His size, he can adapt to any position, play so good in the playoffs, and he's a big, big guy. So I just have a gut feeling that Marchand does move. Those teams that Frank talked about certainly make sense. And further to Carter's earlier, no one's afraid of Winnipeg now. Like, great regular season, but Tanev doesn't push the needle. Everyone else is like, they're sticking bazookas in their back and they're coming flyer. Now they added Tanev, a little pup gun to the mix. And I understand chemistry is a huge part of locker rooms, and they've had a great season. But man, has it changed in the last hour and a half?
Yeah.
No, Ty, I got one for you.
Yeah, go ahead, Huts.
Right? Looking at this team, right? You're Edmonton, right? I know you bleed oil country. Like, if we're looking back on this run of Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, and if they don't have any cups to show for it, are we going to look back at like a deadline like this, adding a Jake Wallman and not adding some bigger pieces to try to push them over the top? Like we talk about Frank being able to make those numbers work with Brad Marchand, which would be a shot. Imagine Brad Marchand picking pucks up on the wall for these superstars and finding ways to get in the trenches and get under, that's where I view these teams now, where it's like, we see Tampa Bay, who's already in that. You could argue like their cup runs and their cups, they're in like a dynasty where they're still going, ham to try to win. And I think with McDavid and Draisaitl, Edmonton has to be all in here, seeing what Colorado just did, seeing what Dallas just did. Edmonton, at the end of the day, Edmonton still is the team carrying McDavid and Draisaitl. I think the ball's in their court on this play.
Yeah, Matt, I'm going to take major beef with you saying Marchand could fall in love with Vegas and LA and not Edmonton. Buddy, you don't miss coming to Edmonton on your road trips?
I miss Cowboys a little bit. I miss Cowboys.
Yeah, there you go. Is Cowboy there? Yeah. All right. Listen, as far as the Oilers thing, Huts, because I guess I can give some thinking there. I know there might be some people who are going, he doesn't fix the speed issue in Edmonton. But I also think with the way, especially a guy like Leon Draisaitl plays, it's not always straight line speed that's driven the Edmonton Oilers. A lot of people look and go, McDavid and Draisaitl, oh, they must be flashy. They must be run and gun. That's always the term and the cliche. When you look at that playoff run last year, they beat teams because they grinded them down. They played a puck possession style of hockey, and you can sit and look at their blue line or their goaltending, but they really did the best defense is a good offense. You're not going to score on us because we're going to be in your end most of the game. And I think if that's what they're looking to do in order to repeat as Western Conference champions, yeah, go spend what it takes to get a Brad Marchand, a guy who plays that style of hockey. Again, does not skate fast, straight line speed. He's in his late 30s. That's not what you're going to get out of him anymore. But what you're going to get is a guy who can play with the puck and play with your stars. And I don't know what the cost would be. I don't know if it's astronomical or if Boston's sitting there going, no, if Brad wants to go, as you said, Matt, chase a cup, we're going to do right by him and send him to a good spot for a few months. But I don't know. I think Marchand Edmonton, Frank said, not to put words in his mouth, but slim. But that's one, especially if you're here in Vegas and LA, that could almost drive up the price, Matt, if those three are all sitting looking at each other going, well, I don't want them to get him either.
His price isn't going down at this hour. Some other guys like Aristolainen, if you're talking, D depth, I mean, those prices could come down a little bit depending on how many suitors there are. Those are three powerhouse teams that are going after a superstar player, potentially. And I'm sure they're all kicking the tires to see if it can work. And I would be very surprised if it wouldn't be Brad Marchand's call at the end of the day, the respect that he has and what he's done for the Boston Bruins. But I'd watch it closely. Like Frank said, I don't think it's over. We got 32 minutes and people are seeing, LA seeing, Vegas is seeing, Edmonton seeing what other teams around them are doing, Dallas Stars, Colorado Avalanche. We have to do something. It's almost like Draft Day, the movie with Kevin Costner. You're watching, you're sitting there. You don't want to be left with the guy with the noose outside cheering after your team, right? Coming after you. So they know they have to make a move, I think, or at least to give themselves a chance. Because if you're Edmonton, if you're Edmonton Oilers right now, or you're the LA Kings, and you're sitting there and you're looking what these other teams are doing, you're just waiting for the news to fall. You're watching our show right now, waiting for Frank to pick up that phone and say, we just got Brad Marchand. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah, and doing the show last year, right, Ty, I remember sitting here and Vegas was quiet, right? And then that Thomas Hertl that deal came across late, right? So it's till the last tick on that clock and something that gets done. And again, Vegas is the team for me that it seems like it's been year after year where it's like, how did they pull that off, right? There's always a way to do it, right? And I think that mindset has to trickle down into other teams, right? There's got to be that win at all costs. And again, I'm going to circle back to it. Like, you have McDavid and Draisaitl, and if it's another wasted year, it's another year of not winning the cup, it's going to be hard to swallow in Edmonton as they go. So again, I think it's gloves off because they need to win. You have two of the best players in the world. Draisaitl's been unbelievable this year. He's scoring at will. And again, I think there is that worrisome of Skinner and the decor and what they've been giving up lately and the way that they're defending. But again, looking back on that similar decor and adding Wallman here, they were lights out last year. Like their penalty, I don't know, you might have the numbers, Tyler. What was their penalty kill? I think it was like 30 straight where they never gave up a goal in the playoffs, right? And that is the thing where they need to get to, and they need to grind. And players like Brad Marchand are only gonna back that up. And I think that's something that's super important as we look on. There's a way to get deals done. I think on those teams, it's time to win. It's now.
Yeah, and Frank mentioned sort of their cap situation as well. Marchand at twice retained. Once you take whoever it would be off their roster at $1 million at the bottom, it pretty much dollar for dollar lines up. The one thing for Edmonton would be first round pick, don't have one in 25, don't have one in 26, don't have a second in 25. Your next first is in 2027, unless there's some player in the Oilers system, which I should also add is very
Matt
depleted.
Savoie.
Yeah, they gave Savoy's cup of coffee a couple of games ago. If I'm Edmonton, again, you got to push your chips in. You got to make those big moves, but that would be a big piece to give up for one run of Brad Marchand potentially. But if it's the cost and you see all these other teams doing things, you might feel pressured to bite. All right. Yeah. Boys, we're going to continue along with the show. We are in the final 30 minutes of things. One more piece of business to take care of before we let the before we get to the final little bit of trade talk here. It's one more deadline story for our friends at Tim Hortons and Roll Up to Win. This one came courtesy of our friends over at La Poche Bleue and former Montreal Canadian, Vancouver Canuck, Maxime Lapierre.
Hey guys, this is my trade deadline story. That was a pretty intense one. Got traded twice the same year. So as you can imagine, I got traded from the Montreal Canadian, my hometown team, to Anaheim. And 2 months later, I think during trade deadline, got traded to the Vancouver Canucks. I was napping, I was sleeping because in my head it was impossible to get traded twice in the same year. But when I woke up, I had a good surprise because I was happy to go there. But man, I missed so many phone calls, so many texts that GMs from both teams were trying to reach me, one to tell me that I was out, one to tell me that I'm welcome in Vancouver, but it was great. It was a great experience. That year I went on and played until the Stanley Cup Finals. We lost against Boston at home, obviously, in Vancouver, Game 7. That was great for me. Met my wife there, built a family, and now it's just history. Had a great time there.
I love that from Maxime Lapierre. We talk about having to uproot your family a lot of times and all the things that go into it for players. For him, ends up meeting his wife as a result of his deadline trade. Shout out once again to our friends at Tim Hortons. Roll Up to Win is back, and it is only on until March 23rd. Imagine turning your routine Tim's run into an unforgettable vacation with Sell-Off Vacations, $1,000 Rakuten cash prize, or an all-new all-electric 2025 Volkswagen ID Buzz. Even the simple joy of winning a free coffee can make anyone's day. Rules apply. Canada only. No purchase necessary. Visit the Tim's app for more details as we circle back. And we're going to bring in Carter Hutton and Matt Barnaby here again. And Huts, it's a small trade, and we've spent so much time today on the Rantanens and the Laughtons and all of that. But that deal in Detroit for Peter Mrazek, you are our goalie expert. Mrazek has term. Detroit's taking the full contract, and they have Lyon and Talbot. I don't get it.
I think there's somebody going to be out, right? We saw this last year with Detroit. They carried goalies. They carried guys. Now, again, circling back to you, I don't want to make the show all about you, Ty, and your Edmonton Oilers, but are you comfortable with Calvin Pickard carrying the mail if something happens to Stuart Skinner? Because I'm not. I like Calvin. I've been around him for a long time. Maybe this is a trade where there's something in the mix where they are able to move on Cam Talbot or Alex Lyon to come into Edmonton, because they're the one team for me with the question marks in net and what's gone on, the way they defend. I just don't think they have the depth, right? We look at some of the moves that have gone on where even Florida adding Vanacek as a little bit of a safety net. I think that could be the play, because for Detroit, I don't see the point in carrying three goalies. Cam Talbot has been great. Alex Lyon, again, traditionally he's been awesome, right? He's been a guy that can, push your team over the top. He's value there. So for me, I feel like this is somebody coming in. I think somebody's got to go out. And Edmonton is a team for me that just, it lights up when I think at this point, maybe getting someone in cheap that can come in and give Stuart Skinner some support. I think at the end of the day, Skinner is the guy that's going to have to bring you to the promised land. We've established that. But having someone there to kind of soften the blow for him might be really important, Barnes. I'm not sure your take on it. For me, I just don't see what the point of Detroit carrying 3 guys.
There has to be another move. You're not going to bring in, take that contract and like pay 3 goalies. It just doesn't make sense where they are. So I agree with you. Edmonton would be a good fit, but I just don't see them, Steve Yzerman, bringing in a 3rd goalie at this stage where they are. Just, it doesn't make sense unless they're moving him out. Just like Frank said when they traded for Charlie Coyle, Middlestat has to be the guy going out. Well, it was for Middlestat. So if it makes sense, it makes sense.
Yeah, I do the Edmonton connection, Huts, if it is someone like an Alex Lyon. Like, I don't think it would be Talbot just because of the term on that deal, but Lyon, $900K pending UFA. Maybe Detroit's sitting there going, hey, for 20-some-odd games, if someone's going to give us a mid-round pick, sure. We got Craig Smith for taking on Peter Mrazek. That's kind of how I view that. I know Veleno did go back the other way, but yeah, maybe they're sitting there going, we know we can get a mid-rounder for Lyon. Let's cash in on that. And hey, they're not super cap strapped, which is again, another kind of crazy part of this whole thing right now with Detroit not being active is like they do not need to be worried about retention or anything like that. I'm looking at their draft picks. They have all of their picks in each of the next 3 drafts. Like, they're better. If I'm a Wings fan and this is it, I am wildly disappointed. And Hutz, I'll let you start on that. But like, there's got to be something big from Yzerman. We talk about jobs on the line, and he is a legend there. And I don't even think you would want to say as a Red Wings fan, we got to fire Steve Yzerman. But like, hey, between him and Rob Blake, those are 2 legends GMing these teams, and I can't imagine they're safe if this season goes bad, Hutz.
Yeah, no, I can't think they are. And again, I think there's got to be a point where just from the way the Wings have competed and done well, yes, I think those back-to-back losses to Columbus and then again last night, losing to Utah doesn't help, right? They've kind of fallen out of the mix again, but they're not far removed from being absolutely smoking hot when Todd McLennan came in. And again, I think a trade like that can reinvigorate the team, right? And again, not to put Steve Yzerman on the hot seat, but like I feel like he's already been on it for a long time now, right? This Yzer plan has not gone as structured. And for me, the fact of the matter is they haven't really done anything. So maybe this is where they go and find somebody. They try to bring in a Palmieri. They try to bring in someone to come in and help this team. Brock Besser, someone to make a difference immediately, that someone is good, especially with the space and the way that their cap is structured. That's where, again, I think it's owed to the players because they've also earned the right to get that at this point, right? They've been on a stretch of good hockey, and I think now it's time to bring in a little bit of reinforcements to push this team over the top, Barnes.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't make another move. If he doesn't make another move, this is an F for Steve Yzerman on deadline day. I'd be surprised if there's not another move, but if not, this is an F. This team has to give it some sort of adrenaline shot to make sure they get into the playoffs, or at least try their damnedest, because he's been on the hot seat, and to not do anything, I'd be blown away. Knowing Steve Yzerman as a person, knowing he's a pretty intelligent guy, he knows where he stands right now. So I'd be very surprised in the next 22 minutes that a deal isn't done for Detroit somewhere.
Yeah, it just makes it would just be mind blowing if they don't have anything done here in the next 20 some odd minutes here. You've been looking at Frank Seravalli's trade targets board going on the right side of you, and we do have something to update. So let's get to our guy Frank quickly. Frank, what do you have for me?
So not a trade, but an extension, and it's an important one for the Dallas Stars, one that they had been working on for a while. They were trying to get a deal done with Wyatt Johnson, a long-term deal, an 8-year deal. But by virtue of talking Mikko Rantanen, Rantanen's agent also happens to be Wyatt Johnson's agent. So if you're the Dallas Stars and you want to bring in Mikko Rantanen on a massive 8-year times $12 million deal, you're going to want to know what your cap looks like moving forward. And so in this same process, the Dallas Stars were able to get a deal done with Wyatt Johnson. It's a shorter term deal, 5 years times $8.4 million, but an important piece of business done. And moving forward now for Dallas, they get cost certainty on a huge piece of their puzzle. And this is a guy that also, reminder, could have been an RFA this summer in what I've called the summer of offer sheets upcoming. Well, maybe that prediction will get whittled away, because if there are no RFAs left, well, then we're not going to have the summer of offer sheets. But a big one off the board, important piece of business done for the Dallas Stars. Darren Dreger first to report the extension. And this is a big one for Dallas. So Mikko Rantanen and Wyatt Johnson done on the same day. I'd have to sit think that Jim Nill sits back and says we're in good shape moving forward. So yeah, they've got more work to do. Thomas Harley, Matt Duchene, but Wyatt Johnson was the big one.
Yeah, Jim Nill probably feeling pretty good about himself. Frank, before we let you go, if you don't mind, I'd love to ask, one, we're getting to the point where we're probably starting to cross some teams off the list. No saying like this team done, this team's done for the day. Have you heard anything about anybody? Too early?
Not too early. Minnesota not expected to do anything. The Calgary Flames not expected to do anything. I've sort of been crossing them off, but I'm sitting here going, look, things change with a phone call, and some things come out of the clear blue sky. So it's never really worth sending out a tweet that you could end up looking wrong on. So I wouldn't be holding my breath for either of those two teams, Calgary and Minnesota, both of them in the playoffs. So interesting spots.
All right. Thank you very much, Frank. Let's do one more reset here on the Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Show, a presentation of Bet365. Download the app today. Use the promo code NATION. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Once again, we can actually do a pretty hard reset here as we're in the final 20 minutes and we're waiting for some more news to drop here. But last night, we had Carson Soucy go to the New York Rangers from the Vancouver Canucks for a third-round pick. Jake Wallman goes to the Edmonton Oilers. That's a conditional first-round pick. And minor leaguer Carl Berglund. Justin Brazeau, he's going to the Minnesota Wild. Frank mentioned, a team that's not expected to do all that much more. They did make a splash overnight with Brazeau, Jacob Lauko, Marat Kuznetsov, and a sixth-round pick going to the Boston Bruins. Their first of a couple of deals for the Bees. Brock Nelson's a member of the Colorado Avalanche. The Islanders get a haul, as we've talked about a few times. A first, a third, Cal Ritchie, Oliver Shillington. They did keep 50% of Brock Nelson's deal. Shillington flipped to the Islanders. Anthony Beauvillier flipped to the Washington Capitals. The Penguins get a second-round pick for him. Andrei Kuzmenko is now a member of the LA Kings, along with a seventh. The Flyers picking up a third, and they eat 50% of Kuzmenko's deal. Second time this year, Kuzmenko is on the move. Dylan Cousins, he's going to Canada's capital. He's a member of the Ottawa Senators, along with Dennis Gilbert, and a second-round pick. Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker, the other pieces going to Buffalo there. Mikko Rantanen, he was number one, and now he is a Dallas Star. Logan Stankoven, 2 firsts and 2 thirds, and a big ol' 8-year, $96 million extension for the guy who's worn 96 for both the Avs and Canes, and now I'm assuming will do so for the Dallas Stars. I don't think Dallas has a 96 in their lineup, do they? Dallas also signing Wyatt Johnston, by the way. Frank just talked about it, 5-year extension for Wyatt Johnston, who is scheduled to be an RFA. The Jets making 2 moves. Luke Shen on the blue line, Brandon Tanev up front. They send the Penguins a second and a fourth. They send the Kraken a second-rounder in, I believe, 2027. Scott Laughton is finally a Toronto Maple Leaf. He goes with a fourth and a sixth-round pick to the Leafs for Nikita Grabenkin and a conditional first-round pick. Brandon Tanev, talked about that one. Charlie Coyle and a fifth-rounder. We got the full details from our boy, Anthony DeMarco. Casey Middlestat, Will Zellers, and a second-round pick in 2025 are the pieces going back to the Boston Bruins. A puzzling one in Detroit as Mrazek and Craig Smith go to the Wings. The Blackhawks pick up Joe Veleno, the former QMJHL star. Got to mix in a QMJHL reference whenever you can. As we head towards the end here, we are at the 17-minute mark over there on our clock on the top right-hand side of your screen. You can see Frank Seravalli's trade targets zooming past on the right-hand side as well. They're about to reset over at number 1. So let's reset with our panel of analysts, Jonny. Frank?
If anyone wanted some levity today, I just messaged one of the players on our trade targets board. And I said, "Hey, you going anywhere?" And he responds back. He goes, "To the moon." And I was like, "Oh, sign me up."
To the moon. To the moon. All right. Again, players waiting on pins and needles, too. This is a big 16 minutes here. Let's bring in our analyst panel. Johnny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey, Irfaan Gaffar from Down to Earth and Rink-Wide Vancouver with Jeff Patterson. And, boys, as we watch the trade targets board tick away on the right-hand side, why don't I let you guys get in on the Brad Marchand conversation? I think that is probably the most fun conversation we're having right now. And I'm a big mock trade guy and doing all the hypotheticals. So, Jay Laz, I'll let you go first. Where do you like as a landing spot for Marchand?
I don't know if I like it, but we've been talking about it, and that's the Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, he is the perfect fit for that team. Brad Marchand belongs in the playoffs. They need a top 6 left winger to upgrade that position, and I think it makes the most sense for him to go there. I don't see another team where Brad Marchand fits the mold any more than he does in Vegas. And I'd be fooling everybody or trying to fool everybody if I said otherwise. So Irf, I don't know what you have as far as that goes. Is there another team that you're thinking of?
No, it's Vegas for me, but I kind of do agree with what Carter Hutton was saying earlier about the Edmonton Oilers. And are we going to look years down the road with Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl and, Nuge and Zach Hyman and say that they had the chance to pull the trigger and do something like this to put them over the edge, to get a guy like Brad Marchand, who's been there, who's won, who everyone knows is a pain in the ass to play against, who is the prototypical player that you want on your team to try and go far in the playoffs and eventually reach and win the Stanley Cup because he's done it. I think that's the team where we're going to look at and maybe say that's the team. But I agree with you, Jonny. It's got to be Vegas. They're too quiet today. There's something going on. Kelly McCrimmon has probably got something up his sleeve, even if it's not Brad Marchand, but they're definitely going to do something. Just looking at what everyone else has done around them, especially in the Western Conference.
And you got to think Bruce Cassidy as well, right? Coach Marchand for years in Boston, head coach of Vegas. It just seems to make perfect sense. So I don't see him going anywhere else but Vegas. Tyler, there's actually one team that we haven't talked about today that I actually wanted to bring up too, which has probably had the most disappointing week for things out of their control. That's the Devils. There were reports with the Devils still going at the deadline with the same approach they would have had Jack Hughes been healthy. And obviously Dougie Hamilton was listed week to week. They just got Cody Glass, I saw from Pittsburgh. And obviously they bring in Dumoulin yesterday. But man, the Devils, what a complete 180 it's been for them this week.
Well, yeah, and then they also go and acquire a guy in Brian Dumoulin, and then they extend Jonathan Kovacevic. So right now, I'm looking at their Puckpedia roster. Dougie Hamilton, Brett Pesce, Brendan Dillon, Siegenthaler's hurt, but I don't believe that's a season ender. But so you have him as a 4, Dumoulin, Seamus Casey, Luke Hughes, Simon Nemec, Jonathan Kovacevic. That is 9 NHL defensemen or guys who can play defense at the NHL level. Irf, you can't play 9 guys at once. Like if there's a team who wanted to dangle a big fish of a prospect or a young roster player, New Jersey could do something if they wanted to. Do you think it's smart for them to do so with the news on Hughes?
I just think that you just hit the nail on the head right there. I think the news on Hughes affects them a lot. I really do. I think a player of that caliber, it changes the trajectory of what a team's looking at doing. And I agree with what Frank said. I think it was earlier in the week. I can't remember what show it was about Jack Hughes and, what he was looked at and the way that at the Four Nations and how he couldn't hang with the big boys. So I think that things have changed. I think that they drastically need to look at, adding more than a player than just Quinn Hughes, than Luke Hughes or Jack Hughes. You have to build around it even more. So if there's something that they can give up there on the blue line to try and get an asset to flip that again to make it work there in New Jersey, I definitely think that they should look at every avenue.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if anything's in the cards here. Like I when it was 90 minutes left and things were still kind of quiet, I kind of went like, okay, the last hour maybe we'll hit like a bang, bang, bang little run here. But Jonny, we're 12 minutes away. Like how much could even happen? I don't know. There's still a handful of really intriguing names. Maybe the fact that all these guys have term, Jonny, maybe that's just going to result on teams saying, you know what, we'll hold and wait till the summer when everyone has more money.
Yeah, I actually just saw a tweet. Eric Engels, who does a great job covering the Montreal Canadiens, just said, with 3 p.m. rapidly approaching, can't say the Habs are officially done for the day, but not expecting anything major from them. Prices have been prohibitive, and to add a significant piece and obtaining purely short-term help wasn't the priority. Montreal is a team, obviously, that we talked about a little bit earlier with them being on the bubble in the Eastern Conference. But I still think we're due for one big shock here in the end. We always get one, Tyler. And I think it's going to come in the Eastern Conference. The Western Conference, we've seen them load up. And the Eastern Conference, there still hasn't been that big acquisition yet, I think, for an Eastern Conference team. We saw Rantanen obviously go out west, but I don't think the Eastern Conference has brought anyone back in yet that's overly significant. So looking for one team to make that splash, and I don't know who it's going to be just yet.
Be really interesting. Do you have a guess on who that could be, Irf?
In the East?
Yeah.
Ooh, Florida, maybe. The Florida Panthers. They've
done a lot already, though.
Yeah, but I think that, when you look at it and you saw what the Leafs did and the way that they're going to go about things, and, they're probably the favorite in the East. And why not load up more if you can?
Mm-hmm. All right, boys, we're going to set you off to the side for the final 10 minutes. We'll chat with you shortly after the buzzer goes. Let's go back to our main panel of Matt Barnaby and Carter Hutton. And, I mean, boys, on one hand, 3 hours and 50 minutes with you two has absolutely flown by for me. On the other hand, if you would have told me at the start of the day we're only going to have whatever we're at, 15 trades through the first 3 hours or almost 4 hours, I would have been pretty disappointed here. But in the final 10 minutes, you just heard the guys speculate on some teams that could maybe make splashes. We talked about Brad Marchand a lot. I mean, Barnes, you were bringing up Rasmus Ristolainen. Like, there are still teams I look at in that, whether it's the Eastern arms race or the Western load-up, whichever one you want to view. Toronto not getting another defenseman really doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I think that's the one big dog in the East, Barnes, so I'm looking at going, they can't be done yet.
I agree. 10 minutes left, right on the number right now. I can't believe we haven't seen more. And if we go back to your question, your multiple choice, I'm taking D. Lack of trades now. I'll trade the Rantanen one in for the lack of trades. Now, there's been a lot of quality. It hasn't been minor leaguers where you add those in and throw that around. So the quantity's been there. The quality's been there. The quantity has not. Very surprised. More going to trickle down. We know for the next 40 minutes, we're going to get more trades in through here. But Toronto, I really believe, has to do something else. I think Edmonton, like you talked about, I think LA, Vegas, all these teams might squeak in under the buzzer or just over the buzzer because you know it takes up to an hour after to finalize deals.
Yeah, again, Hutch, before I let you chime in on that, I'll reiterate, 8 deals after the buzzer last year, with the latest coming in at 4:32 Eastern. There were minor trades by that point, but still deals were trickling in. Hutch, your take on that?
Yeah, I agree. Again, I guess anything can happen right in these last countdown here. I'm staring at the clock. It has gone by quick, boys. I will tell you that. It's been exciting in the breakdown, but I am with you on this Leafs team. Again, the strength of the East is not comparable to the West, in my opinion. And I think it's a different brand of hockey. But again, you don't have to worry about the West. You got to worry about getting through the East and getting to the final. And then from there, anything can happen. When I look at Toronto's back end, I worry. I worry about slotting. And we've used that word today. And I worry about Morgan Rielly and his transition into the playoff run. I like where Jake McCabe is at. His game has been unbelievable. I think that's playing with Chris Tanev, who they'll have back soon. But when I go down that lineup, I think OEL has been awesome. And he's just coming off a playoff run with Florida. He's built for it now. I worry about the depth. I look Philip Myers, Simon Benoit, Connor Timmins. It's questionable, right? These are guys that I think at times are serviceable, but I don't think they're going to be the difference maker. I worry about a 5-6 pairing for Toronto. That is my worry. I think as we talk about when we start comparing them to Tampa Bay, we start comparing them to Florida and just the depth of a series, right? Again, now we're talking about that brand of hockey that Craig Berube wants to play. When he won a Stanley Cup with the St. Louis Blues, the depth he had was unbelievable. His 2 D-men that went in and out of the lineup were Joel Edmondson and Robert Bertuzzo. That was along with Jay Bodmeister, Alex Pietrangelo, Vince Dunn, right? Colton Parayko. These are studs, right? This is a different decor. And again, you want guys to play a certain way. You need to have the horses in the stable. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to add something here as the clock ticked down.
That St. Louis Blues team was... Oh, sorry. That St. Louis Blues team was big, hard to play against. Pietrangelo, bona fide number 1. I don't consider Morgan Rielly a bona fide number 1 in the way that he defends. He's their number 1. And like you said, that third pairing in the last 20 games, they're getting exposed. They're getting exposed, and you need depth because they aren't going to be all healthy for the playoffs. And the depth is not there. I agree with you.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. We were talking a lot about those load-ups, and one thing that is interesting, the two conferences, you can talk about the strength in either one, Hutz, but they kind of mirror each other in a way, too. When you look at the Atlantic, Tampa has loaded up. Florida has made some moves. Toronto got their guy in Scott Laughton. And then you look like Carolina, Washington, New Jersey, one of those teams, unless a wild card team does it, I suppose, out east, but one of those teams is going to get just as far as one of Florida, Tampa Bay, or Toronto. Then you even look in the West, and not that these teams have been fully sitting on their hands, but this massive load up in the Central and the teams in the Pacific, maybe those teams in the Pacific might just look at each other and go, you know what? One of us is going to get through. We don't need to go absolutely crazy here. There might be an element of the Atlantic and the Central could just beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, I think that is a prospect too. And again, I think right now for the Metro, it looks good in the sense of Carolina, where they're at, right, and Jersey, like Washington's got to be happy with the way the Metro looks right now, right, in my opinion, when you talk about the East, right, where their first round matchup is going to be a team squeaking in the playoffs. And like, you know, if you draw a Columbus or a Detroit or, you know, maybe I guess the only team you really wouldn't want to see if you're Washington might be the New York Rangers, just because of the Shesterkin factor where he could steal a series. But that division looks great. And again, when you look at the Atlantic, I think, again, it is a dogfight to get first, because then you're going to draw a wild card game instead of trying to stay out of Florida for Toronto and, again, for Tampa and Florida. Now, when you look at those teams, there's superstars in the lineup. Now, circling back to that Central, my biggest worry for, again, is I know Winnipeg has a good regular season. I just don't feel the star power compared to those other teams. And I think that's something that's going to come into play when you start grinding in a series. You're going to have those guys that are a difference maker. And now it's going to be little tweaks here and there. And, again, the D core, the Ristolainen one would have been nice in Toronto, but I think if that deal would have happened, it would have been that 2-for-1 deal with Scott Laughton, especially they were already dealing with the Flyers today. But again, it's exciting times. I love it. And again, with less than 5 minutes to go, who knows what happens?
Yeah, you talk about the Metro, New Jersey, right? Jack Hughes going down. Tough blow when you lose your best player. Listen, New York Rangers, Shesterkin factor, I agree. That's the team you don't want to play, but they are putrid, and I mean putrid defensively. They are one of the worst defensive hockey teams I have seen that has that much talent. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. They equate defensively to when I played in New York for those 3 years in 01 to 04. They're that bad defensively. 10 feet out, they can't get a puck out. 10 feet in, they can't get a puck in, and they can't cover anyone in their own zone. Without Shesterkin, like, they have zero chance of robbing a series because that's how bad they are defensively.
Yeah, here, Hutz, can I just push back on the Winnipeg thing, the star power? I'm disappointed from you. You're the goalie guy. Do they not have a superstar where it matters the absolute most? Like, let's say Nathan McKinnon is playing at his absolute best. You still need other things to go right to win a series. If Connor Hellebuyck is just going to kick his feet up and be like, I'm going .952 and 1.98 goals against average, Winnipeg will just beat anyone. Like, maybe that's their justification for not paying the price for a Nelson or whatever. Maybe they're just going, we will go as far as Connor Hellebuyck's going to take us, and we are comfortable with that being who we are.
And again, I agree with he is the best superstar in the pipes. But again, this is the Toronto factor for me. It's the playoffs. Now he needs to get it done, right? You can look back to last year's playoff against Colorado. The Four Nations Cup, he played well, but that is a different animal, right? I know we always talk about him playing well in that Four Nations. It's come up, but that's not NHL hockey. That's best on best. This is a different, you don't have 6 top star defensemen protecting you, forwards, Dylan Larkin playing on your fourth line. You're talking about the Winnipeg Jets, who are going to give up a lot more offensive chances. And he was over 5 goals against last year against the Colorado Avalanche. So I still have a little bit of like, until you prove me wrong, Connor Hellebuyck in the playoffs, you kind of get put in a box, right? And I think he has the ability, I'm not going to lie. And the fact of the matter for me is if he can't get it done in the playoffs, again, I think that's a black cloud that's going to loom over his career until he can, you know, because if you talk about all the greats between the pipes, it's about winning cups and it's about getting it done when the game is on the line for me.
Yeah. My eyes are just stuck on Frank right now. I'm just waiting for him to raise his finger. Come on, Frank. Raise your finger.
He's giving us the little head shake there. I mean, there's the phone. Man, I can't believe the 4 hours for it. I do this every year. It absolutely flies by. This year being a little bit quieter than in past years. Like, I'm just looking, even in the final hour last year, we had a decent amount of activity compared to this. I think we ended up getting 6 deals in that last hour, if I'm counting things up correctly. And right now we're sitting here, the last trade we would have gotten would have been at 2:20 Eastern with Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith going to the Detroit Red Wings. So our last significant deal would have been 2:08. Like, we're going to get to a point here where the final hour had 2 trades in it. Like, this is crazy. Wild. But again, the price is Barnes. It might have just been that it was a seller's market and the sellers held firm because everybody has term.
Yeah, we saw that right away, right? And that was kind of off the top of the show, prices of what they were. And listen, Brock Nelson's a hell of a player, but they paid a hell of a price. And people are saying, this is what they got. You better match it. And sometimes you get caught holding the bag. But all these guys have term too. So it's not like they're unrestricted free agents where they have to get rid of them. Hey, we'll sit back, we'll wait, and next year's a different beast.
The Vegas Golden Knights just tweeted out, just said hi, and everyone on Twitter is going nuts, Huts. All right, boys, we are in the final minute. So Carter, Matt, I'm going to let you guys sit off to the side as the buzzer gets ready to go here on the Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Special, a presentation of Bet365. Download the app today. Use the promo code NATION. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary over at Bet365. Here's what's going to happen. We're not going anywhere with the buzzer hitting right away. We are going to continue along until, again, we've hit that hour mark and we feel like all the news has kind of dried up, and then stay on the channel. Make sure you're subscribed over on the Daily Faceoff YouTube, because we do have the sheet coming up in a little bit as well. They'll have Brian Burke on the show to give some more deadline insights. But as we tick on down, we're in the final 5 seconds here. 4 hours of commercial-free deadline coverage. It is pencils down time for general managers across the league, but that does not mean that trades cannot continue to trickle in. So that's where I wanted to bring in our guy, Frank Seravalli, really quick. Frank, can you just maybe explain sort of this process of how things go?
Yeah, so right now, the deadline has passed, and in order for a trade to be valid, you can enter the queue for a trade call, but you must have sent some kind of electronic communication from a member of your front office to the NHL's central registry by 2:59 with 59 seconds. So if you send an email, and by the way, it has to have all of the trade details. It can't just be like, hey, we're making a trade with Pittsburgh. No, that doesn't work. We're making a trade with Pittsburgh, and here's what's happening. And if you send it after 2:59:59, doesn't count, will not be filed. So that's just a little insight into the process. And then what happens is, obviously, a bunch of deals flood into central registry, and then they have to take time and execute those trade calls one by one, which is why we see trades do come in after the 3 p.m. Eastern trade deadline. So a lot happening. Just a quick news update. The Montreal Canadiens kept both UFAs, Joel Armia and David Savard. The Chicago Blackhawks kept both pending UFAs, Ryan Donato and Pat Maroon. Ryan Donato, of course, was in our top 10 on our trade targets board. He is not moving. I know they were working on an extension today, but no extension in place just yet.
Perfect. So now the conversation shifts as we wait to see if any trades are happening to really a lot of teams that we'll be looking at with a raised eyebrow. Frank, we'll let you get back to work as we bring back in Barnes and Hutz here. And let's maybe start with the one Frank gave us, boys. Montreal keeping both Armia and Savard. Not terribly surprising on that front. We spoke about each of those guys earlier on in the show. Montreal's right in the mix, but maybe not in the same boat as a Detroit or an Ottawa, where there's like tangible pressure on that front office to make the playoffs. So, Matt, is it maybe fair for them to have sat out this deadline and just said, we'll keep what we got, but we're not spending either?
1,000%. Yeah, this team is exceeding expectations right now in their rebuild, right? This is a young team, and you look at those two guys, veteran guys that have played very well for them. They're both loved in the room. They play very hard, and you're in the mix. And you're not going to get a crazy return for either of those guys. Savard probably a little bit more, and your team's playing well. Why break it up for what you're going to get in return, and you're exceeding expectations? No, well done, very well done.
Yeah, I think sometimes the best trade is the one you don't make too. And I think for the Montreal Canadiens, they did a show like kind of behind the scenes, and it was called The Rebuild, right? So like it's out in the open. This is what they're doing. And one of the terms that they used in that show, you guys actually both mentioned it, was being in the mix. And they talked about that a lot, being in the mix, playing some games down the stretch. And what kind of message do you send to your fan base, to your younger players, if you move off these guys? And again, we talked about earlier in the show, and it means a lot to me, and I circle back to it, is like having younger players around real good pros, around Armia, around Savard, right? Guys that know how to bring it every night. And, say in 10 games, they're completely out of the playoffs. But teaching these young guys how valuable those games are, even those last ones that don't mean anything, they still mean something, right? And I think that's something that's important for the development and for where this organization is headed. So I think it's a good job by them. Obviously it wouldn't have been nice to see something go on, but sometimes I think just staying status quo, and you got a goalie in Sam Montembeault who's been playing better as of late.
Yeah. Hutz, one sec. Got to get to Frank here. Frank, what's up?
Yeah, I'm just going to break in every so often and give some updates. The Canucks did not move Brock Besser. They are done for the day. So cross another one off the list.
Okay.
No extension in place, no trade. I had been hinting at this possibility for the last few weeks. People said I was crazy. Nonetheless, they're keeping him for their playoff run as they're in the mix. And I think they're hoping that at some point they can convince him to stay in Van, which I think is just fine for him as well. So nothing from Chicago, nothing from Vancouver, nothing from Montreal, nothing from Calgary, Minnesota, Philadelphia, and the Edmonton Oilers. So that's where we're at right now.
All right, we can start to scratch a whole bunch of teams off here. Hut's out of that list. Frank just kind of rattled off a whole bunch. Western Canada, check, check, check. Montreal Canadiens, check. Is there anyone, as Frank rattled, that you kind of went like, ooh, boy, they are done?
Yeah, I guess maybe Edmonton, I guess just because everybody's loading up and it is, you know, I know they're constrained to what they have with cap space and movement. You know, Vancouver's not surprising. I think that JT Miller was the one that was looming over everybody. And again, I think for the Vancouver Canucks, the view of getting Thatcher Demko back and getting healthy, you still have a little bit of hope, right? Because he is a difference maker. He is a goalie that can win and can help you down the stretch. And for Calgary, I guess for Calgary, this is an interesting one to me. This is a team that, like, I feel like the fan base was PO'd early on in the season because they were in the mix. They were like, hey, what are we doing here? We want to lose. We don't want to be good, right? And now they're in the mix. And again, I think this is good growth for a team like this. I think they have some guys that want to be there. They want to see this through. You look about Kadri, Anderson. Like, these are players that, like, want to be in Calgary. They have a new rink getting built. And I think that is an important step. And for me, Dustin Wolf, like, this guy has been unbelievable. He's been doubted at every phase, every level of his career because of his size. He's a 7th round pick, and now look at him. Look at what he's doing. It's impressive. And again, hopefully down the stretch, he can keep playing more and you know, give this team a fight, because if he gets hot, you never know what happens to try to get this team in the playoffs.
Yeah, I said 2 hours ago that, you know, Vancouver, if they were on the other end, they'd be trying to trade for a guy like Brock Besser to try to get them into the playoffs. So he's a guy they couldn't get a deal with. Obviously, the deals weren't good enough for him. Now they'll continue to work on an extension, but he's a guy that's going to help them get into the playoffs if they do. So, you know, it's you don't get rid of him. You don't get assets for him, but they would have been trying to, if they didn't have Brock Besser, trying to acquire Brock Besser today.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point as well. Vancouver's right there, and again, the season has not gone well. But Frank, you got something here? Let's.
Yeah, this is the whopper that we've been waiting for. The Florida Panthers are bringing in Brad Marchand, so the Rat is going to play with the Rats, so to speak. Yeah, that's enormous. We knew the Panthers were in on Mikko Rantanen yesterday. Brad Marchand, the Boston Bruins captain, is heading south. I guess that rivalry that they had in the playoffs is going to a whole other level. So stay tuned for details. The Florida Panthers and Boston Bruins in the trade queue.
Wow, a stunner. Brad Marchand is staying in the Atlantic Division, going to the Florida Panthers. I want to get everybody's take on this thing. So let's start with Hudson Barnaby, and let's get Irf and Jonny ready to go as well. Barnes, giving you first word. The Rat going to Florida.
Listen, my nickname at Parts was the Rat, but nothing like this guy, man. This is unbelievable. I thought Florida was going to do something. I really did, with the LTIR, with the Kachucks, going in on Seth Jones, defending Stanley Cup champions. It almost felt like Vegas-esque in doubling down from the year before, and the success and the fan base. It felt like they were going to do something. This is awesome. This is awesome. I want to see Toronto win the Atlantic, and I want to see the Battle of Florida. Like, I want to see this with Marchand in there, with Tkachuk. This is awesome. This is awesome. They are the best team in the Eastern Conference, and I don't even think it's close anymore.
Yeah, that is a crazy ad, Barnes. I'm with you. And again, just looking up and down their lineup right now, like, holy cow, the depth, the grit, the playoff hockey they have. Like, think about Sam Bennett, Brad Marchand, Matthew Tkachuk. Imagine lining up against those guys in a series and what they're going to bring to the table. We just saw it firsthand in the Four Nations. Sam Bennett is probably one of the most wanted players come playoff time, right? And the fact of the matter is those two hit it off. Think about what Sam Bennett did to Brad Marchand last playoff series, punching him out and taking him out of the series. Now these two absolute guys are going to go to war, and I love it. I just think this is so exciting. And again, is this going to be another one for the Toronto Maple Leafs where they look back and be like, man, we should have, like, this is going to be a dogfight. Think about what these players are going to have to deal with trying to go through Florida. It's been tough on them. I love this move. The LTIR, I can't say I'm a giant fan of it. I hate how we dance around the cap, and I feel like there should be some sort of rule in place where whatever team you ice at playoff time has to be under the cap. But these are the rules, and every team plays by it, and good for them. So this is a wild trade. It's so crazy to think. I'd love to look at the schedule here and see if Boston gets a matchup in with Florida where we see Brad Marchand in a Florida Panthers jersey at TD Garden at the end of the season. Would be wild to see. But this is goosebumps. This is exciting stuff, Ty.
Yeah, this is
awesome.
Quite something. Boys, I want to give Jonny and Irf a chance to chime in on this one as well. An absolute stunner coming from the Bruins and Panthers. Irf, the Cats get even stronger. A division rival, like the sell-off in Boston. It's crazy. Oh, you're muted, Irf.
Jonny, didn't you just say that Florida's done so much? You can always do more.
Yeah, I did. I did. And Carter Hutton's getting his wish because the Florida Panthers play in Boston on Tuesday night.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
So that'll be must-watch TV.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, I mean, look, the Florida Panthers saw what everyone else did. And for Brad Marchand and what he wanted to do, I mean, you go to a contender, right? If it wasn't Vegas, it wasn't Edmonton, like Frank mentioned earlier, the Florida Panthers obviously were a team. And as soon as Matthew Tkachuk got hurt and as soon as they put him on LTIR, there was something big that was coming. And we just had to wait until literally moments after the deadline happened to see exactly how it played out.
We sit there and we drag our way through the last hour and then boom, that one comes in. Jonny, your take.
Well, if you're a Boston Bruins fan right now, how are you feeling? Like, obviously, you have so much love for Brad Marchand and you want to go see him chase a cup, but the team he's doing it for, like, that's got to be such a conflicting thing to have in the back of your mind. And, obviously with a day like today too, I think Mikko Rantanen, who was looked at, still in a positive light with Colorado fans, not signing the 12x8 there and then taking it in Dallas. Like, these are two guys now that were so beloved by their fan bases and were there for such a long tenure that, and maybe more Rantanen than Marchand, but now might be villains. I don't know if Marchand is going to receive such a warm welcome now if he, is in the lineup Tuesday night for Florida. Like, it's obviously like not maybe his choice. We don't know the details yet if he chose to go to Florida, but I don't know. Like, it's tough, man. Like, this is going to be crazy. I can't wait for that game Tuesday night. That's going to be must-watch TV.
Well, and where I do think that's interesting, Jonny, is like, this isn't a long-suffering guy who's never had playoff success and been, doing right by the organization. Like, we talked on the jump, Hutz was like, hey, it was this, however many years ago was the Ray Bourque deal. This isn't, he's won before. And for him to go, like, again, division rival, I thought it was a lock he would have gone out west.
Yeah, I think that there was some talk, there was some quiet chatter early in January about this potentially happening with Brad Marchand. And I think that when you look at it, and Frank can allude to this more, with the Boston Bruins and the contract situation there, what was going to happen. But I do really think that, this isn't something that completely came out of nowhere. I mean, yes, to all of us it is, but I think that there was some talk about this earlier on this season and a potential move for Brad Marchand. But you're right. I mean, for anyone that watches and loves the game and knows Brad Marchand, all is him in that Boston Bruins uniform, wearing that number 63 now with the C on his chest as the captain of the team. But crazy things can happen. And this is one of the better deadlines that I think we've had in recent memory. When you look at just the quality of players and who has gone where and how much these top dogs have been, or these contenders have added to their arsenal of weapons that they have.
Yeah. Again, if someone would have shown you 12 months ago, Jonny, Mikko Rantanen, never mind just in a Canes jersey, but in a Stars jersey now, and potentially playing the Avs in round one, and Marchand is a Panther, like, holy shit.
Yeah, and you think, too, that Florida and Tampa are most likely going to play against one another, right, in that first-round series. So while it is a positive, it's also such a shame that, like, those are two first-round matchups. Like, those could easily be a conference final matchup, like, it sucks that one of those teams would have to go home in that hypothetical situation. But man, what a first round of hockey we're going to get come springtime. It's going to be awesome. And just a reminder too, like, I did tweet out that the Panthers play in Boston Tuesday night, and Brad Marchand is still week to week. Everyone's quick to dunk on that. So we might not see Marchand in that Panthers jersey as quickly as we thought. But still, once he's healthy and ready to go, like, you got to imagine Florida is now going to be very, very high up on those Bet365 charts for Cup favorites.
I can't wait to go get our next look in at the odds, boys. We'll do that with you before we let you go on the end of our show here. But the first 14 minutes of the post-deadline portion of things has been interesting. Irfaan, Gaffar, Jonny, Lazarus. Boys, I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. But if you are just tuning in, we do not have word yet on the return, but the Boston Bruins have traded their captain, Brad Marchand, to the Florida Panthers. Let's get back to our main panel here with Matt Barnaby and Carter Hutton. And boys, as we await potentially some more deals starting to trickle in here, I'll say this. Coming out of the Four Nations, hockey in this spotlight that it's really never been in, especially south of the border, and it was like, how can the NHL capitalize on the new eyeballs? I'll tell you, Colorado, Dallas, a potential Florida, Tampa first round, maybe you even get a Toronto, Ottawa mixed in there, and a deadline with names like this going. Barnes, that's how you get eyeballs on the sport and keep them locked on the sport.
Yeah, coming off the four nations, and then what these matchups are going to be, the players that have changed teams, it's crazy. And listen, it's been a long time since we've seen a rebuild in Boston. They've been near the top for years and years, better part of 2 decades. Looks like the sell-off has begun, and a new era in Boston has begun, getting younger. But this is awesome, man. Awesome for hockey. Tampa, Florida would be unreal. And trust me when I say this, Toronto is going to play so damn hard in the next 6 weeks to get that number 1 seed. You do not want to face those teams in the first round.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the load up has happened. Again, it's the end of an era, it feels like, in Boston, right? You seeing these guys move on, and it was due time, and I think it's the right way to go about it. And for Florida, just wow. Again, I'm psyched. Tuesday night is going to be awesome, right? This is something that is crazy to me. I wonder what his welcome is going to be like. Is it going to be a boo? Is it going to be a cheer? Because there is a lot of passion there. So,
all right, maybe some more here from Frank. I think that's what he was alluding to. Mr. Seravalli.
Yeah, so Huts, you mentioned the end of an era in Boston, and it certainly is. Another longtime Bruin is on his way out. Brandon Carlo, right shot defenseman, going to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Still working on details of the return, but it's really important to keep in mind that the Leafs don't have any cap space. So in order to bring in 4.1, Carlo has term. I don't know if the Bruins want to retain, but if there is not retainment, or even if there is, there's got to be pieces moving off of this current Toronto Maple Leafs roster in order to make this Carlo deal work. So Carlo to Toronto, Marchand to Florida, and not only has the white flag been waved, it's going to be a little while before we see the Boston Bruins in the playoffs again.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Frank. Boys, let's get right back into it. Let me give everyone sort of the contract details here on Brandon Carlo. 2 more years at $4.1 million. So if Boston were to retain, that is a relatively significant ask. Another thing that, again, just observing, I don't want to be the guesser, the 6 highest paid forwards on the Toronto Maple Leafs all come with some amount of trade protection in there as well. A few of them, though, are just, 10, 13 team trade lists. Who knows blue line? Who knows LTIR? All that stuff. It could be anything, but let's just focus on the facts. Brandon, like, the Bruins just sent another guy to a division rival, Matt Barnaby. Like, our rivalry's dead? Is nothing sacred?
Well, listen, Boston had a hell of a run. And listen, the rivalry's done for a while. They got the better of Toronto for a long, long time. So I think they're at the point they're like, listen, we're going to rebuild. We don't care who we send them to. We want the best return possible. We're probably not going to be competitive. We're going to rebuild. So for the next few years, it's not going to be a rivalry, and we're going to acquire our assets. We're going to rebuild from there. Hut said it. It's the right thing to do. The worst thing you can do, and listen, I love Sidney Crosby. I love Letang, love Malkin. But Pittsburgh is nowhere close to being a contender, not even a playoff team. And they're going to be left with nothing in the closet. when this is all said and done. Waving the flag, it's done. It's done. Toronto, they go get a right-handed shot defenseman. They go get a really good third-line center. Now we have a different opinion on where they were than we were an hour ago.
Yeah, for sure. And again, looking at that back end, we talked about slotting. We talked about Morgan Riley taking some weight off. Brandon Carlo is a big defenseman, can eat up space. He's rangy, takes up. No matter what, we look at teams and we look at teams that have done well in the playoffs. You need those big-sized defensemen, take up a lot of space. This makes the Leafs a better team right now, and that is the most important thing. I think there's going to be a haul coming back. You talk about the prospects that are in play left. You know, Fraser Minton is obviously in play, Easton Cowan. Who knows what the Leafs give up? But I feel like that all being said, as I talked about that, reflecting on, like, this is the era of Austin Matthews, William Nylander, Mitch Marner, John Tavares, whose contract's up as well. They got to win, right? I feel like this is the right play. And again, for the Bruins, if you're going to do it right, right? And again, I'm with you, Ty. Like, it feels weird. It kind of feels icky. You know, they just traded Brad Marchand to the Florida Panthers and they're Brandon Carlo to Toronto Maple Leafs, like, in the division. But they're like, hey, we need to do what we need to do to be a better team. And I love that mindset. And I love this trade for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Barring what they gave up, they're going to be a better team now than they were yesterday. And that's the most important thing about this trade deadline, is trying to keep pace with those teams in the Atlantic. And for Toronto, I think winning at all costs is all that matters right now.
Yeah, I'll say another thing, too, about Toronto. Like you said it. We talked about it with Edmonton. At some point, is it just like, it's shameful that you don't have a cup with those superstars. In Toronto, it will get to that same point. And when you look at what Tampa Bay and Florida did, if you're the Leafs, they didn't just go and get better for the next 2-3 weeks here. Like, Seth Jones has term. Oliver Bjorkstrand has term. And you sit there if you're the Leafs and it's like, okay, they've loaded up this year and it's not getting any easier going forward. Like, we don't know what the price is on Carlo. I have a hard time. I don't think there's anything I could read for the return realistically that would have me being like, maybe the Leafs shouldn't have done it. They had to do this, Matt.
Listen, it's going to be a good haul. Brandon Carlo's a very good player, logs a lot of minutes, can skate for a big man, right-handed shot. Check. I mean, you talk about checking off the boxes. It doesn't essentially equate to going far, but you give yourself the best chance now. You're a way better team, not only now, but going into next year when Tavares' cap, if they resign him, comes down, or they move off him completely and his number comes completely off the book. We have guys with term. You didn't trade for just rentals.
Yeah, I wonder who is the guy. It'll be interesting to see who's out, right? Because now, again, when I start to look down this lineup, like, is Nick Robertson the guy that's on the move? You know, he's played better as of late for this team. Pontus Holmberg's been better. He's been slotted up a bit. And again, there's just health relations, I think, when you talk about Toronto with Max Pacioretty, who can't really stay healthy right now. Is he going to be a key piece? I look at Bobby McMann in that lineup, adding him and Scott Laughton. You know, this is a big body that can play well. So Toronto has the depth. They have the key pieces. And the thing for me that is a bit of a divider now is you have two really good goalies and a good back end, right? Where now it's like, who's going to get hot? I think right now, Anthony Stolarz is your guy, right? He has proven that he's going to be game one starter come playoff time. But you have Joseph Woll, who's no slouch, and I think who even has a higher ceiling than Anthony Stolarz. This is a good place to be. And we've seen it many times where one guy's hot, one guy's cold, being able to have those options, which is a very good thing for Craig Berube in Toronto. So this is an exciting time for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I think for their fans, it was a little worrisome. It was quiet, right? There wasn't a lot going on. And I think you could say this has been a good trade deadline. Barring what we hear they gave up for Carlo, I'm with you, Ty. I don't think it matters. You got two players who make you better today.
Yep. And Carlo, again, the term there certainly helps. Another one, I just saw Frank retweeted this one, so I'll pass it along to everybody. Another Hall of Famer on the move. Notice I didn't say future Hall of Famer. It's one of those I got yous. Shea Weber's contract has been traded again. So third time that Shea Weber's LTIR money is on the move. Chicago gets Victor Soderstrom and Aku Radu as well. Utah gets a 6th-round pick for their troubles. So, hey, as Brad Marchand, a future Hall of Famer, goes, Shea Weber's contract is back on the move as well. Man, Vegas sent out that cheeky little high tweet a while back, and there's been nothing else coming out of Vegas so far. So in the West, we're still waiting to hear. Edmonton, Frank had said, is done for the day. A bunch of reports out of Edmonton that they're done. I'll be honest, guys, we're going to give our winners and losers at some point at the top of the hour. I can't imagine Barnes, Hutz, Jonny, no one can have a list of losers without Rob Blake, right? And that's harsh, but like Hutz, he failed.
Yeah, I think so too, especially when you look at the strength now in that West. Well, I guess there's strength everywhere, right? I keep referring to the West as the powerhouse, but like you look at that Pacific Division, I feel like they don't stand a chance, right? It seems like whoever they run into, it's going to be very tough sledding here without that depth, without that little more scoring punch. And again, you're relying on Darcy Kemper, who's played well, right, and won a Stanley Cup with the Colorado Avalanche. But that was when the Avalanche were buzzing, right? They would win games 6-5. I think his save percentage was just over 900 during that Cup run, where normally when we're talking about a Stanley Cup run team, the goalie's save percentage is through the roof, right? 915 plus, right? He's someone that is an impact player every single night. So again, for Rob Blake, I think he is on the hot seat, especially seeing that Pierre-Luc Dubois go to Washington and do what he's done too. I think that is a bit of a black eye that comes on him. So again, I think Barnaby Barnes, you brought this up early. We wanted more from LA and we just didn't get it today.
Yeah, top end LA for sure. Former teammate Rob Blake, love him. Hall of Famer. Steve Yzerman, different tier. They're not a Stanley Cup contender, but they got to be a playoff team, and you gotta inject something into that lineup. So Steve Yzerman, I said if he didn't do anything besides the Mrazek deal, it's an F. It's an F for both of them.
Yeah, again, still waiting on some more moves to trickle in. I want to give some chaos some shout out to our boys, the What Chaos Show with Pete Blackburn and DJ Bean. If you think our 5-hour stream has been a grind, they did a 24-hour stream. But what I want to point attention to is, it's hilarious, Barnes. They play Bop It and stuff. It's so funny. But they did an interview with Brad Marchand on the heels of Four Nations Faceoff, and this is what Brad Marchand said about the Panthers and the Tkachuks. He said, quote, "I don't have any beef with the Tkachuks. Matthew is obviously a great competitor. That whole team is stacked." And now Brad Marchand gets to go there and join Matthew Tkachuk in Sunrise, Florida, looking to repeat as Stanley Cup champions in the state of Florida as well, which would be crazy. We're going to give kind of we'll do power rankings. I'll get you guys to give me 5, and we'll do East and West combined, so just your top 5 for each side. We'll do that in a little bit as well. But Barnes Hutz, I'm going to set you off to the side for a little bit as we continue to wait for more news to come down. We've had a handful of trades already break here in the 26 minutes since the deadline has hit. The biggest of them, of course, being Brad Marchand from the Boston Bruins to the Florida Panthers, Brandon Carlo from the Boston Bruins to the Toronto Maple Leafs. And if we have a chance, if we have Irfaan and Jonny, I'd love to pick their brains on a couple of things here as we wait for more news. And Irf, I want to start with you. The Canucks and Brock Besser. That is your wheelhouse, rink-wide Vancouver. What do you make of that whole thing, or do you think there's a path to him getting extended?
They'd have to significantly move and convince him to sign an extension, I think. The offer that Frank reported, 5 years, $40 million isn't going to get it done for a guy that's going to go to free agency and probably get a contract of somewhere near $50 million. That's just exactly what's going to happen. The fact that the Canucks think that they're a playoff team and wanted to keep him as their own rental to potentially, make the playoffs, it just shows the direction of where this franchise is. It's a mid-level organization right now, the way that they're running things. I really do think that they're short-sighted on having long-term success. And in all reality, if they're really thinking about it in a bigger picture, what are they doing to appease Quinn Hughes? What are they doing to make their captain happy, to have him have some belief in this organization as to what their plan is, what their future is, and what they're going to do? Right now, standing at the deadline, you had a couple of UFAs that you could have gotten some assets for, and you didn't. And now you're going to go in and try and make the playoffs with, Kevin Lankinen, who has had a pretty good year, but he's not, Thatcher Demko when he's healthy. And this forward group where Elias Pettersson is not a number 1 center right now in the National Hockey League. It's tough sledding for the Vancouver Canucks and their fan base. You can feel the pain of some people, but as far as Brock Besser is concerned, it's going to take some convincing. The Canucks are going to have to move up in what they want to do. And for Brock, from his point of view, as much as he wants to stay and wants to be a Canuck, I think he knows what's out there for him.
Jonny, of all the teams that stood still, at least so far to our knowledge, which one do you look at and you want to criticize the GM a little bit here?
Well, I don't think they stood still, but I think Carolina is going to take a huge hit just because, the reputation now of the markets that guys don't want to go play in, like these big free agent names, Carolina's going to be in that category for a while now, right? Like Gensel and Rantanen, and sure, I think I saw someone make the point that these guys were traded in somewhat of a blindsided fashion. Rantanen, that could be a little bit alarming to be in one organization for 8 years, and then all of a sudden your life is uplifted and you're sent to Raleigh, North Carolina, where he hasn't had much familiarity, only going there once a year every season. So, I'm sure he wanted to assess the situation, but it's definitely not going to be a good look for the Hurricanes team that's been knocking on the door now for so many years and hasn't been able to have that game breaker, right? We talk about guys like Aho and Svechnikov, and Jarvis is now an up-and-comer, and these guys that are really good NHL players. But the one thing Carolina's missed for a few years is the guy who can take over a game, and that narrative is going to continue that they can't go out and find him. So I do think Carolina is in a tough spot here today. I will say I haven't really mentioned the Rangers at all today.
Yeah.
And I know people in the chat have been chirping me for it, but I think I've been on my best behavior when it comes to the Rangers. And I like that they didn't do anything. Listen, the Rangers and Chris Drury have, made a lot of moves in the deadline in previous years and have gone all in, putting their chips in the middle, and have given up assets and whatnot, and have brought in the big fish with the big names, thinking everything would work out. And listen, they've made a lot of moves up to this point that have, reshaped the form of their team. And they recognize that they're not good enough this year to go for it. And they'll probably reassess things in the summer and go for it again. So, I think there are teams that did good things by not making a ton of moves. But those two teams, obviously covering Metropolitan Division and the Eastern Conference, are ones that stand out to me a little bit.
I will say, to maybe defend Carolina a little bit here, do you think this Canes team, as currently constructed, are they good enough to beat the New Jersey Devils? Yes, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt. Okay, so you're on to round two. I know Washington, and maybe Washington is in a weird way a winner because neither Carolina or New Jersey did anything to load up. If anything, you could argue that they are worse than they were a week ago with the Hughes injury and obviously the Rantanen deal. So maybe Washington's a massive winner here, but even the Caps, is a Carolina-Washington series, obviously Washington is the favorites in that. How significant are they the favorites? The forward group, there are still some unknowns. They're having a great season, but the playoffs are different, is my point.
Yeah.
And Carolina's mindset for a long time has been they are the chip in the chair team, right? I know they went and got the Gensel thing last year, but that didn't cost them as much as a premium rental should have. This is their chip in a chair year. Eventually, the stars are aligned, and your goalie will get hot, and you'll go on a run. In their division, it's by far the weaker of the two, Johnny.
Yeah, listen, I think that's maybe I'd put Washington's odds at minus 125, in that series. Nothing too significant. With the style of play that Carolina plays, they'll match up with Washington physically. It's all going to come down to special teams to me in between those two teams. So that would be a great series to watch. It'd be fun. Washington just right now doesn't seem to have any weakness, where in goal Carolina still has a lot of question marks. Logan Thompson obviously has been one of the brighter spots in the NHL this year. Charlie Lindgren just signed an extension this past week, and they have a great 1-2 punch. I don't even know if they would go to both goalies in a playoff series like we saw Boston do a little bit last year and have that whole debate. But yeah, Washington would certainly be the favorite, but it'd be a great fight, that's for sure.
And Irf, again, if we view the East in kind of this, there are top three in each division, and those are the teams. It's kind of funny to go one of Carolina, Jersey, or Washington are in all likelihood going to find themselves in a conference final, and one of Florida, Toronto, or Tampa is going to be sitting at home after round one.
Yeah, the Florida, Toronto, Tampa is interesting because those first couple series are going to be wars, right? And you look at, just the teams and what those three teams added and what they needed to do to get better. And it's never, you can't say it's an easier path or it's an easy path because you never know what can happen, especially in the NHL playoffs. One team can get hot, a goalie can get good, and, you find yourself in the conference final. But if I'm the Devils, if I'm the Hurricanes, and, if I'm looking at this and saying, okay, if we don't have to play any of those other guys, this is at least a decent shot for us to try and get there. But it's interesting you mentioned that because, you look at it on the other side, the Western Conference is just going to be a battle throughout, right? Whether it's, the Pacific Division or whether it's the Central Division, you look at it, those top teams there, it's going to be a war every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if you want to draw the parallel of the Central and the Atlantic, both load up. The Pacific and the Metropolitan are both the ones that were maybe quieter than expected. But even that, Vegas and Edmonton have bundles more pressure on them than a Washington or a Carolina or a Jersey, right?
No, of course. And I think when you look at it, I mean, obviously, you're an Edmonton guy. When you look at it from an Oilers standpoint, like, are you okay with what you have on your roster right now? And I think the Vegas Golden Knights can go ahead and say that. I'm not entirely sure if the Edmonton Oilers can go and say that they look at their team top to bottom and say, this is our team and this is what we can do with it. I know they have McDavid and Draisaitl on everything else, but I think the Edmonton Oilers, there might have been a miss. And I think maybe the fan base, I don't know if you can speak to it more, but like, was there a miss, or was this deadline a miss for the Oilers?
I have a tough time calling it a miss just because they did something. And I think they did more than Vegas and more than LA, right? Like, Jake Wallman's going to slide in, I believe, to the top 4. He can play the right side. He might be a really good partner for Darnell Nurse. Trent Frederick gives them jam and bite up front and scoring away from McDavid and Draisaitl. They needed both of those things. And, I made a point about Winnipeg earlier, and everyone's like, oh, are you not as scared of Winnipeg as you are when you look at Dallas and Colorado and how they loaded up? And it's kind of like, if Connor Hellebuck's a star and this level in the playoffs, they can beat anyone with whatever forward group. Whoever's shooting the pucks, Connor Hellebuck can stop them. And with Edmonton, they don't have Connor Hellebuck, but I'm sitting there and going, if Stuart Skinner finds his passable level once again, they went to the Stanley Cup final with it last year. If Stuart Skinner's terrible, they could add Brad Marchand, Brandon Carlo. They could have added a healthy Shea Weber, forget his LTIR contract. And if Stuart Skinner stinks, they're screwed. So in one way, like, for Edmonton, why go spend even more? Because you're only going to go as far as weird as this is to say, you will only go as far as Stuart Skinner will carry you, right?
No, absolutely.
Tyler,
and I think that's a scary thing for Oilers fans.
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask the two of you guys a question?
Yes.
Which team, now that we know what the rosters are going to look like for the rest of this year, would you say would be the biggest disappointment if they don't make the Cup final?
They got to get to the big dance.
Get to the Cup final. Because you can look at the East and say maybe it's a lighter fight, and the West is a bigger dogfight, so it's maybe not as big of a disappointment. But, if you could pick one team in each conference, like, which team would you say?
Part of me,
I think Florida now, becomes the clear favorite in the East,
like,
right?
I've always been, I say this from like a fan perspective all the time, but like, I always say, like, when you win a Stanley Cup, you get a grace period. So like, would Florida be sad or disappointed if they don't get back? Sure. But they can sit there and look at their ring finger and be like, oh yeah, shit, we're still pretty good. So I think, I don't know, maybe it's, I hate this answer because it's center of the hockey world stuff. Is it Toronto?
It might be. It might be.
It might be Toronto, though.
I agree. I think it is Toronto. It has to be, right?
Yeah.
And just from what we know about the franchise and everything that's gone on and who they have and what they've done and everything that they did at this deadline, it has to be the Toronto Maple Leafs in the East. I'm going to go with the Stars in the West.
Fair. Just let me, Frank has something to add here before we continue that thought. Frank, what's up?
Yeah, just wanted to add something quickly. Which is the more unholy trade to help your rival, Marchand to Florida or Carlo to Toronto?
It's Marchand to Florida, right, boys?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Come on.
It's gotta
be. But the history, though, Leafs and Bruins going back and forth for a long time, but at least 12 years since the 2013 series. Like, there's a lot of matchups there in the postseason that now Boston's going to be sitting on the sidelines watching both Florida and Toronto move on. That's not easy.
Yeah, and hey, if Brandon Carlo plays 24 minutes a night and the Leafs get over the hump thanks to a trade of the Bruins, that would be something. That's a good point, Frank.
And one quick thing, too. So we're still piecing together the return on the Brandon Carlo deal, but it's a first-round pick, Fraser Minton, and some roster players. So I believe Connor Timmins and Connor Dewar, but still working through that. There's, like, we were talking earlier about how things would have needed to really line up incredibly perfectly for the Oilers to pull off Marchand twice retained. For Carlo, with the term, this is a complicated deal with the Leafs, again, mentioning money in, money out. So roster players on the move, and Fraser Minton, who was really, if you consider the Leafs had 4 total future pieces to move, it was a first, Minton, Danford, and I'm forgetting someone because my brain's fried in their prospect pool.
Yeah.
But Minton goes and the first goes. So the trade-off with that is you get multiple runs, 3 playoff runs with Brandon Carlo on your right side, which size and true ability to defend exactly what the Leafs needed. So still more details to come. We'll flesh those out, and back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Irf, I'll let you finish your thought on the Dallas Stars being your pick out west. Jonny, it's a great question, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, I just based on they went and got the biggest fish out there, right? They went and got their guy. They went and got Mikko Rantanen. You know, he's got 1,000,000 points in the playoffs. So, you know, it's like over 100 points in 80 career playoff games or something like that. Like, they got the guy that they want to get. They were able to get him to an extension and for what they gave up for him. And I think that that's probably the reason why you have to look at the Dallas Stars. And much like the Toronto Maple Leafs, like, you look at the Dallas Stars as a franchise, you say, okay, time's now. Like, this is it. This is the year. This is your all in. And all the chips are in the middle. And Jim Nill did a hell of a job, you know, putting this team together and has done it over the last couple of years. So now it's up to the players to go and execute.
Jonny, I'll disagree with the Stars there, actually, before I give you your chance. Wyatt Johnson extended. Mikko Rantanen's extended, Irf. The window, I think, in Dallas, maybe you're losing Sagan and Ben's getting older, all of that. Like, when you look at the end of the season and the cap picture gets very complicated there, I do understand that. But to me, if Colorado doesn't go on a run, how are you not sitting there? And, like, let's say you, again, lose to Dallas in round 1 and you're Colorado going, how did we just get beat by Mikko Rantanen? Like, how did we let that happen? Like, to me, Colorado not winning this year versus Dallas not winning, way more question marks in the Mile High City for me, Jonny.
But here's where I'll take this conversation, because we look at the division now. I think Vegas has that path. Vegas is like the clear-cut best team in the Pacific, right? So if they can – listen, every playoff series is hard, but at least Dallas, Colorado, Winnipeg, like – if you want, you can have the excuse of our division was just too tough to get out, you know, like that's the way it is now, you know, and I think Vegas, they're my pick coming out of the West if I'm looking at the way these teams are built, because the Central Division, those first 2 rounds, those teams are going to beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah. All right. One closing one before I let you guys go. Some reports coming out. Patrick Allvin's facing the media in Vancouver, and he dropped this quote on Brock Besser and said, quote, "If I told you what I was offered for Brock Besser, I think I would have to run out of here because you would not believe me." Irf, that is a wild thing to say about a player still on your roster.
Absolutely. And the Canucks just overvalue some of their players too. Like, just try, like, you're telling me that there wasn't an opportunity to trade Brock Besser, like what you were offered for him, and in order to getting something, it's better to get something for him than to lose him in free agency, because you're not going to want to extend him to a 6, 7, or an 8-year deal. So whether what you were offered was anything, the fact that that's anything compared to the nothing that you're going to lose him for is just a wild thing to say.
All right. I'll end on this one here, just as I'm kind of reading some reaction online. Someone, Arda Okel, the real winner of the trade deadline is Jack Roslovic, who got a Rolex from Mikko Rantanen for flipping to number 96 and is going to get number 96 right on back. That's not a bad piece of business. But, Jonny, let me give you guys closing thoughts here before I let you go. Your winner, your loser for today. Simple as that.
I think I kind of said it before. The winner to me is the Dallas Stars, and the loser is the Carolina Hurricanes. You know, I think that's simply put the most obvious choice. You know what? I guess I'd be remiss not saying Florida, to go out and get Seth Jones, to get Brad Marchand, have Matthew Tkachuk and LTR coming back. Like, I don't want to say any more teams, because I can just go down the list. So I'll just leave it at that, and I'll give the floor to Irf.
I like it, Irf.
Yeah, Carolina takes the big L. I agree with you there, and then I think the winner is the Colorado Avalanche. As much as I think it's the Dallas Stars that are going to be there and be the clear-cut favorite, as I said, I like what the Colorado Avalanche did in being able to go and get Brock Nelson and get that center depth, and hopefully see if they can go on a run here.
All right, we're going to get back to our main panel, but boys, Irfaan Gaffar, Rink-Wide Vancouver with Jay, Pat, and Down to Irf. You can find that wherever you get your podcast from, or right here on the Daily Faceoff YouTube. Speaking of which, Morning Cup of Hockey, Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. Eastern, with Jonny Lazarus and his co-host Colby Cohn, who we, of course, wish could have been on the show with us today. Jay, Laz, Irf, thank you, boys. This was awesome.
Hey, you were awesome today, Tyler. Great stuff. Seriously, buzzing for like 6 straight hours, man. You're unreal. So
Yeah,
good
Tyler,
stuff.
you're a G. You held this together. So great job, Tyler.
The JP Wisers behind me keeps me motivated. Thank you, boys. We'll head on back to
You too, Frank.
yeah, of course. Everybody, Frank, everyone knows Frank's going to do a great job with this stuff. Let's get back to our main panel of Matt Barnaby and Carter Hutton to close out the show here. And boys, I love that question from Jonny, by the way, that he floated out and asked about which team in the East and which team in the West now face the most pressure to make the Stanley Cup final. Irf and I had both really different answers. We both did agree, though, in the East on Toronto, but very different answers out West. Huts, I'll give you the first word on it. Team in the East, team in the West, most disappointed that if they don't make it.
It's got to be Toronto. I think that's easy. I think Toronto, before this trade line, before the start of the season, going with this core four, it's always been to get there, right? Because you have a leash if you've won before, right? Tampa Bay's won before. And I think Washington is still a little green, right? Like it's still really, if Washington fizzles out, it's not going to be the end of the world. They're still just that they're new. Like it's kind of a rebuild that we never really thought would happen. They're in a good place. So for me, the pressure is on Toronto because Tampa Bay and Florida, they've earned the right to have a bad year. If they do lose first round, even though they've made some trades, you have rings on your finger. You made a good comment. You can look down at that ring and be like, well, we were winners, right? So, and when you go out West, I think it's going to be the Winnipeg Jets for me, right? Because now, again, we're looking at a second year of just dominating the regular season, and there's a lot of powerhouses in there. Again, Colorado's a previous winner. Dallas, I think there is a lot of pressure to win. But again, I still take Winnipeg over them. Just the fact of the matter, if this is 2 years in a row of just walking through the regular season, being a powerhouse, if they aren't able to get it done, I believe that there's going to have to be a little bit of shakeup in Winnipeg, Barnes.
I'm disgusted with myself right now. I'm going to agree with a goalie on both accounts. This is like 51 years old, and I got to look at myself in the mirror at the end of the day. Without a doubt, it's Toronto. Without a doubt, the core four have got to get to a Stanley Cup final. Florida's the best team, but listen, Tampa's won multiple Stanley Cups. Florida just won last year, best team, but the pressure's on Toronto. And that might be the worst thing for them, is that the pressure is on them even more than ever, because it's probably going to be the hardest it's ever been with the way Florida just really jacked themselves up. Best goaltending we've seen from them, but without a doubt, it's Toronto and it's Winnipeg. You can't dominate in the regular season and then bow out in the first round or second round. Dallas and Colorado are the two best teams, but Dallas now has Rantanen for 8 more years. They're going to have other kicks at the can. Winnipeg, if they don't get there this year, do they dominate next year like they did in the regular season this year? I don't think so. Hellebuck's just been on fire, unbelievable. Now he can steal a series, 2 series all by himself, but the pressure is squarely on him, squarely on Winnipeg, and without a doubt, the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah. You boys are not done yet. I do want to do one more trade grade, though. So give us a second as we bring in our friend Matt Larkin. Trade grades brought to you by JP Wisers. Proud to be the official whiskey of the NHL, offering Canadian hockey fans a premium drink choice to enhance every game night experience across the country. JP Wisers, the official whiskey of game night. Matt Larkin, our managing editor at Daily Faceoff. It's the big one, Larks. Brad Marchand, slap a grade. What do we got?
Well, we still don't know the return on the trade yet, right? So it's dependent on that, but I do like it a lot for the Panthers. I think it's, for now, at least a B+, probably going to be as high as an A. Just the idea of having Brad Marchand, Matthew Tkachuk, and Sam Bennett on the same team, it's just going to be the ultimate agitator apocalypse. And I think the Panthers, they're just showing they're all in. They brought in Seth Jones. They have clearly jumped to the top of the heap in the Eastern Conference, and it really feels like they and the Dallas Stars are on a collision course. The Washington Capitals, I think, are a team that, you wonder why they didn't match, because they've been the best team in the East. But I understand for them, this whole season is kind of house money. So I kind of get it. But to me, Florida really did separate, although Toronto obviously catching up a little bit in the last minute there with Brandon Carlo.
Yeah, so I don't want to judge the Bruins too hard, I guess, until we see returns on Marchand. But for the Leafs, quickly, what do you make of the Carlo deal? Minton, a first, couple of roster players. Minton in the first is not a small price tag.
Not a small price tag, but you still have Brandon Carlo under team control for multiple seasons, right? $4.1 million. So I think this is exactly the type of trade the Leafs needed to make. They didn't trade Easton Cowan. I think Fraser Minton is a lower ceiling prospect. He was the one that needed to go. To me, the Leafs did exactly what they had to do today. They traded a couple firsts. They traded one of their better prospects, but we say better relative to the Leafs. If you look at Steven Ellis's top 75 NHL affiliated prospects, Minton's not even in the top 75. So he's a good prospect for the Leafs, but league wide, if you zoom out, he's more middling. And I think if everything works out perfectly, his ceiling could be like a Joel Eriksson type player, maybe a Charlie Coyle type player, right? He's very responsible, good two-way guy, but he's not going to be making all-star teams and winning scoring titles. So to me, he was a worthy sacrifice. The Leafs get exactly what they need on that right side. Morgan Rielly needs a better partner. Historically, he's fared well with big bruisers on his right. Ilya Lyubushkin, in the past, Luke Shen worked well with Rielly. I assume it's going to be Brandon Carlo. You have Jake McCabe and Chris Tanev and OEL, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, on the third pair. Suddenly, the Leafs are pretty deep on defense. And to me, they come out today as a winner, even though Florida loaded up too. The Leafs did everything they were supposed to do on paper. They filled the two positional needs they badly needed, right? It was third line center and top four defensemen. So I think they should be very happy. I give them an A on the trade.
Fantastic stuff. You can read Matt Larkin's work over at dailyfaceoff.com. Larks, appreciate you hopping on with us throughout the day. Thanks, man.
Cheers, bud.
There you go, Matt Larkin. Okay, as we cruise our way towards the end, we are going to give Frank closing thoughts on the show. We only got about 10 minutes left here, so for our friends at Bet365, let's welcome back in Carter Hutton and Matthew Barnaby. Bet365, download the app, use the promo code NATION, whatever the moment. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Here are some Stanley Cup odds changes for you guys. Dallas jumped from 8-1 to plus 550, so 5.5 to 1. Florida jumped from 7-1 to plus 550. Carolina took a big plummet, plus 750 all the way down to plus 1200. The Avs actually, because they bolstered the center depth with Nelson and and Coyle, went from 10-1 to 8-1. Washington took a bit of a fall. The Jets took a bit of a fall. Boston took a massive fall. But let me ask you, I like ending the shows on positive notes, boys. Barnaby, which team increased their Stanley Cup chances the most today?
Oh, without a doubt, Dallas. Yeah, you get a big-time player to an already good team, a very good goaltender. By the way, LA plus 2,500. Plus 2,500. That's how little they did today. So I'm going to go with Dallas. Listen, Florida's right there with them. I'm probably going to bet both of them because I think that's our Stanley Cup final right there.
All right. Hutz?
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that's a good pick. And for me, I guess maybe motivationally and what he brings, just that mentality. Like, I think the best deal made is that Rantanen deal because you get him for 8 years and you make your team better. But just in the immediate future right now, I like what Florida did. I like Brad Marchand, just that mindset. Imagine being Sam Bennett. Imagine being Matthew Tkachuk, Sam Reinhart, Barkov, knowing you're getting a player of that value and that along with Seth Jones. I think there's a ton of value there. And again, I think Colorado out in the West, I think they've added some good pieces. I see Frank just tweeted out about another defenseman. They added Eric Johnson. I think that's huge. Just depth-wise, right? I think, again, with McKinnon and the way Mackenzie Blackwood is fitting there. So I think it's been a great day for a lot of teams. But for the East, it's Florida for me. And I think out West, I got to go with Colorado.
All right, Matt, this was so much fun, man. Like I said, we've never spoken to each other until about 20 minutes before the show. But I had an absolute blast with you. Hutz, you know I love you. You're an absolute beauty. But thanks so much, guys. This was a lot of fun.
Hutz, pleasure, man. And Tyler, wow, that's a grind. That's pretty impressive. No pee breaks, no nothing. That's impressive.
Straight up, didn't piss once.
What a trooper. Hey, there you go. Put that on your bio.
All right. A couple of former NHLers turned into quality broadcasters. A big thank you to Matthew Barnaby and Carter Hutton for joining us on the show today as we close out the Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline special. Just a reminder that we got more live content coming. The Sheet, Brian Burke's going to be a special guest. That all gets going right when we're done pretty much. So keep it locked on Daily Faceoff. Hit the subscribe button. Do me a solid, please. They won't let me eat until we gain more subscribers. But let's bring in Frank Seravalli, our Daily Faceoff insider, to close out the show. And Frank, safe to say we're done? No more stunners?
No more stunners, but still sussing out some details. Still need a return for the Brad Marchand deal. Still need a complete return for the Brandon Carlo deal. So this stuff will continue to trickle in. You'll see it on Twitter, but hell of a job by you today. True, it's a grind getting through 5+ hours of live content and a lot of moving parts, features, production, and our whole team. Unbelievable work from head of production Amal Delic and our technical producer Nick Caroli, to our whole team, Aaron Bordato and Patrick Puff, with you making everything happen behind the scenes, our people on social media getting everything posted, Matt Larkin and Stephen Ellis on dailyfaceoff.com, and our news team who continues to crush it, yourself, the panels. Just proud to be a part of this team, and thank you to everyone for their hard work, and thanks to everyone watching as well. So a lot to digest, a lot to break down, and what a day. I mean, the heartbeats of the last couple minutes of the deadline, when you see a Brad Marchand come across your phone and you see some of these other things happening, it never fails to amaze. And thanks for being along for the ride.
Yeah, it really was great. Everybody who watched along, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, however you consumed it, thank you. Thank you so much. You gave a ton of shout outs, Frank. I'll just kind of wrap it up. A bunch of people behind the scenes who make the graphics and all that work. Elijah Nottinghall, Reese Reeville, Patrick Puff, you gave him some love. My boy Liam Horban was in the mix as well. And of course, Jay Downton, who makes sure this can all happen. There are a lot of hands that go into doing something like this. And again, to put on the product we do, Frank, I don't mind popping our shit a little bit here and saying I put that 5 hours here, and our analysts and the fact we can bring it to people commercial free, and the way Aaron can run things behind the scenes, I'll put it up against anything. So again, this was a lot of fun. The deadline was a slow grind there for a little bit, Frank. Were you getting a little nervous that maybe we wouldn't get the splashes we did at the end?
I mean, you never know if those are going to come through or not, but I knew that there was enough percolating out there and enough teams that were motivated to try and make it happen. And I think the fun part is going to be then now thinking about all the things that didn't happen. And I'll give you a little spicy tease on the way out. As the Leafs and Canes had gone back and forth on the Rantanen deal, I believe that they had asked for Mitch Marner. I mean, I don't think it got to the point of the Leafs asking Mitch Marner if he wanted to waive his no trade, but if you're the Carolina Hurricanes, why wouldn't you ask for Mitch Marner as you were dealing with the Mikko Rantanen situation? So there was a lot happening behind the scenes, especially over the last 24 to 48 hours. That's some of the fun stuff that we'll unpack over the next days and weeks, and we'll see how these standings shape up, because it isn't always the sexy move that brings the prize at the end of the day. Some teams very quiet doesn't mean they're any less prepared for the playoffs.
You want to win championships, not press conferences. One of your all-time lines, Frank. I absolutely love it. And just a reminder, if you're one of the people watching right now and you enjoyed the show, Frank and I are live Monday through Friday, noon Eastern time. We do a 30-minute show. We rip our way around the league. We get guests from all over the place, including Carter Hutton and a bunch of other people you heard from today. So that's another reason. Subscribe to the YouTube and don't miss Daily Faceoff Live when we pick things back up on Monday and the dust officially settles. Frank Seravalli always does great work on the Insider Cam. Before we wrap up, got to give some love to the sponsors who make this show possible. Bet365, Tim Hortons, Charm Diamond Centers, and JP Wisers. What a deadline day it was. Mikko Rantanen is a star. Brad Marchand, the Rat, is going down to Florida for a playoff run to chase another Stanley Cup. It was something. It was absolutely something. One more thank you to everybody who watched the show. That is a wrap on the 2025 Daily Faceoff Trade Deadline Special. Thank you so much for tuning in. What's up, hockey fans? If you like that video, do not forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the Daily Faceoff YouTube, because we have tons of great content, from exclusive interviews on The Sheet with Jeff Merrick to instant analysis and breaking news with our Daily Faceoff insider, Frank Seravalli, on Daily Faceoff Live, to your go-to morning duo, Jonny Lazarus and Colby Cohen, on Morning Cup of Hockey. Plenty of great content, wall-to-wall, team-to-team, all the way across the entire league. You won't miss it if you subscribe.